too, I hope to see, to build and cherish human relationships, to make meaningful connections. After all, it's all about the people. People make things happen, amazing things, important things, meaningful things. I personally love how human creativity, ambition level, perseverance, and perhaps a little bit of craziness to mix together, spin out the coolest things in the world, which really can change the world. Deep tech, it's fairly new, trendy word for age-old commercializing science. But the underlying meaning feels even more relevant today. As a humanity, we are facing many challenges, big issues, so we need big solutions. And I believe, and in this room today, there are many such entrepreneurs, researchers, startup founders who actually can and will change the world. Do you agree with me on this? Yes. Can I hear louder? Yes. Yes. Thank you. So, all these people here, they need all the possible help and support on their quest. So that's one reason why we're here. To give our share on boosting the whole Nordic deep tech ecosystem and creating new success stories coming from our region, yeah? And of course, we couldn't have done this event without our main partners who believed in us and in the event concept. So special thanks go to Aalto University. We are here in the beautiful headquarters of Aalto. VTT Research Center, you will see their teams, spinning out teams later afternoon here today. And of course also City of Espoo, we'll hear what Espoo is cooking on the deep tech side shortly after me. And of course we have other partners, Industrifonden, Business Finland, Macwell, Voima Ventures, and Nespresso coffee over there also, so go grab something. We really appreciate all of you being part of this event. And in the tech world nowadays, we can see how some of the key enabling technologies are really giving a major boost across the board and creating never-before-seen synergies and opportunities for the tech world. Regardless of the technologies, the key to success is human collaboration. Could all of you who are not from Finland please raise your hands? Not from Finland? Hey, nice. Great to have you guys here. So let me a little bit rephrase. Cross-border human collaboration is the key to success. So that's why we're also here. We as Nordics and the Baltics, we need to stick together as a region, and that's why we are here, to show the world that we really do punch above our weight class on a global scale. And of course, I haven't done this alone, right? I have an amazing team, and so big thanks goes to all the team, Verneri, Vedat, Celine, Hanne, Alan, Nurcin, working all days and nights for the past month to make this happen. So let's give them a big hand, please. Let's give my team a big hand. Thank you. And if any complaints, direct them to me. I'll handle that part, okay? So I think I'm excited, I'm pumped. I feel you guys are getting warm up too a little bit. So let's get a little bit more pumped for today, okay? So let's try this. Are you ready? When I say Nor, you guys say deep. Okay, it's very simple. Let's try it. Nor. Deep. Nor. Deep. One more louder. Nor. Deep. Yes. Thank you so much. So very warm welcome on my side. Enjoy the conference. Thank you. Verneri, why don't you come and introduce the next guest? See you later.
All right, thanks Jan for opening that up. Now I'd like to welcome Kristiina Mäkelä, Provost at Aalto University, to give some welcome words.
Hello everyone, great to have you here. Welcome to Aalto University. This place is our main building, Dipoli, and we're very proud of our campus here. So hopefully also those of you who are not from Finland, and even if you are from Finland, please take some time to walk around. I'd like to use this opportunity to say a couple of words about Aalto, who we are and what we're trying to do. Aalto was founded in 2010. We are a merger of 3 higher education institutions. One in the area of technology, another one in the area of business, and a third one in the area of arts and design. And merging these 3 institutions together to form Aalto University, which took place in 2010 only, so we're 12 years old as a university. The purpose of our founding was to strengthen the innovative capacity of Finland and contribute to the innovative capacity of the whole world. And that's precisely what we're trying to do, and I think the Nordic Deep Tech Business Summit is a great example of the kinds of things that we want to welcome here in Aalto. And in the 12 years that we've existed, we've actually taken huge strides ahead. We have successfully brought in these 3 fields, technology, business, and art and design, into the same campus from 5 different locations around the capital area, as they were before. We've become a forerunner in all of our key research areas, reaching top 100, top 50, even top 30 in the world in many of the areas. And the Arts and Design School is actually ranked number 6 in the world. We've also become one of the most international universities in the whole Europe, which is quite astonishing, given that in 2010, the number of our non-Finnish professors, for example, was 4%. And now of our academic faculty and staff, almost 50% of our academic staff are originating outside of Finland. So we want to be a hub of talent. In talking about hub of talent, we become a key high-tech and world-class collaboration hub here. We have over 2,000 companies here in the Otaniemi-Keilaniemi area, and 150 startups call Otaniemi their home. Now, what we're aiming for at the moment is to shape a more sustainable future. And this is, of course, a concern that all of us share. Many of the deep tech innovations that we see here are contributing to that. The world needs more innovative solutions. And the foundation of this, of course, lies in the deep understanding of scientific and technological problems. Deep tech innovations are often radical, and they may create new markets and disrupt existing ones. For example, ICEYE, the nanosatellites that you will see there actually in the other room, is a great example of that. Therefore, it's a perfect match that we're holding this summit here at Aalto. One more thing about Aalto. We have identified 3 cross-cutting themes that we believe are really important for tackling the grand problems of tomorrow and today, because they are not tomorrow's problems, they are in fact today's problems. We want to create sustainable solutions, so not just knowledge, but solutions to make a better world. Do that by using radical creativity and entrepreneurial mindset. And in our mind, you need the combination of all 3. One in itself is not enough, but the 3 together transform the results, scientific results, into practical applications and economic value. Some data. We have transferred over 300 technologies to existing corporates or spin-off companies since 2010. In 2021, the highest number of patents in Finland came from well, quite close to home. Nokia was number 1, VTT was number 2, Aalto was number 3. And for us, patents are really the side product of our scientific work. Our deep tech spin-off companies have raised 500 million VC funding, which was actually ranked number 6 in Europe in 2021 for university, including all research institutes and universities. And finally, turning the scientific discoveries and innovations into thriving businesses, we need talent. We need competencies, and here in Otaniemi we have excellent scientists with a lot of diversity, super active students. I'm so proud of our students, and they're flocking in after the unfortunate couple of years that we had, and a lively network of stakeholders to promote innovations, together with Espoo, together with VTT, together with all the companies that are nearby. So it's fair to say that Espoo Otaniemi is the place to hold the Nordic Deep Tech Business Summit 2021. You are most welcome. Enjoy. Thank you.
Thank you, Kristiina. And now I'd like to welcome Harri Paananen, Director of Economic Development at the City of Espoo. Welcome, Harri. Give him a hand.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to NORDEEP on my behalf, and welcome to bright, beautiful, sunny Espoo as well. Lovely to see you all here. Let's watch a short video before we go into the presentation.
Did you know that almost anyone in Espoo can access local nature in a few minutes? Services and recreational activities are just as easy to reach. How is this possible in a city of 300,000 residents?
The answer to that short question, how is that possible, is because the city here, together with its partners, Aalto University and Technological Research Center, VTT, form a core that bring together all players, startup students, top companies, researchers, and ordinary citizens to create innovation for a better life. And that's the common denominator, especially at the end. We do have a common, shared, joint goal here, and we believe we have several shared values we build on. Of course, the city organization is just an organization. It cannot create innovations. It's the people working in the research institutions, in the companies, and the NGOs that do. But the city can help innovation grow with several actions. First of all, we ensure that regulation promotes rather than hinders piloting and collaboration. We can offer support for experimentation in many ways. And above all, we can act as a neutral player to bring together players together across organizational boundaries. And the key players of this innovation ecosystem are present here as sponsors today. So VTT and Aalto are our key partners who we try to build this innovation ecosystem with. And we have also defined together several kind of key themes we agree on when we build this ecosystem. Clicker seems to be not working. First of all, our work is based on radical cross-disciplinary collaboration. So in a small ecosystem like this, working across boundaries is especially essential. And with over 400 R&D units, top-level business, design and tech universities, and a host of leading companies clustered in this small area, Espoo is likely to be the world's densest center of systemic innovation and deep tech innovation. It's really the growth engine of Finland, Of course, at its heart, VTT and Aalto, as we said, but many others as well. And as an aggregate, last year, the 6 most patents of any city in Europe were applied to from Espoo. That's any city, not proportional to the population size, actually any city. So not bad. And top 4 patenters of Finland were all Espoo entities as well. Almost 50% of the Helsinki Stock Exchange turnover comes from companies that are headquartered here. We also believe innovation is accelerated when we have a shared purpose. Kristin also already mentioned sustainability, and we do feel sustainability and sustainable development is the driving force behind innovation here. Besides being an active student entrepreneurship hub, as we heard, 70% of the Otaniemi-based companies utilize or develop sustainable tech. And that means that this is also the sustainable R&D center and hub of the entire country and perhaps of Northern Europe. In a study of over 140 European cities, Espoo has been ranked twice as the most sustainable city in Europe. So that makes it a natural habitat for organizations that want to build a sustainable future. We also believe in building on closeness, proximity, and trust. To succeed in anything together with our residents, companies, communities, and partners, the role is to facilitate, enable, create the best possible circumstances for collaboration. We believe here at the city that the innovation always happens between people. And this is why here in Espoo, decision makers, thinkers, and doers from all industries and disciplines are situated just a bike ride away. We have biologists, quantum physicists, startup entrepreneurs all in the same buildings, and even, believe it or not, city officials. So we also have our own offices here on the innovation campus. And lastly, and this is perhaps where the city's role is the strongest, we believe that for change, we need people's well-being. And this is, we feel, is beginning to be a bit of a scarce resource globally. But here in Finland, here in Espoo, we believe we can build a good life and based on a good life, build better innovations and a better society. Espoo city has been ranked the happiest city in this country, which has consistently ranked as the happiest country in the world. So that's not bad. And for us, this is a great proof of our success. It shows that Espoo is and can be the home of the kind of innovation the world needs right now. The kind that ensures people's happiness and builds the foundations for a sustainable future. So if this sounds appealing to you, come share the mindset and join us in Espoo. Welcome to NORDEEP on the behalf of the city of Espoo. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Harri. Now, without further ado, we're going to have the first keynote of the day. Risto Siilasmaa, founder and chairman of WithSecure. Please come to the stage. Give him a hand.
Good morning, everybody. So as you heard, I'm an entrepreneur. I've been one for over 30 years. I have also done some other stuff, for example, being chairman of Nokia and interim CEO of Nokia, chairman of Elisa, the largest telco in the country. But I've also been a tech investor for over 20 years. I have made a little bit less than 50 investments in tech companies. 5 of those are recognized unicorns. So far, a little bit less than 1 out of 10 of these companies have become unicorns. But there's at least one other company in the portfolio that would be a unicorn if they would just raise new funding or do an IPO. So I'm a big believer in Nordic and Baltic entrepreneurship. In deep tech especially, in deep tech entrepreneurship, but also deep tech investment, it's very important to exercise clear thinking, have a clarity of thought and clarity of mind. And what has really bothered me over the last several years is how often we are surprised by an event that in hindsight was completely obvious. Let me just give you a couple examples. There's a country in Europe that since the 1970s has grown their private jobs by 43% and their public sector jobs by over 400%. I think we all understand that if this happens in a country, 10 times more public job creation than private jobs, that country will run into economic trouble. Even if they start with a surplus in the economy, in the public sector, if the public sector costs grow 10 times faster than the private sector grows, then those lines will cross. Just do a simple extrapolation. And this country was Greece. And it is still Greece. Of course, they haven't vanished, but they were close to vanishing. Because everybody was so surprised by the crisis that happened in Greece. Or think about a country that assassinated its former citizen using radioactive polonium. It invaded one of its neighbors. It has practically eliminated free press. The judicial process serves the political leadership. They have made defenestration a trendy topic. They have changed the election laws in order to appoint a lifelong dictator. They annexed a peninsula of a neighboring country, and so forth and so forth. And then we are also surprised by the war in Ukraine. And not just by the event, but especially by the repercussions of that event. What follows? What does that lead to? And especially we are unprepared for these events. Being surprised is fine if you are prepared, but oftentimes, of course, something that we prepare for, we are not surprised by. But let me ask you, if you think about the trends in networking, the tech trends, Moore's law and Metcalfe's law and so forth, and what you know about the quality and speed of networking over the last 50 years, what businesses have started as a direct outcome of that technology trend that we have all known about for a long time? So streaming, somebody thought but didn't dare say. Streaming has revolutionized the music business, has revolutionized the TV and movies, purely as a result of that technology trend. But how many of you had thought about that, hey, if the speed and quality of telecommunications continues to improve, I think music will be revolutionized? How many of you thought about that before you started using it yourself? None? Really? Nobody thought about that before? Let me ask you another question. This exactly same trend that we have all observed, it has created a new business domain over the last roughly 12 years that is turning over revenues of about 500 billion at the moment. What business is that? Anybody? Jan, what business is that? 500 billion, that's a lot. It's a huge amount. He's telling me that it's not health, but exclusion is a good way to end up with the right answer if you first exclude everything that is wrong. But anybody with a proposal as to what that could be? Hey, good. Social media. I don't think social media is turning over 500 billion a year. Gaming, advertising. I'm talking about something more fundamental. It's cloud services. Cloud services is purely based on the improvements in telecommunication networks or networking technology. Did you know when virtualization was created or invented? That's of course another component in cloud services that is fairly meaningful. Virtualization was invented in 1960s. So that has existed for a very long time. So my point here is that we are lazy thinkers. We are much more comfortable not disagreeing, not thinking about negative outcomes, being just part of the herd. And why is that? If we want to invest in high tech, in deep tech, we should really think. We should think about what does this trend, what does this new technology lead to? And we should not just think about the immediate outcome. We should ask ourselves, okay, if that immediate outcome happens, what will be the secondary level outcomes? And again, if those happen, what kind of impactful, relevant, meaningful outcomes could be happening as a result of them? So again, I talked about being unprepared. The war in Ukraine has led to an energy crisis. That's no surprise. It's a fairly self-evident outcome of that war. So that's a second level outcome. Okay, what does energy crisis lead to? What are the third level outcomes? Those might be the ones that will impact your business and your future. And you could be prepared, not in such a way that you bet everything that there will be a war in Ukraine, but you actually play a scenario game. For me, scenarios are a philosophy. It means that I always try to think about alternatives. So whatever I do, whether I'm making an investment decision, whether I'm helping a company with their strategy, whether I'm recruiting, if we're doing an M&A transaction, there's always the question, okay, what would be an alternative to what we are now contemplating? And if there are no alternatives, that's dangerous. Because it means that we haven't really thought about the topic deeply and with clarity. Having alternatives and thinking about alternative avenues towards the future actually means that you have thought about the topic deeply. And it's an important topic for you. And I have a very simple process for scenarios. So, first of all, I try to create those scenarios, and we can talk at another time, how do you come up with those discrete outcomes or scenarios that you want to plan for? And then I ask myself, for each scenario, what data will tell me that the probability of this scenario has changed? It has become more likely or less likely. And if I can figure out the KPIs or the data that will help me understand this likelihood, then I can take action to gather that data in a systematic fashion. And then based on those likelihoods, I can assign my resources. I can, for example, create a plan for the energy crisis in Europe when I started reading from the news that Russia is massing troops at the Ukraine border. For me, for example, one data point was especially significant when I was thinking about the likelihood of war in Ukraine. It was when Russia started moving blood towards the Ukraine border. Because if you just have an exercise, you probably don't want to go to the trouble of collecting blood from all across Russia to move it to this border for an exercise. So that's just an example of a data point that is fairly meaningful. And as you assign resources, people, time, sort of effort into creating the plans for the different scenarios, you're always also thinking about new scenarios. So some of the old ones will become obsolete, you'll just cross them over, but you'll come up with new ones. And this will help your people to feel that we are prepared. And it will help nurture a culture where people are able to say that, hey, I don't believe in that. I believe that this is less likely than you think. And it's easy to say because it's only one of the alternatives. I think there's a curse of a single plan. If people only have a single plan, it's all they have. It's very difficult to deny that plan or think that it will not work because you have nothing left. But if people have been trained to think in alternatives, there's never just a single plan. Even if there's a strategy that you have agreed on and you're executing, but you have also thought about alternative ways forward, even if you are not focused on them. So there are tools that you can use to train people to think with clarity, so that even if we are surprised, we will not be unprepared. Thank you very much.
Hey, thank you so much, Risto. Let's sit down with Risto for a moment and discuss a little bit deeper on this clarity and his future plans. So, how do you feel the audience got your idea on the clarity? Did they get it?
They were not very forthcoming with their ideas on my or answers to my questions, but hopefully they are waking up.
Yeah, it's still early morning, and is the Nespresso stand active there? Maybe they need more caffeine.
Can you send some espressos to the front?
Yeah, some evening events we put beer in the front to fill the seats, but not here today. All right, let's have a little chat about, of course, I want to start with a little bit talk about values. You know, it's a kind of broader, but it's important for us because we feel that maybe you noticed when you were filling the ticket details, we were asking about your values. And why is that? That's because we believe strongly that when in the long run you want to work with people who share the same values with you. So would you, and that's why we put like values-based matchmaking on our tool there, but could you maybe name some value which is important for you in overall?
Well, first of all, values mean nothing if you can't back them up with actions.
Yes.
So I would much rather talk to people about what have you done? What are the sort of most meaningful actions you have taken? Because if we would go to Vladimir Putin and Donald Trump, they would probably come up with fairly nice sounding values that they say
honesty.
They have. Yeah, integrity and all sorts of stuff. So, but for me, really and again, it's not just the value, it's sort of who I think I am. The entrepreneurship is really in the center of that. And entrepreneurship, it's not just the word.
Yes.
The way I think about it, there's a short poem that describes that quite well. It goes something like this. There are those among us who see things as they are, and they ask why. And there are those who see things that never were, and they ask, why not? The first people who see the world as it is and ask, why does it work like this? They are scientists. And the second category of people who see things that were never invented, don't exist, and they ask, why not? Why not? Maybe I can do that.
Yes.
And it's about seeing a problem and not thinking about grumbling, why hasn't somebody fixed this, but it's thinking, hey, this is a great opportunity. And of course, combining these two worlds, the world of science, seeing the world and understanding the world, with the feeling that, hey, I can do something with that. That mixture of science and entrepreneurship, that's really what this event is all about.
Exactly. Wow, that's amazing. And then if you look at a little bit on your 30 years career and also being an investor there and thinking clearly there, so what kind of let's say values or related this kind of around has impacted your decision making and success, because you've been successful in the business world. So if you like a look back on specifically related to how you've been thinking things and the human relation, is there something that stands out in the long way? That is there something that has stuck with you all along?
Yeah, first of all, I have been surprised way too often. I have been constantly unprepared for what is happening. So maybe the one thing that has turned out to be really meaningful is really trying to learn all the time and finding the enjoyment in learning.
The curiosity.
Really trying to think about, why did I fail? Why didn't I see that? Why did I miss that? And then start to sort of formalize that into a toolbox. So what tool sets can I use to think a little bit more clearly next time? And to be a little bit better prepared next time? And not be as surprised by something that in hindsight I think it was obvious. So learning is really something. Then second thing that I want to say, it's when you find good people, and there aren't that many really good people, when you find them, work actively to keep them close to you. Don't take it as self-evident that they will remain in your company or they will remain friends with you or they will work for you just without you making an effort. But make a deliberate effort. Just sit down and think, okay, that person, I really think that he or she is somebody I want to keep close to me. So how can I do that?
Yes, like we as entrepreneurs are working for our employees.
Leadership is a service profession. Leadership is just serving people.
Well, obviously, this improvement along the time has brought you also success on the investment side. You mentioned you had a couple of unicorns there on the portfolio.
I have 5.
Well, 5. Soon,
it's more
10
than
perhaps.
couple.
And hopefully you'll find one more. I'm sure there will be future unicorns here today. I have no doubts about that, definitely. So what kind of things excite you the most today? And when you think about this breakthrough technology coming in the near years, is there something there that which really like pumps you up today?
Yeah, the one thing that has always been the number one the number one indicator of a future success is serial entrepreneurs. So teams that have done it already. And they don't need to be sort of high-flying entrepreneurs that sell their company. They can be people who are part of entrepreneurial teams, not necessarily the founder, but close to the CEO in the leadership team, for example. And when they want to set up a new business, a new company, that's really the best possible beginning. But answering your real question, the thing that I'm really intrigued by is quantum mechanics. Not just quantum computing, but quantum mechanics more broadly. And one reason why I'm so intrigued by it is that I find it really hard to understand. I have tried to study quantum computer programming, which is very different from classical programming. And it's such a weird world.
It's not linear, is it?
Well, that's the easiest part of it to understand. But really, how do you program? You need to think in a different way to come up with the algorithms that can be implemented in quantum computing. It's a little bit like machine learning was for me when I started studying machine learning and trying to understand that different way of reaching conclusions through machine learning, neural networks, and other machine learning algorithms, which really highlighted how different it is from the perceived human way of thinking. It might not be that different from the actual way of human thinking, but the perception of human thinking is very, very different.
Okay, so quantum, and how many quantum related companies you have in your portfolio today?
One.
Just one?
Yeah.
Which one is it?
It's Quant Science.
Quant Science. I think maybe they might be here today. I think they might be here. So is it a unicorn in the making?
No, not yet. It's in the making. Yeah.
Yeah. And then how about more on the portfolio side? Do you see, is there any like good news there, or you refer possible IPOs coming, or?
The IPOs are postponed.
Yes, it's something
all over the world, but that's not really a problem. I'm a very patient investor. Actually, I prefer companies that don't exit. IPO is a good exit. I can stay on as a shareholder,
yes,
but
yes.
I'm not very exit driven. I'm more focused on how to develop the companies and make them successful and make the founding teams successful.
Yes, yes. That's
and
so
there are
important.
lots of good things happening. Recessions don't really hit startups for the most part. There's always belief in the future. There's always growth. There's always change in startups in a different way from the large corporations.
Yes.
In recessions.
In recession, there's so much opportunity, and there's still hungry people out there. Brilliant minds. We have amazing people who are getting better. So we need people like you and other investors in the room to really back these entrepreneurs, you know.
And some of the best tech companies have been founded during recessions.
There's a lot. There's a lot. I think it was Google.
Google is one of them.
If you count IT bubble as a recession.
Oh, it definitely was. That was a difficult time.
Difficult time, yes.
So this is my fourth
And
similar period now.
Okay, and a very special, little bit looking forward also, an actual placing the bets on those investments and also on your learning side. And you mentioned the quantum already. Is there anything else that you are looking at maybe in the near future would like to, you know, dig into deeper and maybe make investments? Is there something specific area, or is it more people driven?
Well, there are some medtech areas that I have been looking into over the last few years, also as a learning opportunity. But it's still
Digital
fundamentally
side,
about the teams and the concepts that they have come up with. The domains are sort of a secondary consideration.
Yeah, and whatever idea, most chance it won't last there. Any plans won't last, survive the action.
Yeah.
And how about we have a few minutes, a little bit about the, you know, we are here to talk about also the Nordic deep tech ecosystem, right? So what do you see, like how is the ecosystem you see today, and is there something you like to, you know, change or add to make it better? What do we need more to make even more great success stories coming from the Nordics and Baltics?
Well, definitely one thing that I would like to change, it's not on the startup side or entrepreneurial side, it's on the government side. Like, why hasn't Finland taken the lessons from Estonia that could have been taken?
Like e-Finland?
Yeah, there's things that are happening, but we are so slow. Sweden in some areas has made some great moves, but they are also, just like we Finns, we are just too happy with what we have. We should be hungrier. So creating the best environment for tech startups to prosper, that should really be the goal.
You know, obviously Finland, the immigration service have been a little bit slow, but now I'm hearing that it's actually really improving. I've heard even expert visas getting in 2 weeks, which I promised a year ago. But
that's true.
That's true.
Yeah.
And then the entrepreneur visas, startup visas, it's getting bit by bit there. So hopefully those promises will be, claimed, and we can ease the access for the talent. And now this very negative exit tax, I think they're going to scrape that also from Finland. And anything else more you would see to have in the Nordic region?
Well, the area where I have been really very happy about and excited about has been the Baltics.
Yes.
I spent more time in the Baltics over the last couple of years and have made 3 investments there as well. And there's lots of great entrepreneurial spirit. So maybe more cooperation between Finnish, Swedish and Baltic companies and investors, and just mingling those ecosystems even better.
Yes,
I think that would be a welcome thing on both sides of the Gulf.
100%. This is one of the reasons why we are here today, of course. And we have people from Taltech, I think from Tallinn, we have somebody from Tartu University, also from Latvia, we have people coming. So I think we are taking the first steps towards making more cross-border collaborations overseas. I believe that's the key to success. And how do we together as a region can show to the bigger world, because we are so small region here. Somebody can go as Finland, Sweden, yeah, but if we go as the Nordics, is it Japanese, American investors, they look at us as one place. So definitely doing things together, 100%. We're a little bit running out of time soon, but we have is there any question that you wish people would ask you, but they never ask? So you've been asked so many questions over your career.
No, Henry Kissinger once, when he came to a press meeting, a Q&A, his question to the press was, "What questions do you have today for my answers?" And I think that is a nice way of communicating that he knows what he wants to say, and he will say it regardless of what questions will be asked. And maybe I'll just rest it here.
Rest with you. Okay, fine. Does any of you in the audience have questions for Risto? Well, it's your lucky day, Hubert. In about 15 minutes, Risto will hold a full Q&A sessions downstairs in a workshop room. So it's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to dig in deeper, and Risto will be there. Ask me anything, right? So thank you so much, Risto.
Ask me anything and I'll answer anything.
That's it. Thank you so much,
Thank
Risto.
you.
Let's give him a big hand.
All right. Thank you, Risto and Jan. So Nordic Deep Tech will save the world, right? But what makes the Nordics and the Baltics a deep tech powerhouse? Well, why don't we let the experts talk about it? So in the next panel, we're going to have Inka Mero, Maria Persson-Gulda, and David Sonnek. Please welcome them to the stage.
Okay, let's get seated. So, welcome Maria and David. I'll do a brief introduction as a start, and just to get the audience going. We're going to discuss here with Maria and David the question of Nordics and the Baltic region, like are we a deep tech powerhouse, or where and how would we need to gear up in order to become one? So, Maria, you're basically the CTO at H2 Green Steel, and you have a background of studying as a physicist. Very impressive background, both in Sweden, but also in the University of Colorado, but then in Harvard, and you've done your PhD also there in the area of metallic materials. And then you did a stint at McKinsey in the consulting side, but then something brought you back to Sweden, and you actually founded H2 Green Steel, and you can tell us a bit about what you guys are doing. But just as a kind of a curiosity, I heard that you used to be also a professional golf player, and you've played like in a really competitive level. Is there any correlation between your studies or scientific research in the area of metals and being a golf professional? Please share us.
Well, the idea of actually studying metals and physics came from when I was out on the golf tour. When I turned professional in the US, then the golf clubs that came to the market started to be prohibited on the golf tour. The reason for that was they had a catapult effect shooting out the ball. So you were hitting so far that either you need to prohibit the golf clubs or you needed to rebuild all the golf courses. So it was much cheaper to prohibit the golf clubs. But I was started to think there when I was playing that why don't you actually use that material in cars? So when you collide in an accident, it starts to buckle out again without you needing to go to the workshop. So that's what I did my PhD on, and then.
Okay, and just a few words about H2 Green Steel. What's your big mission?
We want to decarbonize the steel industry, the global steel industry, period. The global steel industry is 7 to 8% of all the CO2 in the world. And the technology is ready. It just need to be put together in a certain way, slight modifications. And by putting us into the market, I believe we have already proven, actually, that we can accelerate the industry.
Okay, fantastic. So David, you are a big name in the Nordic deep tech scene. Everyone knows David Sonek. You're currently the CEO of Navigare Ventures, which is a new, as you said, visionary deep tech investor. And you have more than 20 years in deep tech investing. You've headed Industrifonden, very well established, known investor in the deep tech companies in the Nordics, but also SEB Venture Capital, which was probably more financially driven and very probably interesting experience as well. But then you have background in Ericsson, you've done multiple other things, and you also have a PhD from the Royal Institute of Technology and MBA from the Stockholm School of Economics. So extremely impressive background as an atom physicist. But I learned a very interesting personal detail about you, that you live in a house where you've built your own observatory cupola to the roof. So what's this reason behind there, and what's the story behind being passionate about stars?
Well, the story with having your own observatory is that it's a feeling I have that we are becoming so distant from science today. That we use science, but we don't see it. It has become so advanced, it's almost invisible, or as some people say, it's become magic. So I think that citizen science is a movement to try to bring people closer to science. So say, when I bring kids to the observatory, like local scouts we have in our neighborhood, I can show them that it's not all magic. So what I try to do is I try to show how easy it is to, say, measure a cosmic distance, or if they say how hot is a star, or how old is a cluster, or how distant is a nebula. And so I can show that it's not magic. We can measure that. We don't need to trust science. We can do science ourselves. So I'm trying to bridge a bit of that gap between us as citizens and the scientific endeavors that other people do on our behalf, because it's not magic.
Look, I wish my father had done something similar. I think I was encouraged to play piano and paint pictures. So I think just investigating the stars and the science might have been a great thing to have. Hey, so let's get to the theme of the day. Maybe you could take your chair a bit backwards so we can see each other's.
Absolutely.
And David, you could put your mic a bit closer to your mouth. I think it's a bit far away, so you can twist it from this strap here. Perfect. So let's go through some numbers. Nordic deep tech scene has been growing really rapidly during the last 4 to 5 years. So the whole venture asset class investments were last year roughly 17.5 billion euros. And of that, deep tech investments actually represent 4.5 billion. So it's quite substantial growth. The whole VC asset class has grown roughly 50%, but the deep tech investments even more steeper. But then you start to dig deeper. We start to see that the ecosystem is not yet fully functioning. So one of the things that we see is that all of the deep tech investment growth has actually come from mainly Series B, C, D investments. So these big, massive rounds raised maybe by like Northvolts or Oras or ICE. So in a way, in the phase when the technology risk has been passed, and I'll come to your fundraising briefly, Maria, on H2 Green Steel, but David, that's a kind of there's also a gap in the seed funding. We see that the number of early stage deep tech companies is now growing. There's roughly 13,000 of them. The amount has almost doubled during the last 4 years. So there's big growth in the very early stage and seed, but very little VC money. But how would you describe the state of Nordic deep tech scene as of today, and where are we heading? Any perspectives?
Well, the big difference now is that the landscape is converging, and that investors that usually did not have much contact with each other are now talking and syndicating. So a big difference that we had 10 years ago, maybe a huge divide between tech investors and maybe life science investors. The life science investors were those that took science seriously, but only in very narrow niches of therapeutics, say. And we had the tech investors that, unfortunately, and I was a part of that movement, completely forgot about substance, forgot about basic technology. And we had this huge divide. And now with deep tech, we see a completely new convergence of investment themes where math enters biology and quantum mechanics enters the mechanisms of how medicines work. So that this has brought together a new convergence. And also a lot of the digitization has already been done. So tech investors need to find new stuff. And in this new convergence, many new players have emerged. But still, some of the deep pockets haven't really seen this as an opportunity, meaning that maybe there are enthusiasts in the very early phases that can fund these new crossover companies, but maybe bringing them to scale isn't what the investor mainstream really thinks about yet.
In Finland, the share of deep tech investment from the total VC asset class is roughly 40% as of today. So let's say the VC investors and angels play kind of they collaborate in this area. In Sweden, the proportional share is below 20. What does this tell about the Swedish ecosystem? Are we going to see a major shift during the next 5 years?
We'll see some shift, but people are path dependent, and you look at past success stories. And unfortunately, the tech success stories are so evident. They are all over the papers. So that the consumer tech, that's what you read about, and that's what you learn from and maybe use as role models. Whereas the deep tech companies are actually hard to describe. They are hard to write an article about. So maybe the deep tech stories like, say, Oatly, that's a deep tech company. It's a science-based company, but that was 20 years ago. So people don't really see that as researchers spinning out research from the university and creating a hugely successful company. It's about sort of a milk subsidy. So that story isn't visible as it should be.
So you mentioned the convergence of technologies creating completely new domains of investing. And one of these new domains is obviously new materials and new process industry innovations, which is kind of a combination of many things. So Maria, maybe you can give us some perspective. You're obviously trying to disrupt one of the most conservative industries in the world. And you do it by both producing green hydrogen and then green steel. Why this area, and what is your unique approach there, and why a company in Sweden? Is that now the best place in the world to found a deep tech company to disrupt the metal industry?
Yes. So the steel industry has been talking for quite some time about electrifying their processes. And one of the most simple way to actually produce green steel is to use hydrogen. When you do that, you actually use existing technology. It's a DRI tower. And it's fed normally, you say, by natural gas, but natural gas is split into hydrogen and carbon monoxide. So it's already run by hydrogen. And now we're just feeding in more hydrogen into the system. So the technology is ready. And then at the same time, you have customers like the automotive industry in Europe that is craving for this green steel. And then you could ask why. But they have now electrified the whole fleet, and they start to look at the CO2 in their value chain, and they're noticing that most of it actually comes from materials. And most of the materials' CO2 emissions are from steel. And they also very afraid of penalties coming into the steel industry, raising the price of steel, and then they pay even more for brown steel. So putting all of that together, there is a huge demand in the market, but the steel industry, and the technology is ready, but the steel industry is not moving. So then the question is why? And multiple reasons for that. One is that the European steel industry today is situated in locations where it's really hard to get a continuous flow of green electrons at a low price.
Okay, so they have fixed assets in a tough location.
Yes, very tough locations. So the north of Sweden is optimal in that sense. The other thing is that you need to bring different type of technology, the best of the world's technologies, to one place and not necessarily do the same processes that we have done for 100 years in Europe. And so be able to bringing a new thinking into how we design it, we also getting the cost down of producing this green steel.
So strategically, I think David and I probably, as investors, immediately start to think like, what is the approach that you've taken? So do you control your own destiny end to end, or are you looking to then collaborate with metal and steel industry players over time? Because one of the challenges what deep tech companies tend to have is time to market. And one of my big questions relating to the locating to Sweden is that Sweden really isn't the biggest market in the world. The biggest markets are in Germany or in USA or in Asia. So how do you control your own destiny, or how dependent you are from the ecosystem?
This was a big question when we started 2.5 years ago. Should we control our own destiny, or should we send half-made steel down to Europe and then they finish it before it goes to end customer? And we decided that we have the customer relationships. Through the founders with Norfolk, we already have wonderful customers down in Europe, and we should foster those relationships and actually produce the whole value chain and create our own destiny and send it down. And the other thing is, when sending steel on water, it's not so expensive. It's expensive to send inland. So it depends on where the customer is situated, where the ports are, and so forth, in order to get economics into it.
This is a fantastic perspective, because I'm sure that the startups in the audience are hearing a lot of these comments from their investors that big industrial players are so slow, you're very dependent on their ramp up, it's going to take 7 or 15 years, where, come back when you have a customer or something like that. So what would be your advice to these startups?
We have sold 60% of our total capacity at the steel mill that will produce steel 2025, 2026. We have already sold 60% in contracts. So we're bringing the customers in already now. Many of the customers has also invested in us, like BMW, Miele, Electrolux, and so forth. But we're not only thinking that way with the customers, we're also thinking it with the technical providers that is providing the machines to us. We're thinking about it with the raw materials. So actually having a foundation of founders across the whole value chain has allowed us to move so quickly.
Well, that requires a big vision and excellent execution. So I think we touched like all of these different building blocks of a deep tech ecosystem, David, here. We spoke about converging technologies and a new kind of a phase of new technologies and investment opportunities. We discussed basically regulation, pushing companies to also become customers, or big corporations to start stepping up. What other building blocks a deep tech ecosystem requires? And what do we have here in the Nordics, and what are our biggest gaps, to your opinion?
I think that we have great research.
Research is great. Okay.
And we have companies that are bold enough to look at new technologies. We don't have a perfect tech transfer system. And maybe we don't have the boldness among researchers to really go for the next big thing. So maybe we have all the top-notch research, but we do have a system where researchers are maybe disincentivized to take the step to commercialize, and also sometimes to take the bold vision. Instead, they do research on stuff that's publishable instead of stuff that's interesting. So maybe there is a bit of a disconnect. And maybe if I may, I hope that some in the audience are business coaches and people that work with tech transfer at universities. Please don't tell the companies to remove tech and science from their presentations. And please don't teach them how to make fake predictions of where they're going to be cash flow positive, because we don't care jack shit about that. We care about the wow factor of the science and how it will actually move the world. And then we can make out the Excel sheet stuff with profitability. But we need to be wowed by the depth of the science. And there, I think, is the big challenge we have. We have all the pieces of the puzzle, but people don't come to us with really exciting, bold stuff.
So one of these pieces in the puzzle, what you're now emphasizing, is the talent. We need scientific research entrepreneurship. So researchers who are bold enough to found companies and go for the big vision. How are we doing otherwise with the talent? So how could we get this other growth talent that we have in other parts of the ecosystem or industry working more towards deep tech companies? Because in a way, if you look like Nordics, we have 28 research institutions and universities. That's like tens of thousands of researchers and basically people who know the technology. But then we also need to get that growth entrepreneurship. So you can bring it through the own ambition level, but also from the ecosystem. So how would you...
But the Nordics have improved so much when it comes to entrepreneurship and early stage funding. It's such a completely different landscape from 10 and 20 years ago. We have very robust systems with a lot of angel money, repeat entrepreneurs. Sometimes what we might be lacking is the power of vision and the understanding with big companies how fundamentally science changes society. And there is nothing that's invented by chance or invented due to a customer need. Customer needs don't invent anything. So if you start asking customers and thinking that customer needs will invent something, stuff is invented in the lab. Stuff is invented by people being genuinely curious. Stuff is being invented by people questioning established models. So we want founders that come from the lab or with some deep mathematical insight and say, this is why I think that OpenAI or Google or Amazon Web Services are fundamentally wrong. They are using the wrong model. This won't work in 5 or 10 years' time. And I want to be wowed by that. And that's maybe what we are lacking, the connect between the things we do and the thing that boils in the lab. And we know we need to create the sort of the flow of stuff that's being invented with how the future will be changed.
So these kind of big bets we see them in USA and in China, but give us a startup perspective, Maria, here.
No, but I think David is absolutely correct. And if you can actually even connect how it's going to be used and really feel the power and the mission of that in the science, then it's also going to be easier to recruit the big talent, even in science. When we look at H2GS, it looks nothing like a steel company. We recruit people on the mission of sustainability. For us, that's both the fact that we decarbonize 95% of the CO2, but we also think completely circular. So we actually put together technologies that makes us circulating all the byproducts and putting also partnerships with other industries in order to get the byproducts using. Then digitalization, we're using all the data and actually digitizing the steel industry, and that by itself can be disruptive for the steel industry. And then last but absolutely not least, we believe that if you're going to have the absolute smartest brains in order to solve the problems, no matter if that is on the shop floor or in the at headquarters, you need to have a very diverse population. So you need both men and women and you meet people from all over the world. And so we already have more than 10 different nationalities in the company. We have 40 to women, I believe. And if you look at Europe today on the steel industry, it's 2 to 3% women. So already there, we are disrupting it. And I think it is the core key of why we're able to do that is because today's talent really want to do something meaningful.
Exactly. So you've kind of leaped one big hurdle, which is like raising the first quite big round. Green Steel or H2 Green Steel raised 190 million, and Altor was one of your lead investors, but there were like corporate partners and anything others. Was it difficult to get such a big round together? So now share these insights with other founders here. How do you raise do you just add a zero and plan for 20 million? They're like, shit, let's just put another zero and double the numbers and see whether we can fly. But what was the process like?
I think that people invest in us due to the fact that we are accelerating the green transition in the steel industry. That by itself, it's very, very exciting. But we're doing that with having hugely talented people. And I think that is actually a big advantage for us and why people are betting on us. But I also, in those people have made a tremendous journey in the past 2 years. So we got a permit to start building in less than 6 months. That's almost unheard of in Sweden. And so we're already moving dirt on the site. And we have sold out the 60% of the capacity on the steel mill. So it's, I would say it's almost easy to bet on us for those reasons. Now, the big proof will come when we're going to need to raise 4 billion euros in order to actually build the whole thing. Yes, that will be still the big.
So we'll definitely keep our fingers crossed, and I'm sure that this kind of a pace of execution, you will certainly raise that round. But David, can you give us some investor perspective? I'm sure that many of these founders here, they struggle with the fact that very few investors are like visionary like yourself, that you can go with a, bio-based new molecule innovation and talk to David, the science, and he will put the money to the table. But what are the things that you look as a criteria when you invest?
Well, we, of course, we aren't crazy. We are bold but not crazy. Of course, we look at the size of the opportunity. We look at how many different technology risks are there involved. So we don't want to take too many at a time, because just multiplying those low probabilities will make it very unlikely for the company to succeed. But then, as you say, if we are not visionary, and I agree, we are not typically as investors visionary. So then challenge us and teach us why we should be visionary by the boldness of your vision as a startup.
Excellent point. Let's look towards the future, next 5 to 10 years. How do you envision the future of Nordic deep tech scene?
Well, it's hard in these times when you see, well, most of what you see on TV are burning Russian tanks, so it's difficult to be really bold. But I think that we have, as a deep tech community and a science-driven investments, we have the best is yet to come. Because in my long career, I've never seen such a combination of technologies being ripe to be replaced. There are many technologies that are end of life. There are many technologies that are waiting to replace them. There are so many things that we don't really know how they will. We believe that there will be quantum computers. We are still not sure what will be the dominant design for a quantum computer.
Or the lead applications.
So there are so many, there are some. We are now combining new fields there. Now for the first time, at least as I've been observing, mathematics and physics is really entering the life sciences. And computational biology. And we can compute both on system level down to how molecules interact with quantum mechanics. So there are such new perspectives open. And also, as a final thing, now you started off with my observatory, that it's so interconnected and science is so pervasive. When we walked here this morning, the blue dot on the map application was a GPS signal received from satellites that were calibrated using quasars, which are distant objects powered by black holes. So me and Alex, we interacted with the black hole this morning when we walked from the hotel to this venue. So there is so much science that is pervasive in our technology that we need to find and put to use.
And
so these are fantastic times.
And we shouldn't forget that the best companies are often built on crisis. So even, now or never, we need to solve the energy, food, security, many topics for Europe. So hopefully deep tech companies like H2 Green Steel or any Navigara new investments will help us to get to the next level.
These are fantastic times to start a company.
Exactly. We're out of time. There was a fantastic discussion. Let's give a big hand for Maria and David. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you. Thanks. Thank you. And a big hand to Inka as well for moderating. All right, so the show is clearly on the road. And now we're going to welcome the next track, which is how to make deep tech sexy. Now, this is going to be really interesting. I'd like to welcome Andrew McDonald, CEO of Macwell.
Hi, everyone. Good morning. So, give us 1 second. Wrong slide. Wrong deck. Give us just 1 second. So I'll start just from this. I'm Andrew McDonald. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Macwell. We are a product and brand strategy company from Helsinki. We've been around, I guess, 16 years. Time flies. We basically work with a lot of companies around the world trying to help them define their product marketing message and their brand strategy message. And it's really, for us, it's all about simplifying things. But before I get into this, watching the decks change, here we go. We're here to talk about how to make deep tech sexy. So, before we ask ourselves how to make deep tech sexy, deck problems? We have this slogan at Macwell called "Product is now and brand is forever." What this means, in essence, is that every interaction people have with your product is the building blocks of your brand and vice versa. Yes, sometimes your product actually is your brand. For example, I don't know, Coca-Cola, maybe Crocs shoes. But that doesn't change the fact that these interactions build a relationship every time. So we're going to talk about how to make deep tech sexy. But before we go there, we have to ask ourselves a question. Why? Why make deep tech sexy? Well, come to that, 2 words. The answer is how we define sexy. Sexy is attractive and exciting. Whatever your interpretation of that is, that's up to you, but it's attractive and exciting. It's not that it needs to be shiny and expensive looking, not just product porn and sophisticated design or really inherent brand value, but it's a balance of these things to convey a message that is easily communicated and understood. So don't just tell me, show me. Here's an example. Finland's national bird is the swan. Imagine a technical description, like a broadsheet of what a swan is. Pages and pages defining complex DNA, its unique design, its, I don't know, maybe its aerodynamics. You can't really show that to people and expect them to understand what it is that they're looking at first glance. But if you took that and folded it up like origami into basically what is a swan, people will have only one glance and they understand and they appreciate what you have. Then, If they need more info, if they've shown interest, you can actually unfold it, and then they can dive a lot deeper into this whole. So, in essence, you have one chance to impress with, first impressions, let's say. So, who is it we're talking to? Perhaps it's investors. You hope they're going to fund your deep tech. Maybe it's the best talent around the world. You want to recruit them. Maybe it's just straight up sales. You want your sales to happen. What they all have in common is the fact that you often just have the one chance to impress, convince, and engage. So, you better be able to get your message across quickly and clearly. Common saying is to dress for the job you want, not the one you have. So invest in your message and how you're portrayed, and then people will take your message forward for you. So I'm going to introduce my business partner, creative director at Macwell, Henrik Axland, and he has something great to show us. Henrik, why don't you come on out here? Hi. Hi. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. I will hand this over to you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Andrew, for that great introduction. And hello, everyone. It's really good to be here. Thanks to NORDEEP for having us. Any sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic. Now, this is a well-known and often used quote, but it's actually been really, really inspiring and impactful on me. And today I'm going to talk a bit about how we can use this as a lens when we're trying to visualize technology and processes. I want us to take a step back to basics. Take a moment to consider the miracle of how we have learned to manipulate physical matter to create the most astounding results in the material world. Little stuff like going to outer space, eradicating disease, talking to someone on the other side of the planet. As a species, we take incremental steps that make dream after dream come true. Maybe because these steps are incremental, it's quite easy to forget that we're actually watching miracles come to life, albeit slowly. And I think it can serve us well to embrace this sense of wonder and greatness when we try to visualize technology. So, today I want to focus on the how. If you want to communicate a product or innovation, there's also other stuff that's very important to communicate, like the what and the why and some other things. Conveniently, my colleagues at Macwell are hosting a workshop around the what and the why here tomorrow, so please check that out. But now let's talk how.
Of such superior quality was a truly formidable challenge, but to then produce it at scale required a whole new approach and level of commitment in manufacturing.
Thank you. Bit of a break there. So no sound in my presentation, please. Let me take it back. I believe, specifically for technology, one immensely powerful piece of your story is showing people just how amazing an innovation is under the hood. When you can get your audience to understand it, to be awed by it, or maybe even inspired by it, you have them on your team. They want to share it, they want to talk about it, they want to explain it to their peers, and you're building a fan base. To a scientist or an engineer, the tech may be beautiful already in its own right, But for a layman, that beauty needs to be translated into a language of beauty that more people can appreciate. So, how do we do that? By simplifying complexity to find beauty and clarity. I'm going to try and give you some concrete steps on how to do that. And I'll show you some of our work along the way. First, and most important, get to the core. Start by defining the core ideas and functions of a process. Crystallize them. What's actually being performed and how? Preferably, you should be able to do this in a sentence or two when you're done. Only show the audience the bare minimum they need to follow. This is easier said than done with a complex product, and especially difficult if you've been part of engineering it, so you know like all the ins and outs and what happened. But do resist the urge to explain details and nuances that do not contribute to the core idea. Now, on the flip side of telling too much is sticking to the truth. When you build a story, it can be quite tempting to cut corners and just like nudge a little bit on the truth. But don't make anything up. You don't have to. You can make the story flow with ease, with enough work. If you do feel the need to do this, or if you're working with an agency that does, I would dare to say you haven't done enough work in understanding the tech, turning it around, looking at it from different angles. If it is interesting, there is an interesting, factual, and a beautiful way to visualize it. I'm going to return in a moment to artistic license, which is quite different thing. So is, of course, expressions of future vision and stuff like that. Show your product at its most flattering. Even the most beautiful things can look pretty ugly in the wrong light, and it's certainly true for vice versa. There is nothing untruthful about making really, really sure your product is visualized in the best possible light. A metaphor can be textual, but it can also be visual. Developing a metaphor requires deep understanding of the topic at hand. You really have to thoroughly understand it to come up with an easy way to explain it. Our process is simply to dive really deep, absorb as much information as possible, and then just iterate, test on people, iterate, until we hit a result that it's crisp and clean, it's beautiful, everyone can understand, and it's true. So, showing a process in a good visual metaphor is true, even if that's not what something looks like in real life. When I say a good visual metaphor, I mean one that's beautiful and that is based in fact. For example, if we're visualizing a digital process or an algorithm, like what does it even look like? It doesn't look like anything in real life. Yet we have to visualize it to explain it. This same holds true for production of really tiny components or chemical processes, where the reality is simply too complex and has too much information, so that the thing that's happening there, what's important, is obscured to the human eye. So taking artistic license can, in fact, be revealing the truth. I'll get a bit practical to wrap up. Luckily, this incremental progress of technology I talked about in the beginning has also given us some pretty powerful tools to do this in animation and CGI. Using these tools, we can actually reveal what's invisible and we can simplify realities that are too cluttered for us to understand. They are, however, just tools, so they're not going to help us gain any insights in how we portray a topic. The most important thing remains: go through the steps to crystallize what is essential, what is not essential, and what needs a metaphor. When that is done, you can employ simplistic or extravagant visual language to get your message across and be confident that your audience will get it. Something well-planned and clever, executed with a small budget, will always trump a big budget production that is shiny but ambiguous and uninspired. What you guys do that work in tech, it's magic, and it is wonder. Remember that, and that your work deserves to be shown in the best possible light. Getting other people to believe in your magic is the shortest path to changing the world. That's it for me. Thank you guys for listening. If you want to discuss this, have a chat, hang out. I'm here today and tomorrow, so just grab me if you see me, and looking forward to seeing more of this great stuff. Thank you.
Stuff, we'll leave that there. Thank you so much, Henrik. Beautiful stuff. I'm going to introduce our next guest, Mirva Sarijärvi. She goes by Mimi. She's the head of ecosystem marketing and communications at Wirepass. Mimi, why don't you come on out here? I'll do a little handover.
Thank you. Thank you, Andrew. And hello, everyone. So, as Andrew said, I'm Mimi from Wirepass. And I wanted to come tell you something about how we went from techie marketing into all-in branding. Let's see. Wirepass is an engineering company. Almost everyone in the company is an engineer, including me. I'm a double engineer, so twice as bad. And it's in our DNA to be specific, to go into very deep detail, to talk about features, and to talk about benefits. But that doesn't really make good marketing, does it? And we had to think about what can we do, what do we need to do, but we still wanted to remain relevant because we still offer a technology that is very abstract. So we needed to be able to talk about our technology in a way that people can relate to, and also that it stayed relevant. And yeah, we needed something to start this work. And where it started was a standard. A little over a year ago, we were able to go final with a standard in 5G IoT, which is really huge because it's usually cellular companies that talk about 5G, and our technology is not cellular, but it is 5G, and it can revolutionize the whole IoT market. And that's where we wanted to start. We knew that we are able to do disruption to the market, and we needed to take a stand. We needed to make a decision on our positioning. And we decided that we will challenge the market. We will be a challenger. It's not easy, challenging. And we also realized that now we have a great chance to do a really good branding for our company. We can be a challenging brand. We can match the brand to the positioning. We can have a tone of voice that is challenging. We can have a spokesperson who is a challenging person. And we can put our challenging position into all the touch points that we have with customers. And we knew that if we go to challenging the market, we need to go all in. We needed 100% commitment. And I can tell you, we're really not there yet with the whole company. We're still fine-tuning, we are still discussing internally, but we are getting there, and we're definitely challenging ourselves, but also the market. We are really making a stand against cellular 5G. In addition to being challenging what we thought about, what else do we need to be? And we thought that let's embrace Finnishness. We're a Finnish company. Wirepass is from Tampere. What are Finnish companies? Or what is Finnishness? Let's say that. It's straightforwardness. Yesterday I was reading a lot about tweets about sisu. So that's very Finnish. The integrity, not giving in, not giving up. But it's also no nonsense. So Finnish people, we don't tend to cake everything into multiple layers to make it shiny and polish it to the, to the end. We don't do that. We're really honest. Okay, we can be honest to the fault. I'm going to show you next a picture of a marketing ad from the late 70s or early 80s, where the honesty went a little bit too far. I'm going to go out on a limb and say that this definitely did not make this company look sexy. I would not go out in the world with this ad at all. I don't think that speaks to that many people. So in our company, we decided that we need to reflect. We need to also think about what does this challenging positioning, Finnishness, what is it for us, but how can we also make it so that it relates globally? Because we're a global company. We have our customers all around the world, in Asia, in US, in Europe, all over. So we needed to make sure that there is a feature in our marketing that anyone can relate to. Something or someone everyone can feel that this one is for me. I know this. This is something that I've also met. I also know. I also care about. I actually kind of think it's cool and I kind of love it. And sometimes it drives me crazy because it's so demanding. Who could that be? That would be your mom, or in our case, Ville's mom. So Ville is one of the founders of the company from the early days when it was just a project in a university. But we have since a lot of other people and founders in the company as well. But we decided that Ville's mom would be a person who can make our really difficult technology into the level so that anyone can understand it. She can bring it to a level that even my mom could understand. She can make it funny. She can be proud of Wirepass or everyone that works at Wirepass. She can bring us all together and be proud of. And she's the essence of the brand. But she's also very challenging. She doesn't let us slip. She insists that we're tough. We need to have sisu. And she also uses sometimes quite tough language. And I've taken some examples how we've incorporated the tone of voice and mom into our marketing. So we all carry tote bags with, in Finland, we get shit done, because that's one of the core things that we learned in our company, that what we really want to be and who we really want to be and how we really want to get things done. But we also noticed that it really resonated with the mom. So when we go to events, and invite our partners and ecosystem and customers to be on the stand with us. They really want mom to be in the middle. They want mom to be big because they also want to be protected by mom. They also decided that, hey, mom is so cool that we also want her to be our mom as well. And this is something that we really felt excited about, that they were really embracing mom just the way we wanted. We also had this cutout of mom, and we take the cutouts everywhere, and everybody wants pictures with the cutout. Everyone wants to be taken picture next to the mom, and they share it on social media. They're really excited about mom. So we really know that we hit the core with mom of who she is, how she is, and how she represents our brand, and how she represents Wirepass. Next, I have a little video, some clips about mom, so you can see what kind of story she tells. I think I need some help with getting the video on. Can anyone come and help me? Tech. There we go.
Teppo here is the CEO of Wirepass.
Thank you.
He will explain how they came up with the idea.
It's very secret. If I tell you, I have to kill him.
He killed a moose once.
Mom, can we get out now?
No.
That's Ville.
1 more minute. Why did he ask that? Is he getting soft? Silicon Valley. Oh, perkele!
So you saw Ville in the video, in the ice hole. He was there for over 5 minutes in the ice hole. We have a 5-minute video of Ville and Ola they were actually in the ice hole for over 5 minutes, and actually twice. And of course, it's also important to understand that there needs to be a reason why we did it, and was it all worth it? And to us, it definitely was. So we have doubled the number of website visitors. And I'm not just saying that random visitors, because of course, if you just put enough money on Google, you can get any visitors up. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about relevant visitors. So we were able to attract the RF engineers that usually are the core audience for our technology. So we were able to get them visit us. But we also increased awareness of Wirepass, and what we've run into now is that we see, for example, forums and Reddit where people are starting discussions about problem situations and people suggesting Wirepass as the solution. And this is something that we've never had before. And we know that it's started happening after we introduced Mom. We have also increased the number of the leads, and also the quality of the leads have risen significantly. And to that, of course, in any marketing, the end goal has to be increasing sales. And of course, increasing sales qualified leads is the target to be hit. And to us also, what was really important that we saw that the brand engagement with the ecosystem has been really good now. We're really seeing that people want to be a part of the Mom ecosystem, the Wirepass ecosystem where Mom takes care of us all. And to us, that's been really nice to see, and we're really proud of it and happy about it. And of course, there's also awards. I don't think any company should do marketing to get awards or branding to get awards. That's something that is a nice extra, but please, when you do marketing, don't do it for those. Do it for the reason that you want to enhance your company in a way that it matters. But we did have some really nice awards. So last year, we were able to get a Web Design Award, Design Award and 2 Guld Ek Awards that are the biggest marketing awards in Sweden. And this year we were getting this Transform Awards just a couple of weeks ago. So it's really been noticed around the world, even though we're a B2B company, and B2B branding and marketing usually doesn't get that much awards. We've been really being able to push through and make ourselves seen. And then I think now it's time for me to thank you all. I'll see you around also in the panel, but I'll be here at the event for today and also for tomorrow. So if you have any questions, if you want to talk about branding, marketing, IoT, Wirebass, or mom, or anything else, my mom, your mom, all good. And if you want, you can also follow me on Twitter and contact me on LinkedIn. I'm happy to connect and discuss also later if you want to have anything, if you want to spitball some ideas or want some help with how to start a branding work. Thank you, everyone.
Great. Thank you, Mimi. That was fantastic.
I'll leave this here.
Oh, yeah, leave Mom. She can oversee everything, always as moms do. Next up, we've got Christopher Wahlberg. He's the CEO of Hebla Consulting. He's going to have a great presentation for you. Christopher, why don't you come on out here? Chris?
Thank you, Andrew.
Awesome.
Great.
Thank you very much.
All right, good morning, everybody. Let me start by asking you all a very serious question. How many of you like champagne? Hands up. Fantastic. All right. So about 10 years ago, I had an amazing opportunity. I was hired by probably one of the most prestigious champagne houses in the world, which is, at least in my mind, Krug Champagne, to be their first global head of education and training. And there I was given a mission. I was asked to present to Maggie Henriquez, the CEO, how I was going to transform the sales and the company through education and training. Well, I remember being extremely nervous for this presentation. And every morning, every night, I worked on it for about 2 weeks. And the day finally came, and I stepped into that very dark and musty boardroom. I flicked on the silver light of the projector, and I started to present. Now, in the middle of my presentation, I heard a clap. And I looked around, and it was Maggie, the CEO, who stood up, and she had hit the table, and she looked at me, and she said, "Your presentation is the worst thing I've ever seen. It's boring, it's technical, and don't you know that people don't buy facts, they buy emotions?" And basically, she gave me 2 options. Can you guess what those were? Get better or get out. So how do you think I reacted to this information? Well, I did what most people do in that situation, which is I said, she's crazy, there's nothing wrong with me, I don't have to change. But eventually I realized that, maybe she's right, and maybe I have to think about this from a different perspective. So I started to study, and as it turned out, as many of you know by now, and a lot of the other speakers have mentioned it before, there's tons of research that shows that human beings tend to make decisions much more based on intuition and emotion than they do on rationality and fact. But when I read this, the first question that popped into my mind was, well, if everybody in theory knows this already, then why are we all still presenting features and benefits? Why is this the main way in a sales presentation, when you're pitching, when you're recruiting, when you're leading a company? Why does this tend to be the main focus of your communication? Well, it turns out that that wasn't always the case. So if we go back in history to around 70,000 years ago when storytelling started, that was the main way we communicated. We used storytelling to build trust. We used storytelling to create emotional connections. And over thousands of years, we used storytelling to educate, to entertain, and to inspire people. But then something happened. and we started to lose our grip on storytelling. And it happened partially because of this person. So in 1543, Nicholas Copernicus published On the Revolution of Celestial Spheres. It was one of the first books ever, which was based on mathematical proof and observation. And in many ways, it sparked the scientific revolution. And it's kind of easy to understand why it did that. Imagine that you're living in a world where everybody is claiming that they have the truth, where everybody has another version of reality, and then somebody comes along and says, you know what, we can actually observe and try to prove something. Well, of course, that's going to go quite a long way. Now, as we all know, in many ways, we benefited from this change as human beings, but it also created a slightly difficult myth. It created a myth that human beings are always rational. Now, today we know that that's not necessarily true, but still the majority of our communication is focused as if we were almost computers. The result of this is that a lot of our communication in pitches, in presentations, tends to be either forgotten or doesn't really make an impact. Now, I'll give you an example of this. I'll show you two videos, if we get them working. And in these videos, you'll have two commercials for Google Chrome, their product demos. One is rational, one is emotional. And let's see if you can tell the difference of which one is which. All right? Let's test this out and see if it works. I hope you're not in a hurry. All right, let's maybe skip the videos then. All right, so let's show this video. Let's go ahead. All right, great. So we didn't get to see the other one, but how many of you think this one was the emotional one? All right, so most of you, you're completely right. So the other commercial is from 3 years before this one. This one was launched in 2011, and it's just like really technical. It talks about the features, and it's very different. And the reaction was completely worlds apart. So from the second video, the emotional one, it was one of the most successful ad campaigns and product demos in Google's history, and also one from just in general advertisement success as well. Now, storytelling can have an amazing impact when you use it in this format, structuring it maybe a product demo or a pitch as well. And just to give you a sense of how much value you could create by using storytelling, let's go back to 2009 and to another example, all right? So in 2009, you had two journalists who were sitting in an office in New York, and they had a problem. They both felt that storytelling is a great way to reveal value, but they weren't really sure how to prove it. There wasn't really any research around it. So they decided to create their own research. So what they did was they went around New York and they bought from thrift stores and flea markets these wonderful trash items. So basically 100 worthless items like broken toys, empty mayonnaise jars, empty envelopes and so forth. And they placed these items on eBay for sale. However, with each item, they had an author write a story. So the question to you is, how much value do you think was increased with the stories? So in total, they paid about $250 for all these items. How much value do you think they were able to add by adding the stories in percentage? How many of you think it's more than 100%? More than 500%? More than 1,000%? More than 2,000%? 3,000%? Okay, it was 2,700%. So quite an amazing reaction. Now, it doesn't mean you will always get a higher 2,700% income or value added by using a story, but you can get even a percentage of that. That's going to be an amazing result. Now, in many ways, this sparked what I call the gold rush of storytelling. And suddenly you had brands all around the world who were saying, hey, storytelling is the next big thing. Let's say that our marketing strategy tells a story, our customer journey tells a story, our sales platform tells a story. And unfortunately, it created a lot of confusion. And it actually made it really difficult for us from a communication perspective to say that what is actually the type of storytelling where you get these results. And it turns out most of the things that people call storytelling isn't storytelling at all. So there are three main techniques that I recommend that you start to think about using for your companies if you are pitching, if you are recruiting, if you're selling, or if you're just communicating around your brand. And these are stories, anecdotes, and as was mentioned before, metaphors as well. Now, a really simple overview of what these mean is to say that a story is a narrative with a beginning, a middle, and an end. And usually, if you want to check, is this a story or not, you could put once upon a time in the beginning and the end at the end, and it'll usually show you whether or not it works. An anecdote is a historical fact or detail. Usually they're fun, interesting things that draw people in. Like, for instance, saying, in 2009, to a journalist, made this experiment. Did you know that it proved that you can increase value by 2,700%? And a metaphor, as was mentioned, was a comparison. It's something you can use to make something very technological, simplified, by relating it to something people know. Like saying, for instance, that having an impactful story is like walking around with a pet giraffe when everybody else is walking around with a golden retriever. It makes you stand out. Now, out of all of these, storytelling is the one where you get the most emotional impact, and it's the one that takes the most work to, I don't know, at least find. But if you work as a founder or as a startup, I really recommend working on a founding story, your own personal story that you can share when you're pitching or recruiting. And to help you structure a story, I've made a very simple acronym that I always recommend that people start with, and it's called HOPE. Let's see if you can think or imagine what the letters stand for. So every good story needs to start with an H. Does anybody guess what that is? You can shout out if you have an idea. Hey. Hero, perfect. All right. And do we like heroes who just sit on their ass and watch Netflix, or do we want them to have an O, which is a opponent? Yeah, that comes a bit later, but we want them to reach for something. We want them to have an objective. Thank you. And do we like it when our heroes get the objective immediately, or does there need to be some peace, some perseverance and some problems along the way. And when you solve those problems, you reach, of course, a satisfying E for ending. All right, so very simple. So hero, objective, problem, and ending. There's nothing revolutionary about this, but it's a very good framework to keep in mind when you start working on storytelling. The main thing I want you to think about is who is going to be the hero character. The mistake that 90% of the companies I work with make is they put the brand as the hero. And that doesn't work. The whole point of storytelling is that we have an emotional reaction to it. Now, unfortunately, human beings, we cannot relate to something as abstract as a brand, but we can relate to another human being. So try to build your stories around people, yourself, the people you work with, your clients, and start from there. You'll have a much, much better result as well. Now, if you get really excited about storytelling, there's other things you can do as well. So what I recommend that you start to think about is once you've developed your founder story, is to think about how do you adapt it to different situations, different personalities, talking on stage, in smaller groups. There's slightly different techniques you can use. You have different story structures. If you want to go into more advanced versions, you can start using anecdotes and metaphors and mixing them in. And what's really important is to think about how to make an emotional impact as well. So how do you make your objective more important? How do you make the problems more unfair and difficult? How do you make the human characters more relatable? And finally, how do you use things like visualization techniques to make the images pop in the listener's mind? And perhaps the most important one, which I want you to take away from here, is how do you turn it into a conversation? So imagine you're pitching to a one-on-one situation. You don't want to go on a 3-minute monologue telling your own personal story. Nobody wants to hear that. You ask questions, you draw them in, you turn it into a conversation. And that's probably the best advice I can give you. Now, we're wrapping things up, but if you want to learn more, at 3 o'clock today, I'm running a workshop on how to work on your founder's story or your product story. And we'll show you a little bit on how you can take the next step in these things as well. Thank you so much.
That was awesome. Thank you, Chris.
My pleasure.
Fantastic. So next we're going to have a panel. So Chris, if you'd like to stay, you can stay. Yeah. I'm going to bring back Mimi and Henrik onto the stage here, and we're going to introduce someone new. Jussi Mäkinen, who's the Chief Brand Officer from Varjo, is going to be joining us as well. Hey, Jussi, how are you?
Yeah, good.
And we're just, I guess, arranging some chairs here.
All right.
Take from the end. Okay. So, basically, name of this panel is Taking a Stand Makes Deep Tech Sexy. We like to say this thing, which is like, you've got to really stand for something, or you should kind of sit back down. So you really need to kind of like make sure that you crystallize everything that you do. You can get behind something from what it is. So we're going to have like 3 different subjects that we'll talk about. One, which I think we can all relate to, is bravery, purpose, very much. And then after that, we'll talk about trust. And then I'll end with a little zing at the end. So, welcome. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
We'll start from this, basically. You know, work-wise, let's say, maybe not jumping off a cliff skiing, but what's the bravest thing that you've had to do within your business? Or companies that you've actually worked for when I talked to Chris and Henrik there. So actually, Jussi, maybe I'll put you on the spot already, because we haven't heard from you yet.
Yeah, absolutely. I think back in the day, Varjo is now about 6-year-old company, and when we started, we had a vision for the product, for the technology, and I think it was quite brave back in the day that we decided to actually talk about the product and go in front of the press in a way that we did with a prototype. Yeah. And we laid out a vision that what will the world look like when a human eye resolution, virtual and mixed reality will actually be reality. And we were brave in a way to make a stand that this is what the world will look like when this technology comes. And I think in the previous talks, there was a good point of saying that deep tech needs to wow. And that's what exactly we put on a mission, that we want to wow people what this technology will able to do when we are done.
Yeah.
And I felt that was quite brave, but we had a very close relationship with the founder, Urho Konttori, and we had a complete trust in each other and what we were going to do, and it paid off in a big time, and that's why we're here 6 years later, still leading the industry within virtual reality and mixed reality. So yeah, I felt pretty good about that bravery back in the day.
I remember seeing, like, really early on, one of the very first prototypes. I think you were up in the offices from Fake Graphics, and I had a look, and I was just like, wow, you're describing like really where it's going to be. And it blew my mind at that point when you really explained the vision, what it was. Just watching it over, as you said, these 6 years, it's been amazing to see.
Yeah.
Setting that bar so high, but achieving it. Mimi, I know this is a good one for you because, I mean, the whole mom thing and what you've done is fantastic.
I definitely think that it was a brave thing to do. Jumping from kilohertzes and numbers and figures and graphs and very specific detailed information and charts into the arms of mom. So it was a very brave jump. But I have to say that it didn't just happen. We really needed to boost the braveness in everyone. So we need to support each other quite a lot in the company to remain brave, because I don't think the braveness just happens. It needs to be, you know, supported, and it needs to be there every day, reminded that it takes courage, it takes the braveness. So it definitely wasn't an easy thing to do, but as Jussi just said, it was worth it. It was
there's a lot of lobbying and going on internally to really get your message and get people on board. We'll come back to that later on.
Definitely.
Chris, you've worked with some pretty amazing companies in the past where it's been about like a radical change of what they used to do versus, you know, where they need to go in the future. What's something that you've come across as far as, let's say, bravery?
Well, I'd say from a company perspective, there's the personal side. I'll tell you a little anecdote about a personal, maybe bravery experience, and I'll talk about a company experience as well. But for me personally, I would say the most difficult decision I ever had to make was when after a very rocky start working at Krug, it started to go really well after like the second year. And eventually I was made a part of the steering committee for brands at LVMH, which is the biggest luxury brand in the world. And I was in charge of storytelling for the group. And just when things were going really well, my wife called me one day and she was crying, and she was home with our 3-year-old son, and I could tell something was really wrong. And she said that she's had enough. She doesn't want to live in Paris anymore. She's moving to Finland next week. And she gave me 2 options, stay or come with her. And the most difficult decision I've ever had is I actually didn't go back at first. I stayed and worked for a year, and flying back to Finland every weekend. And then it just didn't work out anymore, and I just one day just quit my work, came to Finland, no idea what to do. But I was very lucky that my previous employer called me afterwards and said, hey, why don't you start your own company? So that turned out well in the end.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
The way you kind of flipped it on its side is like, now you're a client. You know?
Yeah.
So Henrik, I'm going to ask you the same question, actually. I know you've done some pretty interesting stuff.
Yeah, I guess for clients, this is in the realm of product marketing and less personal, but I think one of the coolest and bravest projects we managed to do with the client was for Microsoft enterprise security. Doesn't sound that exciting, but we managed to, in collaboration with a great client, convince the whole team that actually using virtual reality, building an escape room in virtual reality to tell very dry facts about what enterprise security is was brave, not maybe so much from us as from the client to go for it. And we told the story about hackers, a future, a council of universal cybersecurity from the future, connecting with these SWAT team of hackers that need to take on a villain from the future that was like this crazy Hydra-looking villain. And I remember we're in Redmond having a meeting with the brand team, and this is quite many years ago, and they're like, well, this isn't really Microsoft, but like, it looks really cool, and we don't have any guidelines for virtual reality, so do it. And yeah, it turned out to be very successful in the end.
Yeah, it was like, go ahead and do it, because it's cool. And we did. It made a really, really big impact from there. So with that, I'll lead to this thing. How does one make the distinction between bravery and foolhardiness? Because that could have totally gone the wrong way. It actually worked really, really well, but...
Well, yeah, it's maybe really not my realm. I think, I guess it stems from purpose, right? If you do, this is something I think that Christopher would be really like well suited to talk about, because if you're grounded in purpose, that's what you stand for. Probably that's a pretty good compass, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, the difference between bravery and foolhardiness, you never know it until you've done it, I guess.
Hindsight, right, isn't it?
I remember I was, so as being a Finnish person, and when I moved to France, I had a lot of problems moving there, because the way I presented things, I always assumed that if you can prove something, people will believe you and they'll accept it. So I remember walking into another boardroom meeting, and I basically had realized that from a sales perspective, what they were doing, it didn't make sense, and we needed to do things a bit differently, and I was able to prove it. I was able to show some figures and blah, blah, blah. And my mistake was, or my foolhardiness was, I just went and did it. I didn't think it was brave. I thought it was like the smart thing to do. And I almost got fired for a second time. And I don't know, maybe in hindsight, I would have called it bravery, but no, it was stupidity or dumbness.
It's gotten us half the way here, so.
Yeah.
Well, then, with that, it's this. I'll point to both Mimi and Jussi from this thing, is the idea of brave by proxy. So, how are partners and clients attracted to those who take a stand? And Jussi, I know we've talked about this many times, that you've managed to get some of the best companies in the world speak on your behalf, which is a lot more authentic. It's not you saying, hey, we're the best. It's others saying you're the best. Same thing, Mimi, with having that emotive humor and relationship with engineers. You've gotten people on board. So how did you guys go about that? Was that a plan?
Yeah. So when we started Varjo, we kind of identified that the most important or the most pressing challenge that we have is a credibility challenge. That how can a small company from Finland with a few million of funding can challenge or make better technology than Microsoft or Apple or Google with their infinite R&D resources, right? So that was the challenge, and we had to become credible. So the secret sauce, how I see it, is actually the value proposition that you're developing. So you have to develop a value proposition that complements the partner's value propositions that you want to have for yourself. So think about this. We had a value proposition of human eye resolution. Simplified technologies, just like you talked, no megahertz or Ks or bits. It was just human eye resolution. So what was the magic of that value proposition was that if you think about Unity, you think about NVIDIA, you think about Unreal/Epic, do they want to create virtual reality that is low resolution, low quality, or human eye resolution? So this is where the value proposition that we created was 100% complementary of the value proposition of those partners that we wanted to have, those best in the world. And same goes with the car companies. What is it, the Volvos or Audis or BMWs? They all wanted to see virtual reality. They all wanted to see their own car in a human eye resolution, because nothing else is accepted. So we were able to create a value proposition that is complementary, not substitute, at the same time make it in a way that is desirable.
Yeah.
And if we go back to what makes deep tech sexy, and I think what makes sexy is that it actually gets your heart pounding. It gets your imagination to run wild. Yeah. It's a design fiction of the future, and it's a vision of the future that you want to pull towards the present, and that your company, your startup, your technology can pull it harder than anyone else can do.
Yeah.
And where your partners want to pull that future towards present with you, and they want to be in that journey with you.
Yeah.
So that was the secret sauce. And it's not a secret, it's a basic marketing.
Yeah.
Product marketing, branding, talking with R&D, talking with product management, and having that trust.
I totally concur, because it's really the same for Wirepass. If we think about the partners that we have, because our technology is like the core of an onion, and because we don't actually have anything, nothing tangible, nothing that you can see. There's a bit of code that gets put into devices, but we don't make the devices. So what we had to do is have a value proposition that what they put from us to their devices and to their solutions and their systems and in their system integration work to the end customer, it has to complement what they're doing. And it has to make everything happen that they need to happen. So we need to complement what they're doing. And so I totally understand what you're saying, because to me it's like obvious, and that's something that we really wanted to talk to our ecosystem and new partners and customers, that we complement you. We give you what makes your vision truth. We will
better together.
Realize your vision.
Yeah. Awesome. Better together. Yeah. So, I mean, that's like stories about bravery and really, trying to just take a stand as far as that goes. But then one of the key things, obviously, is your purpose. It can be about your product purpose, but your company purpose. What really drives you, drives the people, having that vision. And this difference between your product and your purpose is black and white, like just totally different from there. Chris, can you tell us a little bit of how you talk to people about saying, yes, your product has all these features, does these amazing things, but why?
Yeah,
why
sure.
are you doing this?
I mean, that goes back, I think, to the founder's story and things like that I mentioned before, is that the purpose often comes from why the person originally had the idea, what was the reason they wanted to create it. And I've found just that is the most compelling thing. And what I usually find is interesting is I worked a lot with luxury brands and startups as well. And what makes them so interesting is that when you're dealing with a luxury brand, the purpose was created 200 years ago.
Yeah.
And you're trying to fish it out. You're trying to go through history records. You're working with historians to just figure out what was this guy thinking or this woman thinking 200 years ago, in order to create this. Because often these type of things weren't written down up until 60s or 70s, when branding started to become more popular. That's when you had the more of a boom and a trend for it. But before that, nothing was really kept or documented that well. So you sort of have to play around. But what I love about working with startups is that you have the founder on the other side of the table. Yep. And you can ask them, so tell me about yourself. What was the reason behind this? Why did you start? What was the background? And then you can sort of coach it out and find a really good coherent purpose that most people can enjoy and get behind as well.
And many times I feel that the difficulty is exactly that creating that vision of the future in a way, because it is the truth grounded in science, in technology, but in many times you need to imagine the future and you need to create a vision of that future that everybody believes in, that it's a believable and desirable piece of future that everybody wants to kind of grab onto. And that's where many startups, especially deep technology startups, do struggle with this one. That how do they create this vision of the future that, hey, the life of every day, the everyday choreography of life will change in this way once this technology democratizes.
Yeah.
And this is the difficult part, but in many times this is exactly the part what is needed in order to get a new funding round, in order to get new partners, and in order to get the press and the world to walk the same path with you.
Definitely making it tangible so that it's understandable and making it to an understandable level. So I think that's the core. We approach it in a different ways, but bringing that purpose and bringing that vision in a way that people can understand it, so that they can really jump on board. I think that's the point. Yep. And also, people don't jump on board if there's no purpose.
Yeah.
It's also a fact that if if you're doing it for IPO or you're doing it for this, something that's...
Money.
It's not something that people get behind, because why would I make you rich?
Yeah, exactly.
That's not a reason for anyone to do anything. It has to be something that gives people meaning and gives them something to look forward, that this is going to happen in the future and this is going to be so cool.
Yeah, it's that segues to this of, you have either technology for technology's sake, and that's like, it's amazing, cool technology, but what is it for? What benefits will it give? What is your vision of how this will improve the world in the future? What's the world that you see? Otherwise, it's just tech for tech's sake. It's probably at that point too early, right? If you haven't really, worked back from there. And then it's, is it for money? That you can't just, your goal is like, well, I'm going to do this and we're going to get rich. That, as you said, you cannot get people behind you on this thing and joining in. So what is it really about? And I think you guys have defined it quite well.
I've just seen I've seen a lot of decks from startups, deep technology startups, and they have roadmaps, great roadmaps with how the technology goes forward. But many times that's the missing piece. Is the purpose, or the purpose is said in a one sentence, one line. But what is the envisioning? What is the vision? How does it kind of bring alive that? How does the world look like when this technology comes? And there's a big mission. There's a big mission for creative agencies, for people working in marketing, leading the marketing, and people who jump to an early stage startup doing marketing. And it's a skill, and it's something that we need to all do better.
And we talked about this earlier when we had a discussion also, that if the future vision that we present as a company is the end result of a process that is within whoever are the stakeholders, founders, people that work for the purpose, maybe it's at least 50% of the value to go through the process of defining the future vision together. And then we can storytell around it. But then we all get to believe about this, and it really clarifies purpose.
So with that, the balance from there, externally you can take your purpose and you can get partners, clients, everyone to kind of get along and believe, but that's again half the story. It's really this getting everyone internally lined up. It's a really strong internal communications thing, and there's nothing better, team, everybody getting on board with this. So what have you guys seen as far as that happening? In I'll ask you, Chris. Getting that really, really old founder's story from 100 years ago, 150 years ago, and bringing it, modernizing it, it's still based on truth. But did that change the behavior in the company?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I was working with a brand that had dropped 30% in sales, a champagne house, because they raised their prices without any real reason for it, and they almost went bankrupt. Changed CEO, the new CEO came along and said, this is completely wrong, we need to find a purpose. They redefined it, they found from the history archives some wonderful things, and they started really well to communicate it internally, and it had an amazing result for the brand. And I think that's where some of the brands I've worked with and I've seen that do it really well is that they really value the communication skills as well of the leadership. It's not enough just to be able to have a written document with good communication. You need to be able to verbalize it, to share it, and to make it attractive and to draw people in and to ask them their own versions and their own stories as well. And I think that's quite rare. I think we often tend to forget that communication is still today mainly something you do between people, and it's something you can learn and improve.
The important point I think it's a super important point what you said, internal marketing. Internal marketing needs to be done before the external marketing. The internal marketing needs to be done so that everybody are super clear what we are doing, for who, and for what is the purpose. And a good acid test for a marketeer working in a company or a startup, maybe some of you are hiring one soon, important acid test is that person, he or she, able to inspire the team?
Yes.
Are they able to inspire? When somebody comes to me at Varjo, an optical designer comes to me at, wow, now I'm really inspired. Now I know what I'm going to do. That's the best kind of feedback. So a marketer needs to be able to inspire the whole team and lead the whole creation of the value proposition. And he needs to be the bearer of the North Star of the value proposition and gather all those people around you. And that's a job for a marketeer in an early stage deep tech startup. It's not about creating leads. It's not about doing a website or social media post. That is the number one job. Create a value proposition, do the internal marketing, get people inspired, and lead that work. And then work with the amazing creatives like yourself, for example.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, I definitely agree on that. And what you said, that it's not about the websites and stuff like that, comes afterwards. When you have the value proposition, then you have something to build on, because otherwise you're just slapping on lipstick on a pig.
Yes.
Sorry to say, it's nothing. It's meaningless. So if you really want people to grasp your marketing, you really have to do the internal work first. You have to find the purpose. You have to do the real work first. And once you're there, then the rest just comes. It's just ideas and spitballing stuff and what could work and what would be funny, what could be important. That comes afterwards, but it has to be based on something. Like I was just talking in my presentation, it was about the position, who we want to be in the market, who do we want to be, what are we driving towards to, and what's the essence of the company of Wirepass, what do we want to bring to the market. And then mom just came after that, because it just happens when you realize who you are and where do you want to go. That comes from purpose, but it's definitely internal work first. And it's not just inspiring, it's also educating, it's also discussing, and it's also arguing quite a lot.
It's the best focus group you can get at the start.
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you said it really well. It's challenging, and many times this intersection between product management, R&D, marketing, this is the triangle where the magic happens. And a really good marketing actually challenges product management to do better. They are not just workers like, hey, here's a product, go and do it. No, it's a constant challenge. It's an argumentation. It's a back and forth. And in the end of the day, when this triangle between R&D, product management, marketing, and design happens, magic comes out from that one. But you need to be able to skillfully lead that. And you lead that with the value proposition. And you do that with an internal kind of challenging discussion, inspiration. And then after that, just like you said, then you go out. And then it just comes. It feels more natural than ever. Of course, this is human eye resolution. Or, of course, this is...
Billes mom.
Billes mom. Exactly.
Of course, it's mom.
Yeah,
that's fascinating. Is there like... it's when we were talking, Henrik was speaking earlier, he was talking about removing complexity, right? The simpler your message, so the simpler your value prop is, the simpler your purpose is, the cleaner and clearer it actually is. So I always use this like chef metaphor of a soup. A really great soup has the least amount of ingredients. It's complex, but it's nuanced. It's fantastic. So, Henrik, the challenge of removing, hey, we need to tell this and this and this and this is like, nope. Simplify. How difficult of a process is that, would you say? It takes weeks, sometimes months to get there.
Yeah, if we're now talking about, I guess it does. From any complex situation, be that a technological product or a value proposition. Right? But I think it's the only way to reach the purpose. And I was actually complimenting your team earlier today, talking about the great arguments that I've seen you guys having, because that's done in such good spirit, and they're clearly so productive. Everyone gets to speak, and I don't know if you talk about this internally, like have a structure for it, or if it's just come together like naturally, this thing. But it's very obvious. People are really to the point and very clear with their opinions. Everyone gets heard, and everyone clearly is driving towards the best possible outcome of this. And I've seen many arguments inside client groups that don't work like that. So is this part of culture that you guys have really like kind of defined how we do this thing, or?
I think it was like I don't think it was defined. I think it comes from the way that the company's people are harvested. horrible word. I mean, the people we have tried to get into the company are strong personalities. We're very different. You've met Juho, Jussi, for example. They're very different from me, but we're all kind of, in the same way, open to bring what we have to the table, and everyone is also open to discuss that thing. So you can bring yourself to the table, and you can. I think the next topic is trust that it's
Perfect.
something that is allowed.
Yeah.
And I don't think it's like defined in any way, but it's in a core of the DNA of the company, because that's what kind of people we have gathered into the company. I think it comes from that.
Got it. Because that would be the way to, in this intersection that you're talking about, to actually remove complexity is to actually butt heads, right? About the different needs and different angles we come to. And slowly but surely you shed the stuff that isn't actually at the core.
Yeah.
Trust the process, yeah. Well, we've experienced that from working with your team, Mimi, that everyone's they have different roles, they have different things that they actually do, but everyone has the same purpose,
yes,
right? From there, and they all want to do the best product, make the best company, have the best journey, and everyone believes in that, right? And I know, Jussi, we've been talking about that as well. You had such faith in from your CEO or founder, Urho, that he said, I know what you're doing, right? And when this comes into this point, it moves on to our next topic, as said, of trust. And I'll pivot this one over to Chris. So accountability, and challenging question from here. How does it show in your storytelling? And is it credible to admit what has gone wrong as a way to build trust, like you would in just an interpersonal relationship? It's very different when you have a lot of shareholders and a lot of people to answer. But does it actually help to go, hey, we kind of screwed this thing up here or whatever, but this is how we're moving forward? Do you get a sense of trust and accountability?
I mean, definitely. At least my opinion is that you should be extremely honest about mistakes you've made. And that is probably like I said maybe before, but one of the biggest mistakes is, all right, so most bigger brands, they refer to themselves in first person as the brand. They don't talk about a person, they talk about the brand, which makes it difficult to relate to it already. Then the second problem they have is they don't usually admit any fault. So they say, we've always been perfect, we've made great, we're the leaders, we're the visionaries, we've never made any mistake. And that kind of works maybe if you're a big brand because you have other tools to draw people in. But I think when you are, as a startup, you have to build it on a much more personal level, the trust between an investor, between somebody you're recruiting, a co-founder or somebody else. And if you go in like a cowboy, like saying that I've never done a mistake, like I've been perfect, like it doesn't give a very credible, we don't expect that from humans. We expect people to be admitting their faults.
Yep.
So I think that is an extremely important element of building trust is to admit your faults.
It is tough one to do, difficult for everyone, but I think it really builds character and builds that inner, internally, especially what goes on.
Yeah, I think I totally agree. I think especially in a fast-moving startup or scale-up, the most important thing is speed, that you move fast. So when you do a mistake, move on, move forward. Just like, okay, happen like this, But the important thing is not to let, small mistakes or anything to hamper the speed of execution that you're able to do. And to me, the trust equals speed.
Yeah.
And if you don't get speed in what you're doing, getting your technology out, getting your vision out, your product, your brand, you're dead. Yeah. Somebody else will do it better and faster than you. So the challenging part and the cool part is that you need to all the time do things better and faster than companies that are way bigger than you are.
And cheaper.
But yeah, exactly. But you need to have, in order to move with that speed of light, you need to have complete trust. So the whole system of a startup or a scale-up or whoever you're hiring, building a team together, put the team together that there's complete trust, because without that trust, you don't have the speed. And without the speed, you won't make it.
There you go. So take a stand and trust. Trust the system, trust the team, trust everything that you've done, and get everyone
definitely
to trust you back. Well, then this kind of circles back around to, I know you mentioned future vision, right? And lots of discussions on future vision, a lot of times by looking at the past in order, past behavior dictates future vision. Trusting your actual future vision, taking a stand with that. Does it help everyone better understand what we want to accomplish, steer others that direction? I know we talked about this briefly, but how do you define that level of trust and stick with it of what it is? Because a lot of times it's a bit ambiguous what it is. I know, Chris, you said, the story's from 200, it's on cocktail napkins written somewhere, our founder's story, like really getting that thing out. How do you get something you can stand behind when it comes to that future vision? Chris, well, we'll go.
Yeah, I mean, one issue I've seen sometimes when I work with startups is that the future vision is, they tend to switch it very often. Yeah. And I understand from a pivoting perspective, you sometimes have to. There's technological restrictions or there's legislative restrictions, and so you have to sort of move around. But those companies that move around and bounce the vision around, they don't usually make progress very fast, as you said. And of course, you need to have flexibility, but I would definitely, I think that's the difficulty that new companies face, is establishing a future vision, but also having flexibility to move within that. And I'm not sure always how to do that, and I'm not the perfect person to give advice on it either always, because it seems to be such a complex issue. I mean, I'm sure Jussi has more experience on that.
Mm-hmm. I think that there's also, with the future vision, there's also a little bit of a chicken and egg situation, because you need trust to move towards the future vision, but you also have to trust the vision.
Exactly.
So you need the trust in both angles with the vision. So you need to trust that the vision is there and it's the right vision and we're moving there, but you also need to have trust to go there.
There's this, I know we've discussed it before, just privately from there, of your vision is your destination, right? But how you get there, you may have to change, let's say it's a train going to Turku, but you may have to change tracks. The destination's the same, but how you're going to achieve it, things change, supply chains, talent, whatever. You sometimes have to change tracks, is what it is. But if the vision remains the same, you will inevitably, with enough time, you will inevitably achieve your destination. So how do you trust that when it's slightly incomplete from there? It's really creating complementary tracks of business, I guess, versus a pivot. I don't know where my question is there. That's more of a statement. I think you'd answered that already. So one final question. If you could give younger self some advice, business-wise, let's say, maybe it could be personal, maybe you want to throw that in there, on what the future holds. What is it in what you do or who you are as a person, your purpose as well? What would you take a stand for? What would you earlier say, this is it, I'm going to get behind this thing? I'll start with Henrik, actually, on the other side there. We'll make it through.
Well, unsurprisingly, maybe, considering what I've been talking about here, it's like, keep it simple, stupid. That's what I would like to remember. It's like, just get to the core of stuff. Keep it as simple as possible. You don't need anything else to impress. You don't need bells and whistles. You need simple, good core.
Yeah, get the basics right, fundamentals. Everything will follow. Yeah, Chris.
Yeah, maybe just like a practical thing from the last few years, I would have predicted COVID. I mean, honestly, in my line of work, I was the biggest proponent of anything online, like activities like training or education or pitches or whatever. I always said they don't work, or I didn't believe in them, especially from a luxury perspective with my clients. And then suddenly the world changed and like everything had to be done online. And if I would have predicted that, I think I would have had a quicker turnover to work online as I do now. But yeah, maybe that's an example of something from a recent history that I would have liked to predict.
Yeah, pivot faster. Well, this is the first time we've met in person. We've only seen each other online, so everything's much better in person.
Yeah.
I'll say. Mimi?
I think I'll stand for Finnishness. Where Finnish people tend to be very insecure about what people think about us, what people think about Finland, and I say we're absolutely amazing. We're great, and we should all tell people how Finland is the best country in the world. So I'll stand behind being Finnish.
Very much.
Right. I would say the most important advice to give a younger self would be that go for places where you have the highest uncertainty of what will happen. Because on those places when there's the highest uncertainty, that's the place where anything can happen. And to go on those places where there's a lot of uncertainty gives you the room to actually be very creative and do things that no one else has done. And to get into those places with people who are inspirational, who are great, who you like to spend time with, and you just, get excited to be with those people, and you want to surround yourself with those people. So that's the place I think we should all be.
You've only got one life to live, so surround it like that. Well said. That's it for our panel. I want to thank everyone for joining in this great conversation. So give a round of applause for our guests for today on how to make deep tech sexy. Go ahead. Next up, we've got Elena Santisabel. She will be joining us. Come on up here. There we go. Welcome on stage. Let's give a round of applause for Elena.
Hi. Thank you. It's a real pleasure to be here, introducing some of the innovators that are creating our future. Creating change that will shape our future. And today we'll be welcoming 3 deep tech startups. We'll be pitching in 2 different sessions. First, let's welcome on stage STEMsite with Laura Koivusalo. Welcome, Laura. Okay.
Hi. So I'm Laura Koivusalo, CEO and founder of STEMsite. And at STEMsite, our mission is to cure blindness using stem cells. There are almost 13 million people around the world suffering from corneal blindness. And currently, their only option is to get a corneal donor tissue from a dead donor. But as it stands, there are only 1 in every 70 patients can get a corneal transplant. And we have a solution to this overwhelming shortage of corneal donor tissue, and that's induced pluripotent stem cells. Now, induced pluripotent stem cells are cells that can be reprogrammed from skin or blood cells from a healthy donor. And we can make unlimited copies of these cells and guide them to make the cell types that we want. Well, the cornea is actually composed of 3 different cell layers. And we are first focusing on this very topmost surface, the epithelium. And as we blink our eyes, the epithelium is constantly renewing itself because there are dedicated cells called limbal stem cells here on the edge of the cornea. But if these limbal stem cells are lost, for example, due to burns or chemical injuries, this results in a condition called limbal stem cell deficiency. And the surrounding blood vessels and conjunctival tissues start to grow over the cornea. And it's a very painful and severe form of blindness that even cornea transplants can't treat. Limbal stem cell deficiency is a rare disease with only about 35,000 patients in Europe and the US. But it affects young and working age people with the average age of treated patients only 34 years. And that is why the UK-based expert Cell and Gene Therapy Catapult estimated that the value of cure for limbal stem cell deficiency could be as high as €250,000 in EU and over double that in the United States. Now, this would account to a serviceable market of €12.5 billion. Currently, the only available treatment for limbal stem cell deficiency requires harvesting cells from the patient's own healthy eye and using those to treat the affected eye. But that risks losing sight in the one remaining eye, and it's not an option for those who are suffering from limbal stem cell deficiency in both of their eyes. Using our patented methods, we're able to differentiate induced pluripotent stem cells into large batches of high-quality limbal stem cells. And from the very beginning, we've designed our differentiation processes so that they're easy to standardize and scale up for clinical manufacturing. The final product is actually a transparent biomaterial carrier with about 1 million of these cells. Basically, it's like a contact lens. It's easy to deliver the cells precisely to the surface of the cornea, and the corneal surgeons know how to use it. The ultimate goal is to use these off-the-shelf cell therapies for a one-time treatment for a lifelong restoration of vision. So almost all of the cornea clinicians that we've interviewed agree that there is a need for our therapy. We've done extensive in vitro and ex vivo characterization of our cells with scientific publications and data. And currently, we've done in vivo proof of concept studies in rabbits and in rats. And you can see that the untreated control eyes, compared to the untreated and carrier-only controls, our cells can suppress the formation of blood vessels and maintain a clear cornea. The eye is a very attractive target for new therapies because it's easy to access and easy to monitor for safety. And our strategy is to enter the market through a rare disease, later addressing major markets in corneal blindness. And actually, we have already a second pipeline therapy that is aimed to aim for half of the patients on the corneal transplant list. We are using the same induced pluripotent stem cells for that therapy, but making corneal endothelial cells, which are the inner lining cells of the cornea. And we use the same carrier material to deliver those cells to the eye. With our lead product, we are now at the proof of concept phase. And we already have the second therapy in the pipeline. And we are raising €7 million now to get our lead product ready for clinical trials and advance the development of our second product. So this is our scientific founder team who worked together for years in developing stem cell-based therapies for blindness. And we are supported by a board who are experts in pharmaceutical industry, regulatory affairs, and ophthalmology. We are StemSight. Join our mission to cure vision. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura, for the very interesting pitch. Great to see that in your team you have so many women in there. And also it's great to have a female founder and female leader in a deep tech company. How do you think that we can increase representation in terms of increase the gender balance in deep tech, and why it's so important?
Well, there's no easy answer, of course, but I think the first thing is that we talk about it and we get more and more representation because you can't be it if you can't see it. So you need more role models in this field.
Exactly. And what are you expecting today from this event?
Well, I'm excited to have this buzz around deep tech, and we really need to bring this area of science and moving science forward into a commercial stage. Bring it to the forefront, and I'm glad to have this event.
And great to initiate this movement here in Finland with the first Nordic Deep Tech Business Summit. So thank you very much, Laura.
Thank you.
And the next, I would like to introduce Richard Janik, who will be introducing the next track.
1, 2. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We need to wake up a little bit, guys. So, are you ready for next keynote speaker? Coming from far, far off the seas, all the way from Sweden, Morten Skugge, is that correct?
Almost.
Almost.
Morten Skugge.
Skugge.
Hej.
Okej, tack så mycket på svenska.
Hello, everyone. Morten Skugge, that's me. I'm a partner at a new VC called Node Ventures that we started earlier this year. I was asked to hold a presentation on getting your paperwork right and thought to myself, how do I do that? Inspiring. Had discussions about shareholder agreements and cap tables and so on, but I figured maybe patents is where I should go. So my background is I've been an entrepreneur for 20 years. And last time I looked, I was the inventor of 196 granted patents. So I rounded that off. 20 years and 200 patents later. A bit about myself. In 2019, I left my job as Chief Science Officer at Tobii to become a full-time investor. So at that time, I started as CTO at Industrifonden, together with David Sonic, who's been up on stage here earlier today. But let's move back in time a little bit. Back to 1999. I started my studies at engineering physics back in 97. 18 months into that, I realized I was still living in my parents' home. And I heard that it was possible to get the full loan part for your student loans retroactively. So end of 1998, I took out the full fall of loan for students and went skiing for 3 months. And when I got back from that, I co-founded my first company together with a fellow student and 3 other guys. So we were 5 people who co-founded a company called Gensor Technology. We had a sensor or a new technology for measuring dynamic surface tension in order to measure and control surfactant level in industrial cleaning processes. And that was, at that company, I was the CTO of the company, and that was the first time I got involved in patents. And the first time I applied for a patent. That company was eventually sold to what today is Bioline Scientific. It took four, almost 5 years before we sold the company, but already 18 months after having started that company, my co-founder, he said, "Hey, Morten, we should start another company." And for obvious reasons, I thought it was crazy. We barely had any salary. We didn't have that much revenue. We were working 80 hours a day, 80 hours a week, not a day, actually. We didn't have that long days back then. But he said, "Nah, actually, I want to be able to control the computer with my eyes." This was early 2001. It was the start of what was to become Tobii, which today is the global leader in eye tracking. And my fellow founder said that we should start a company measuring where you were looking on a screen in order to allow for interaction. I thought it was crazy. I tried to stop him for a month or so. But after long discussions back and forth, we realized, nah, okay, let's give it a shot. Under ideal conditions, assuming the eye was a perfect sphere, 10 times as high resolution as available in cameras, and so on, it might actually work. But we were convinced that we would be able to make it work one way or another, even though we didn't know exactly how. We put together a business plan. This is a slide from our first business plan. Eyeball will be the ultimate interface between man and machine. That's what we called our idea, Eyeball, the eye-controlled product. And we said that with a wide and strong patent portfolio, high technical competence, and license cooperation for integrated functions and extra features, Eyeball will sustain the unique and leading position within eye-based interaction between man and machine. We saw that this technology was something that should be in regular consumer electronic devices. And we also realized that we would not do the manufacturing on our own. So patents were crucial, and that we identified early on. And patents became really a fundamental focus area for us. We were out in 2001 trying to raise venture capital. We didn't really have anything on our CVs. We'd started another company. We didn't have our, I still don't, I haven't graduated actually, but other things came in between. And the bubble had burst. So finding VC money was extremely hard. We were out for half a year before we gave up. We realized we had to bootstrap, we had to be extremely cost efficient and focus on early customers who were willing to pay for relatively immature and young technology, but in order to get our products and our company in place. That bootstrapped approach was how we started off. This is a picture from one of our first company trips. We went on the student ski week to Åre, skiing all day, workshopping for many, many hours every evening, and then out partying after that. It was an interesting and fun time. So during this period, we had focus on delivering to the customer. We had the third founder we got on board, my co-founder, who was the instigator to this whole idea. He really wanted to get our third co-founder on board, and he said, "Okay, this is the guy who can sell sand to the Bedouins." We got him on board, and he sold before the company was founded. But he were able to sell to a lot of different customers, where we delivered something they were happy enough with, but then over time we delivered what we'd promised. And that's how we went about our first few years as a company. After 5 years and a total of €500,000 in total external funding, soft money, angel money, some governmental money, we managed to reach a revenue of €7 million and 34% operating profit. At that time, we'd proven ourselves, we'd proven that what we were doing could actually earn money. And that's when we managed to raise VC funding. So we brought in €11 million from Investor Growth Capital on a plan that said that we were going to strengthen our patent portfolio and shrink the technology to be able to get it into consumer electronic devices. And we were going to address a whole new market, which was the market for assistive technology, where our eye-controlled computers would be used to communicate for individuals with some kind of disability. Today, Tobii is the undisputed global leader in eye tracking. Last year, it was split up in 2 companies. So today, it's 2 companies listed on NASDAQ. Total number of employees of about 1,000 people, 400 in R&D, and revenues of 1.5 billion Swedish, so 150 million euros. So I was at Tobii and Jensen before that for 20 years. And during that time, I spent quite a lot of effort on patents and so. And we got, over time, we hired a chief IP officer to handle that. and a good chief IP officer is a real entrepreneur, I can tell you for sure. There is room for entrepreneurship in that area. Before we got him on board, I was the one who usually held the presentations on patents. And that was usually a 45 to 1 hour presentation, 45 minutes to 1 hour. Now I will give you a slightly briefer version of that. First of all, brief discussion on intellectual property. Intellectual property is a legal concept which relates to creations of the mind. And the most commonly known IP rights are patents. So let's discuss about patents. It's an important paperwork to get right. A patent is actually not something that gives you a right to do anything, but it gives you the right to block your competitors from doing what you have patent on. A patent covers one country and it's valid for 20 years from when the initial application date. Must be new, inventive, claim patentable subject matter. We shouldn't get too much into that. I think most of you probably know a little bit about patents. The concept anyhow is it gives the owner exclusivity to exercise or to block others from using the technology. But in return, society gets information about the invention. So it's a way of, because your patent is published. So it's a very good, looking at others' patents is a good way of seeing where a technology is and to be able to step further and sort of continue development from. When it comes to patent filings, I think a few questions are very important to ask. Of course, how will you sell your product and where will it be manufactured? In what countries will you sell and manufacture your products? Where are your competitors active? And there are also, of course, different strategies, whether you want to ensure you get patents granted quickly or if you want to push costs into the future. Looking at specific inventions, I think it's important to see for a specific idea, how important is this to the product? How easy would it be to identify infringement? One aspect, one potential route is, of course, to keep a trade secret instead of applying for a patent, because the drawback of a patent is that you tell everyone else what you're doing. If you don't tell them, they perhaps won't be able to figure it out. And it's quite common to apply for several patents covering different areas of a product in order to avoid competitors being able to circumvent or do the same thing in a different way. At Tobii, we had a specific strategy for the US. US patents are generally seen as more valuable, specifically if you're targeting a global market, of course. But most of the litigations are done in the US. And they have their, I would say many countries have their own ways of doing things. There are a lot of generic aspects, but in the US there is something called continuations and continuations in part, which mean that when you get a patent granted, right before it's granted, you can hand in a continuation, which means that you have the exact same patent description available for new claims. And you can also add, you can do a continuation in part, where you have that description, but add new descriptions. And that's a way of avoiding tripping on your own prior art once you apply for new patents. At Tobii, we have about 1,000 different applications and grants at this point in time. And it's very easy to sort of end up having caused problem for an application now by something you handed in 10 years ago or 5 years ago. And it's hard to keep track of that. So this approach ensures you survive and sort of have a good approach in the US. I'm running out of time here, but a short note also on freedom to operate. It's important to know the patent landscape. When you want to develop a new product, you usually want to do a freedom to operate before you develop the product in order to see if any competitors have patents that block your products. If you find problems there, you could, of course, try to license the patent or redesign the product, or in worst case, discard it. We actually found a patent blocking one of our products when we did this. But at that point, we actually managed to find, what we did then was to try to find prior art describing this before they had applied for their patent. So it's also possible to challenge someone else's patent. We didn't challenge the patent, but we made sure the patent owner knew that they shouldn't go after us, because then we would invalidate their patent. And avoid written judgments on patents of others. Specifically in the US, there is a concept called willful infringement. If you're in a patent litigation, someone claims you're trespassing on their patents, you're infringing, and there somehow can be proven that you were aware of their patent and actually willfully infringed, then you can get a 3 times higher fine compared to having infringed without knowing about it. There's also the aspect of anything you have written can be rediscovered in a litigation, and you may end up having to testify in court, and that's not a fun experience. So that's brief about patents. Node Ventures, I know I'm over time. I just need half a minute more. So we're a new player in town. Node, we started earlier this year. We're raising our first fund right now. We're a team of experienced operators with deep technical expertise combined with a strong network of entrepreneurs who invest in our fund. And we're right now raising our fund. So if you're interested in investing, come talk to me. And early next year, we will be able to invest in early stage Nordic tech companies. Thank you.
And now I'd like to welcome on stage Pontus Strauman, Linda Norgard, and Ilmars Osmanis.
Thank you, thank you. Great speech, Morten. Okay. So, I have here 2 more distinguished experts in their field. Linda, can you tell us and the audience a bit more about yourself?
Yes, sure. It's great to be here today talking about patents and startups. I'm Linda Norgård. I've been working as a patent attorney for almost 15 years and working very much with startups and not just patenting, but also advising in IPR overall. And well, it's one of the big challenges about this field, which is it's very interesting and always learn a lot of new things.
Excellent. And one interesting aspect of you when we discussed prior was that you're not a lawyer.
Yes, thank you. That's a good point. I'm a chemical engineer as a background, and but I've learned the patent law, which relates to the chemistry and technology.
Excellent. Nice to have you on stage. Ilmars, you're the CEO of Lightspace Labs. Welcome. Can you also tell us a bit more about your background?
Okay, we are labs. We are not chemists, first of all. My background, as I used to be R&D person after university for a while. Then I discovered that being entrepreneur makes much more satisfaction to me. So I switched my life from being academic researcher to being entrepreneur. And there I did quite a lot of things. I erected 3 factories. So we started, first of all, I realized that, of course, before you start to invent things, you need to ecosystem you can manufacture those. So I thought I go there first. It was kind of unconscious thing, which actually succeeded. Business went until even IPO. So it was greenfield stuff. And then I found that I still want to do something in inventive area, being inventor. And I very much, whereas Martens, I can continue what Martin said. And this is what I'm doing last like 6-7 years, established Lightspace and developing next generation XR solutions or technologies. Yeah.
Fantastic. That sounds really interesting. Morten told us in his presentation that Tobii had a business plan of licensing so that they would do, and that sort of business model required quite a lot of patenting. Now, I'll hand over the ball to you, Linda. How important is it to sort of have a good patenting strategy to combine with your business model?
Well, yeah, it was certainly an interesting presentation, and it's important that the licensing is one example. When making the decision to patent or not to patent, you of course need to have some kind of plan what you're going to do with the patents for your business. Otherwise, patent it's not valuable. It's just a piece of paper if it's not connected to the business. Licensing is a perfect example, but there are other alternatives as well. As thinking about the exit plan, selling the patent portfolio as such, and when you might think about alternative, not patenting, keeping the invention as a trade secret, but then you don't have it defined in the same way as the registered right through a patent.
Yeah. Did you, Morten, already in Tobii, did you sort of prior to deciding to do licensing already have like a plan of inventions, or I mean, what's the chicken and what's the egg there? And did you notice that you were able to innovate and getting new patents, and that drove you towards a licensing business model, or was it the other way around?
I don't think we. It's a tough one. I think we were seeing licensing as one aspect of the offering. So we saw that we would, of course, deliver a minimum would be some kind of software, but probably other components as well, but combined with a license. So we covered already the company before we applied for patents, and that was not going to be consumer applications. It was more so a way of blocking competitors from entering. We wanted to have a barrier of entry. And patents is a good way of ensuring that what we do is not something that our competitors are allowed to do. So I think it is relevant also if as long as what you're doing is new and innovative. And it's also a way, as you described, I mean, you need to define all the aspects quite well when you apply for patents. It's of course, I mean, it's back and forth with the engineering. It's not the patent. You can, of course, be as innovative without applying for patents.
You're absolutely right. And I do also believe that many founders see sort of the creation of a barrier to entry one of the main sort of motivations behind patenting. Ilmars, how do you see as a founder? Do you see? Do you have the possibility to go and litigate if you find someone in breach of your patents?
That's quite complicated. Being as a startup, going after maybe some big elephant, try to have that kind of litigation. I think it's very complicated. Basically, you would give up after second invoice of your lawyer, but you need resources. So the big companies can fight big companies in a principle. But from other hand, of course, patents are very important because you need, again, we were talking this freedom of operation, because you should be able, first of all, be sure when you do patenting, you do quite digging up for anything you, and on after when you submit application, there is also evaluators who dig it up on your behalf. So when it's went through, you are pretty sure that you are not infringing anyone with this invention. So of course, there is some negative side. You disclose your idea fully to anyone. Yeah. Of course, you have to be. What we are trying to do, trying to have as long as possible this entry phase when you have priority date and before you disclose, because a lot of things can come up through this period, and you can still adjust maybe your or file addition to your patent, like continue this or add things. But what you mentioned, you mentioned about incentivizing things, how you get it. What we realize is even in a small company, we have to create a process in a company. It's not a painter's job to paint a patent and it's there. No, you need a team working there. You have to have a process. You have to have analytical part. You have to have some execution part. You have to produce examples. You have to produce like technical description. That's kind of job, scientific job to do that. And then you have to submit and follow up. And most important thing, someone have to say, okay, let's go that direction. You need to have also a visionary in that team who says, okay, let's go there because that's where we want to go. So basically, the patent team or R&D team, scientific, always goes in front of company somewhere. It's I would say it's 2-3 years before you produce something. It's there, and you have to have it. It's like a very early entry.
So you really do need a good IP strategy as a whole that covers then, if I understood you correctly, not only sort of the business milestones that you want to achieve with this IP portfolio, but also that you want to sort of visualize beforehand the areas where you want to build a strong IP.
Yeah.
Now, Morten, was it that way that those Åre trips worked in practice? I mean,
we actually did discuss patents there as well, but it was more so, okay, that was highs and lows, of course, there. But a lot on the technical side, and everything was up in the air back in those days. But looking at Tobii today, I think it's been quite important to have educations on patents. What is a patent? How does it work? To involve everyone in R&D, to make sure you have innovation harvestings when you start a project and also on a regular basis. And before you launch something, you need to have, because once it's publicly available, you can't patent it. So you need to have innovation harvestings before you launch a product to make sure, okay, do we have anything patentable here? And then on top of that, we have a structure for reimbursement for inventors upon application and upon first grant within a patent family. But I think one important aspect is also to have patent attorneys who interview, I mean, what you described, the description and so, what we've seen, it's actually better to have, and patent engineers who are not lawyers, but really understand what we're doing, who interviews the inventor and the inventors to make sure that we get the description and the patent application in place without burdening the engineers too much. Some engineers love to do patents, most don't. But they need to understand and learn how to do it to be efficient. And then also a structure for evaluating, sort of grading. Okay, is this actually an area that is relevant? And what's the market size? What's the value of this specific invention and so on?
Okay. Does that, Linda, sound familiar? This is, of course, NORDEEP has a lot of really early stage deep tech. And in general, in deep tech, you usually have inventions that are patentable. Do you work with really early stage founders so that they sort of get this strategic aspect right in the beginning? And do you have some kind of best practices, tips for the founders in the audience that you could share?
Yes, certainly. Well, first to the question about if we work with early stage founders, yes, we do. And I often get the question, when is the right time to talk to a patent attorney and make a IPR strategy, patenting strategy? And I always answer, there's no time that's too early. It's always good to, as soon as you have any idea or any innovation in mind, it's good to have the discussion and make the plan. It might not be wise to patent right away, but you at least then, when you have contact with a patent attorney in the field that you're working in, you can plan when to patent, and you can plan what you need, what materials, what data, for example, you need in order to make a good patent application. I agree with this thought about having the patent team go ahead a bit before the rest of the business, because then you can make the planning, make the tests, you make a good patent application. And as I think Morten said in the presentation, that you need to do it right, or you need to do it carefully, because the patent application is an important legal document. You can't add material to it afterwards. So you need to take all aspects into account when making the text, and that's why we need input from engineers, inventors, to make sure you think of all the sorts of alternatives that the invention might cover, and get the text right from the beginning, because you have to live with those decisions for 20 years.
And that's another aspect why it's actually good to have a patent engineer write it, because you want to cover both method claims and apparatus claims, and I mean things that as an engineer you don't think about them. And there are these, and there are also different flavors for different geographies. So I've backed away from that for good reasons.
Maybe I will kind of continue this. I think a very important aspect of being inventive as a company is you have to create atmosphere of freedom of invention. I call this freedom of invention. So meaning, first of all, freedom is not being in a box. Engineers, technical people like boxes, very much like boxes. You have to kick them out from time to time and let them search solution outside the box they are sitting in. And that's not come easy. Initially, they say, oh, it's not possible. The next time, say, well, I tried one thing, it might be. And third time, they come and, oh, I found out. Yeah. So basically, freedom of invention is not only also kind of pushing them outside box, it's also creating atmosphere and funding that they can explore their ideas. They come individually up. So basically, you should not push them to do things which is next milestone here. You have to have freedom of invention. So maybe within the same period, he invents something which creates a big milestone after that one, or which is not necessary. When you start your journey into the deep tech, enabling technologies, you don't know where you end up, basically. You could end up totally different place when you think you will. So freedom of invention, that's what I'm proposing here.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying also, that the culture is one that supports really innovations. And then if patenting is a part of that culture, it's important for the founders to create that atmosphere.
Yeah.
Morten, we are both early stage VCs. How do you find that IP in general affects your willingness to invest, or how does it affect your value that you see in a company?
I think when it comes to deep tech companies, it is generally, I mean, either having patents or seeing a clear path to being able to apply for what you're doing, that you see that, okay, they will invent further steps that are patentable. I think that's quite important. It's not necessarily a deal breaker, but then also, of course, I look at not just if they have patents or not, but okay, how strong are they? What is the prior art? Where is this, and how critical is this for the implementation? I mean, would it be impossible to sell this kind of solution without a license to this patent? And the patent is rock solid, then of course it's a huge value. But many a times life is a bit incremental. And from that perspective, I think it's also important as a deep tech startup. I think you have a lot to learn by just doing a prior art search, a freedom to operate or prior art. I mean, just defining what are you doing and then doing a really thorough prior art search to see what are others doing in this field. And it's not necessarily the same documents you find when you do that as when you look at sort of the academics side of it. So I think, and that's a way of finding competitors as well. So I think it's usually an interesting digging to do. I agree, you should get in contact with the patent attorney as early as possible. On the other hand, you never want to pay more than you have to, and it's a tough one. I think prior art search and so you can do a lot on your own with Google Patents and free patents online and things like that. You can actually learn a lot. Another aspect I've seen is that, which is very interesting to learn new things, but a bit scary, and that is Japan, where if you get a granted patent in Japan, you know that it is new. I mean, you don't get the patent there if you shouldn't have it. And they actually have a lot of inventions there that are not applied for anywhere else. So it's that has been sort of in the history of Tobii, that has always been a question, okay, should we or should we not go into Japan with this? Because you risk knocking the whole concept over because they find prior art that is nowhere else in the world. On the other hand, if you get the patent, you know that, okay, there is no other prior art.
How do you, Ilmar, see sort of the geographical scope? I mean, it brings another layer. We have these deep tech founders. I can tell you from what I've seen, it's not always that easy, and you're not always that loaded with cash. So how important is this geographical aspect in a patenting strategy?
Yeah, I think you have to realize which are your key markets where you are going with your inventions. And of course, those are important. But we took very pragmatic approach as a company. For example, we are doing US patent first to get priority date because easy to file, works pretty good. And once we are well into that process, then we do PCT or few national, depending what the strategy for a particular invention. The big markets, of course, it's I would say Europe and China. Those are kind of quite good to get. In Europe is very tough. I think in there very tough to get really. And US is quite easy to get, relatively easier. And then you go to Asia, then of course translation cost, and then you have examination, then the cost blows up. You know, if you want China, if you want Japan and Korea, for example, that's triples cost of the patent.
Yeah, Linda, do you have any sort of good tips on geographical strategies for early stage founders?
Yeah, well, I agree with the previous speakers about that. You need to understand where which areas are of most importance, and for your own inventions to be patented, but also for the freedom to operate, which is a very good point, that it's not only about your patents and your own inventions, but also about others' inventions and what they have protected, and getting comfortable with patents, as Morten suggested, by Google Patents or and by doing your own searches, that's a very good first strategy to understand how that there are patents in different countries. They look a bit different, so that's a very good start before going off by ordering a freedom to operate investigation or patenting on your own, but just understanding the concepts. And it's because it's true that the costs are very high in some countries because of the translations. So you need to know and understand why you are patenting and where. And
yeah. Morten, you also mentioned innovation policies needs to be in place in deep tech startups so that we as investors can feel secure that the company is the one that will eventually also own the innovation and gain from the potential of that innovation. Are there any other sort of documentations or paperwork or issues in a startup that needs to be good and sort of investor on par with investor expectations?
I mean, there are, of course, all the paperwork has to be in place, I guess. I think there are I'm not sure everyone understands how much paperwork it usually is to get a VC on board. We're trying to minimize it, but you still need to make sure you know what you have and you describe it well. But I think, of course, when you look at cap tables and shareholding, it's important to, and that's something to keep in mind when you start a company. If the large shareholders leave, you need to somehow be able to buy back their shareholding, because investors don't like having large portions of non-operational shareholders at an early stage. Because over time, I mean, if you are a deep tech company, you will probably need funding in several rounds, and over time you get diluted. So it's important to not be too diluted too early.
That sounds good. Ilmar, how do you see sort of creating this culture of innovation? How is that combined to the cap table, to the actual ultimate beneficiaries of those innovations?
Yeah, a little bit depends, you know. If the company comes, as I say, as a deep tech, you could have all very different kind of starting up process. It doesn't mean that 2-3 people meet. Okay, we're going to do deep tech, right? No, it doesn't work like that. you have some idea. You start to do one thing, and maybe it converts into another, and then you figure out, oh God, here is one startup which failed in US. Let's buy assets. You buy that. You found out some brilliance there, you know. Then you merge that and then continue this. So things and you could have one investor in the beginning with one agenda. If it turns into better one, then of course cap table can be quite complicated. And of course there are, when you go into deep tech, sometimes you find out that you cannot find for your early stage investors. Investors don't like to fund research. Well, they this is what everyone says. Well, you want to fund company when you say, okay, research produced good product, which is market fit already. Then you go. So we've been as example, we have done quite much. We won SME funding from European Investment Council. It's big money, and also we won European Investment Bank funding through our company, our founder company. We have like spin-off from larger. So cap table is pretty complex, but of course, this is something you cannot avoid. Sometimes it gets complex, but at least you need to have it clear. So what shares, what terms are? Is it someone who is strategic, or is it just financial, or is it someone who wants to exit, not continue the way forward? So I think that's important, and you have to really very well understand all shareholder agreements that exist, or promises done. So all your convertible notes that issued, all the options that been out and been promised, so all those things need to be put into nice Excel table in a way. Excel preferably, because then you can do some calculations nicely. So yeah, this is very important, but I think it's equally, needs to be equally nicely put together so it's easy to understand.
That's how about you, Morten? And do you see like issues with cap tables, in particular relating to deep tech startups?
Not anything in general, I think. But I think it's important to point out, I mean, paperwork is important, but as an early company, you shouldn't do more paperwork than you have to. I mean, it's important to have the paperwork you need in place and have it good. But over time, as you evolve, once you get bigger, once you have customers, you're going to need to be backwards compatible. You're going to have, if you're a deep tech company, you're probably going to have, or at least many companies. I mean, I saw, looking at Tobii, we had different flavors of our product at every customer. And then once we launched something new, we had to be backwards compatible, and it became a nightmare. You should really reap the benefits of being quick as a startup and being able to navigate. I think what you described, like pivoting and changing, that's something you usually need to do. At Tobii, we actually stuck with the initial plan, but half a year into the company, we discarded everything on the technical side and started from a blank sheet. It didn't work. Now it works. Now we're in the PSVR, PlayStation VR headset coming out in just a few months.
Fantastic.
So now that's, I mean, once you get the Japanese people to put your stuff into a product, then you actually know that, okay, it actually has quality. It took a few years longer than we expected, I would say. But I think it's important as a young company to draw the benefits of being smooth and not putting processes in place and documents in place that don't have to be there. But at the same time, important to define what has to be there.
I think our time is soon up, but Linda, I'll still give that ball to you so that you get to answer. Are you supporting that notion that these deep tech founders, they should contact you as soon as possible, but you should keep it sort of on as light level as possible in the very beginning, at least?
Yeah, just what you need to know right there and right then, one step at a time. But just a quick comment about the agreements, because they are important also from the patenting IPR perspective. Understand what you have signed, what you have agreed about the IPR, and let an expert check the agreements before signing.
I'm sure that's good advice. Hey, thank you very much. Our time is up. I feel like we could continue this discussion forever, but I feel we need to continue it off the stage. Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure, and let's give the floor to the next speaker.
Thank you very much, Pontus. Thank you, Linda, Morten, Ilmars. It was very insightful. Thank you very much for the best practices. Guys, give a huge round of applause. Thank you very much. And next, I would like to bring back on stage Verneri.
Hello, hello. Thank you for an interesting session hosted by Pontus there in the panel. Now we're going to the next stage, and I want to see a show of hands. How many startups here have successfully raised capital for their startup? All right, a few. How many are looking to raise funding? Okay, a little bit more. So now the next track is how to raise money. And now I want to welcome to the stage the next. Okay. We have 2 minutes left. What do I do with this awkward time? Who raised their hand about that they are trying to raise funding right now? What's your biggest challenge with raising funding? To make connections. Okay. I'm sure this is a good opportunity for you to meet some and also hear from some great panelists about the expert advice about how do you do it for deep tech. It's obviously very different when you're talking about deep tech or talking about software-based digital companies. So we hope that you get a lot of value out of this next session. Richard, are we ready? Yeah. Okay, so the next panelists are coming to the stage. I want to welcome Kalev, Ilona, Paavo, and Oivind to the stage. Give them a hand.
No niin, hyvä.
Welcome. How has it been so far? Good. Has it been good? We're getting there. We're getting there. So I'm Kalev. I'm from Super Angel Investment Fund, investing into early stage pre-seed seed startups. And with a new fund, 50 million fund, we invest also into deep tech startups. Still software and software-enabled hardware. But I have an awesome panel here representing all together, we represent 4 different countries: Estonia, Latvia, Sweden, Finland.
Norway, actually.
Norway, sorry, Norway. Still 4.
It's right next to Sweden.
It's quite close, yeah. So the topic is very old and important. That why do investors say no? And I would like to open it up with Oivind Enger from Starsia Seed Management. That you have been sitting on both sides of the table as a microbiologist by training, that you have been a scientist, and now you are seed investing. That in theory, the fundraising for science should be easy. I have very unique solution. I explain how this solution can make money. I go and how to execute it, and I go to the VC. They give me money, and I execute it. So very simple. Why do you see that it's difficult for scientists to learn how to put together this compelling presentation for investors so that they would hear yes instead of a no?
I think you just said it, actually. You said that as a scientist, I have a solution. But the market is looking for products. Mm-hmm. And very often we see that at least first-time scientist entrepreneurs, they think that their scientific result is actually a product that could be sold in the market. They kind of fail to see the tremendous distance from a scientific result or from a set of scientific results and to a product that can be sold in a commercial market. So that is one side. That's the first-time entrepreneurs. And we see that again and again and again. They come to us, and in their pitch, their presentation, they present their science. And then we are always asking them, but where's the product? Mm-hmm. And then there's I thought that was your job to find the product. Mm-hmm. And then you have the second-time scientific entrepreneurs. And that's a different problem because they have succeeded very often one time. Mm-hmm. And then they think that the way to success is the way they did it last time. But the fact is that different projects, different products would have a different way to the market, or either to the market or to an exit. So we're both looking, could this be exited or could it hit the market? And very often we have to ask the scientists to go back home or to find the commercial person to work with, to identify what's the product here and how could it be commercialized. Because that's not my task as an investor to tell them. We need them to understand that and to see that in the first place.
So Ilona Kulchak from Commercialization Reactor. Commercialization Reactor also, in addition to investing, you help to do that part that Oimin mentioned, that putting the scientists together with a business person, and you have own nice slow-going process how to do it properly. So you see, before you invest, you see the scientists and the teams much longer than any other VC firm, and much closer. And you train the teams, but you still say no. So what are the reasons why you say no? Especially when you have seen the team so long and you have trained them how to go from technology to product side.
Yes, indeed, we still say no. Well, first of all, Commercialization Reactor, this is a science commercialization platform, and we do build teams, but we specifically focus on scientists who are not willing to do business development themselves. So it's kind of a very niche perspective. We let scientists do their science, and we add external entrepreneurs, and we do train them both separately. Then we match the teams, and then we help them to develop as businesses. But still, at the fund level, you need to differentiate between the stage at which you might say no. Let's say, if this is the pre-seed stage, maybe the team just lacks the global perspective. They're not, let's say, understanding where could be the application. Maybe it's too narrow, it's too local. There are certain problems. Again, we start working with scientists when they have their science developed up to TRL 4, which is something proven at the lab already. But let's say if they are doing certain tests later on at industrial scale and they fail, that could be another no. But I would say more this no could be connected to the coachability of the team, as lots of the competences can be obtained along the journey. Let's say the entrepreneur shouldn't be the smartest person in the room, but he should be the one to get the smartest persons to that room and to understand what capabilities to add to the team at what point of the development of a startup. Let's say if the team is not coachable, let's say if they are very stick to what they want to do and they are not adding any new things that they are needed, then again, this could be another no. But it really depends on at which stage you are saying that no. As we have two funds, pre-seed and seed, that is very different.
Thank you. Paavo, just before coming to the stage, right now you work at Maki VC, but you used to be a student around here, so it's kind of home territory for you.
Yes, absolutely.
So, universities, Aalto is especially like entrepreneurial university, and they have like plenty of different programs to train the scientists in terms of understanding business models and how to pitch and so forth. And how do you see that when the science-based startups come to you looking for investments? Do you say no for different reasons for those guys who have gone through the university accelerators and have got some training, and those guys who haven't? Is there a difference, or the reasons to say no are still the same?
Yeah, I guess the reasons to say no are still the same, more or less, but I think it's really the accelerators and these university incubators, they've been doing like a great job there overall during the past years. I think in Finland we have seen a step change definitely during the past 4 years. So teams are more prepared, and then they go to talk to the customers early on. I think that's very often the one reason that, okay, maybe the product is not clear because they haven't been even talking with the customers enough, or not like refining that what is the value proposition and is the problem really worth solving. So I think that's like important value add that these accelerators are really encouraging the people to go to the customers. Of course, some deep tech entrepreneurs can do it without the accelerators as well, but it's one of the key value adds there. And then another point being the kind of the team building. I think it's so easy to form the team with just researchers, but then the accelerators can like help to bring some commercial expertise to the team early on, and that will again help the problem solving and getting to the product phase earlier. And I would like to see that actually even more, especially at the university side, like helping to attract some experienced commercial people to the teams.
Regarding this understanding the customers and value add, like one of the books I've been like we had a workshop downstairs that I was recommending to teams was Ash Moira's third edition of Running Lean. You can burn the first two editions. They are not worth compared to the third one, where he has a very structured 90-day sprints on how to come up with unrefusable offer to your customers and how to test it. And I think it's very valuable to read. And also, when we are talking a breakthrough technology and breakthrough, which means that somebody has to change the behavior. So you have to understand how they are behaving right now. And there's a good book about demand-sided sales by Bob Moesta, who is one of gurus in job to be done theory of how to understand what's the job of the product. And so in demand-sided sales, he has a very good description what questions to ask. As a scientist, you should be curious about like questions is your territory. So, but asking the right questions from validating your business idea, it's totally different than asking scientific questions. So that's a good one.
I have a comment to that actually in combination with the question you just asked him. Is we often, not often, but sometimes we see that entrepreneurs that has gone through very extensive or intensive training programs, they tend to forget about the science. So they become too slick in their presentation. And I'm a scientist by training, and I need to understand the science. If I don't understand the science, either it doesn't work, or they're not able to explain it in a way that I could understand. So we say no. so they should, at least scientific entrepreneurs should keep their science background in their backbone and be able to explain both the science and the commercial side of the project. That's equally important to, at least to investors like me. It might be different when you grow and you meet growth investors and maybe also later stage VC investors. They might not be that interested in the basic science, but I am, and I need to understand it.
I have a point here. I totally agree with you. What we usually also focus in our training programs that teams should have different pitch decks, different presentations focused on different audiences. Let's say if they are talking to the industry, they need to understand their science, what is behind their business story, and they need to explain what kind of benefits their solution is bringing. Moreover, they need to persuade this industrial company that is established, that has success. Let's say that they have a proposal that might, let's say, change something in their business processes and their production, or maybe even disrupt something. So this is one thing. Another thing, yes, talking to investors. It really depends what kind of investors and at what stage you are talking to. there are some investors who have a very specific competence in this particular industry, and you need to explain that. So we're really requesting from entrepreneurs who are developing the startups, so within the commercialization reactors platform, to deeply understand the science. And vice versa, when they are talking to industry, when industry provides them the specification, let's say, what they would need actually as a solution, they need to go back to the scientists and, let's say, explain. So it's kind of working both ways. Of course, you need to get certain people into the team who could be kind of scientific translators, who be door openers, but still entrepreneurs need to understand a lot from science. But that simultaneously doesn't mean that entrepreneurs should be from that background. So they shouldn't be of technical background. We have a huge number of examples in our startups that, let's say, an auditor, let's say, or a manager or a finance specialist becomes a leader of a startup, let's say, in a material science, which is perfectly okay. They are just getting smarter, getting to know something new, and being able to retranslate those concepts into the commercial values.
Paavo, you are not scientist, so what's the right level to pitch to you? At the backstage, we were talking about egg whites, which was done from fungi, from nothing to do with eggs, how to get eggs whites without eggs. So what's the right level if I'm coming to Maki VC, I look at the partner profile, he's not chemists or biotech guy, that how to pitch, what's the right level?
Yeah, I think always in the communication it's good to go like a top down, like it's also like a skill to be able to like tell the stuff in a very simple way, and then starting to elaborate more and more. At some point we will reach the level where we don't understand anymore anything, and then it's good to stop, and maybe at that point we will ask someone else to like evaluate it a bit further. But yeah,
so the trick is that start from simple and go more difficult, that you have add-on options. Like
I think the trick is to be both deep and simple. And your aim is actually not to get a yes, but it's in the first meeting, your aim is to get the next meeting.
Okay.
That is often a somewhat longer meeting, and you're able to go in depth. So your aim in the first meeting should actually just be to get another meeting.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's important. So you should be selling, but you should still be kind of telling the whole story as much as possible. With at least when you meet a scientific or an investor investing in scientific project, you should be careful to bring the science with you, also in the first meeting.
And a simple advice, I think it's quite widely used, but still worth mentioning. You can try explaining your complicated technology to your kid or your grandma, and if they understand, then you're good at that.
I think you can Google, it was New York Times or somebody else who did a series of how to explain quantum physics on different levels, like a 6-year-old, a teenager, a bachelor, and professor. So you can Google how to tell the same story on different levels, but there are different technologies explained the same way. So just to get the idea that, to sum it up, that as a deep tech startup, you get no, if you haven't understood the difference between technology development and product development, if you can't find the right balance, that only talking the business lingo is not going to help you, that you have to balance it out, the science, and as Einstein was saying, that make it simpler, as simple as possible, but not simpler. That finding the right balance and showing the capability of building the team, that the teams build products which win, that it's not the individual sport anymore, or never has been, actually. It's always team sport. So these, and also like at some point, as we invest early, the GRL4 lab level might not realize, and Oyvind, what you mentioned, that in these cases, basic technology actually might be better because the applications might be so focused that if you fail with that application, when you bust, that you can't change the direction. With basic technology, more basic research might help you to find another market where to apply it. So these are like main things. And for the lightning round, we all have our own portfolios, and our own portfolio startups also raise funding. So the lightning round question to each one of you would be that, what advice do you give your own portfolio startups to raise the next round? So Ilona, let's start from you.
First of all, I think you need to have a very clear vision on what you are trying to develop. You have built your team to the extent that is capable of bringing the company up the next level. Let's say, be it another round, or let's say, be it a milestone like starting sales or something. You have built a certain relationship with the industry where you're planning to apply your technology. And you understand how you can generate revenues, that you are thinking global, you're not thinking very narrow, and you understand how to actually differentiate between different revenue streams. And another one very important point, I think we haven't touched it, it's the IP issue, that you have an IP strategy. Either you have your IP protected already, or you have it in the process and you understand how you will get to what level. Yeah, so how you will deal with IP issues. So I think these are very important issues. And I think another one that we usually also bring to the attention of our portfolio companies, that you should be prepared to pivot. So they are mainly also dealing with basic technologies that can be applied in different industries. And this readiness to pivot, not to stop at first failure, is also something that we usually recommend to keep in mind.
Thank you. Oyvind, what do you recommend to your own portfolio startups?
I tell them, or very often, I'm actually part of the development of the company presentation for my portfolio companies. And there we very often focus on value inflection points, because that's what important for investors. How can investing in this company increase the value of my investments? And then to point to and be specific on the milestones that increase the value of the company. And very often we see that entrepreneurs or early phase CEOs see that when the company is fully manned, that's a kind of a value inflection point. It's not, it's very expensive. But value inflection point is like FDA approvals, like patent approvals.
De-risking the technology.
Yeah, and that's important value inflection points. And focus on the value inflection and how the money the investor is asked to put in will bring the money through those value inflection points.
Paavo, what do you recommend to your startups?
Yeah, so of course the most important work is done always between the fundraises. So like making sure that you're making progress in all the most important fronts, like getting the customer traction and building the team further, and maybe progressing with the IP. So really like showing this clearly, that what have you achieved already with the funding that you have got from Maki VC earlier. And then also one important thing is that during the fundraise process, you are able to bring in some good news, like showing that you're still all the time progressing, building the confidence that this is like a fast-moving company and it's worth like putting more gas.
Awesome. And from my side, I also I'm quite hands-on, helping startups to raise. And what we help is first to understand that different stages of fundraising, that what are the investors looking for. So if you haven't figured it out, in most cases, even if you look for deep tech investors, you are still kind of competing against the software startups. So this is a benchmark. You have to show close enough value growth and scalability. Nobody gives you kind of some slack that because you are deep tech, you can grow forever slowly. So understanding why investors invest, the second thing is taking it as a process. It's a sales process. As you said, the first investment point is to get to the next meeting. So I understand the process and I know who are my top-rated VCs, I want definitely in my round, and who are my B category VCs. And I start with my B category. And I train my pitch, my story, make it more smooth, listen very carefully, what's challenging for them, what kind of questions they ask, and so forth, and track it. That I have like a pipeline, kind of, is it a Google Sheet or Pipedrive or whatever, that I track where I am with each VC. So do it as a process. And the third thing, tell it as a story. Like if you tell it as a story, it's more interesting to me. And in the story, the two things I think often the deep tech startups, and not only deep tech, but others miss is why you? Why do you care? Why do you care about it? Because it's a struggle. And if I don't understand why do you care, you might lose interest pretty soon. And that's one thing. And the other is why now? Like with deep tech, yeah, I can say that I have now a patent, nobody else had it before, but it's still a question that why does the world need it right now? That why hasn't like somebody else come up with something similar who does which solves a problem on a good enough level, or what's the trend which supports that right now is the best time? If you take, for example, iPad, the technology for touch screen was available in 1970. It was a company who produced this stuff, and they were way too ahead. And so Steve Jobs was just the guy who picked up the different components and put it together. So if there weren't crazy enough scientists who thought that the touchscreen would be a good idea in 1970, we wouldn't have an iPad now. So, but still, like, why now? Why you? And I think these are the main things I would leave you deep tech startups with. That I hope you got some insights into why we as investors say no and what to do in order to get yeses out of us. Thank you for a panelist.
All right. Thank you, Kalev, for moderating that session. Also, thank you to the panelists, Paavo, Ilona, and Oyvind. And now we're going to be moving on. We got two serial super founders coming to have a fireside chat. Please welcome Maija Itkonen and Jane Valerud to the stage.
Oh. Okay, so we're going to be here.
Should we center it a bit? It's good? Okay.
Yeah, all good. Okay, so thanks so much for having us here today. It's not very common to meet somebody like Jane, so I'm very grateful for meeting today. Total
She's a superstar, guys.
She is the superstar. So which one is the superstar? we need to define that still. But yes, we're supposed to talk a little bit about the founder investor expectations. But we had a very long philosophical discussion already about are we founders or investors, and should one choose to be founder/investor? So Jane, can you tell us a little bit about your background first?
So I'm somewhere in between a founder and investor. I like to call myself nowadays a serial co-founder. The family and I, we meet 2 or 3 people with a good idea and do everything we can to bring them up to A round and thereafter. And that means buying coffee, means writing PR, that means finding investors, that means all sorts of stuff. And why do we do that? Because that's what we enjoy doing. That's one thing. One should have fun here in life. And the other thing is that's where we do most good. The companies where I have invested a lot of my time have in general gone quite well. The ones where I have not invested as much of my time have in general not gone as well. So I'm a lousy investor, but a good co-founder. It's my conclusion. There you go. It's been a lot of fun.
Yeah.
You have recently got 15 million euros in seed funding. How did you find that? Because everybody wants 15 million euros in seed funding.
Yeah, exactly. So my background is also I have my 3rd company now in the works, and I kind of like came to a little bit similar consideration as Jane, even though my background is maybe a little bit shorter. But also I kind of like after closing my 2nd company, or kind of like selling my 2nd company. I started to think that maybe now it's the right thing to do is just to become an investor and really just, like contribute to the ecosystem on that way. But then quite soon, I also realized that actually the only thing that really, really makes me very happy is when I can really contribute to doing something by myself. So I really also feel that, being an advisor or kind of like just being an investor, I would be like either too hands-on or that I cannot do enough. So those are kind of like very difficult considerations, and that was also kind of like something that led for myself to be thinking that maybe what I'm really at my best is being an entrepreneur. So that's the thing. But raising 15 million is only about having the right case and having the right concept and right value and right everything in the right place at the right time.
How did you find your lead investor?
Well, that's a longer story, of course, but it's also like a lot to do with great networks. So I didn't really start approaching anyone for this case. It was more about just hearing what my connections had to say, and when somebody wanted to introduce me, and somebody already kind of had a little bit something like this in mind when I met them. So it's also that instead of shooting around and starting with this I will send my teaser to 200 VCs style, maybe rather talk to fewer and really know who we are talking to. So that's clearly something that I would say that is a clear precondition.
I think that there we have something interesting for many of the smaller startups out here, is that there's been this idea that one should go out and do an aggressive fundraise in a couple weeks or something like that, really get your pitch perfect and then book everything in a week or 2 and go for it. It is not my experience that works as well, as you need a lead investor. And the lead investor is somebody you already know, and or you have spent time with, and they trust you. And so as a founder, you really need to spend around a day a week, 20% of your time, talking to potential investors so that some one of them that you like, where you have a good connection and where you're actually friends, says that, gee, yeah, I'd like to be along on this journey. And that one will become your lead investor. I think that's actually pretty important. At least I didn't know that until much too recently. Go out, spend 20% of your time with people who can fund you the next round or even the next round after that, and make friends.
Yeah, I totally agree with this, and it's kind of just about this. When I was using this experience, example of just shooting around. So that's exactly what I also had in mind, that like spending some time with a fewer like a potential investors who kind of like already trust you, and you can kind of like form a real relationship. And it's not like theater. It's not like now I go and I do my pitch and like I have only this much time and I do it perfectly. It's not at all about that. It's really about like having a proper real conversation with somebody who you're meeting like human to human and really discussing. And like I always say that even so that, you know, if it's not the right match for the investor, don't spend any time with them because they wouldn't invest in you in any case. So it's just like a total waste of time if you know that the investor has already like set up their own focus on somewhere else and you don't fit to that game. They wouldn't change their mind just because you happen to be there. So
that's one of those things that I think is also clear, that an investor's no, it's not spelled N-O, okay? It's spelled anything but. I have a meeting with my partners on that date. Can you help me prepare? Or I have these questions. I need them answered in order to be able to build a case for my investment team. Anything less than that is a no. Okay? It's a soft no. It's not no, I hate you, I never want to see you again. It's a not right now, thank you. Or I'm really not right now, thank you. And it's important for entrepreneurs out there to understand that that is a no, because then you will waste less time. When somebody says, this is great technology, how exciting, and I think that you're a great founder, well, that's very nice and complimentary. But if they don't say anything about, please answer these questions by then, or help me prepare, or I need a bit more deep dive on your competition, then it is a no. And be nice to them. Have a coffee with them every 3 months or 6 months, but don't spend more time than that, okay? That's one important thing.
Yes.
The other thing is that term sheets. Part of this shooting around is that there's this macho thing about collecting term sheets. What's your experience of term sheets?
Yeah, I think that sometimes, you know, like the companies, the founders are like very eager to enter into term sheet phase. And also the investor might be also very eager to enter into the term sheet phase. So that's kind of like done. So let's just do that somehow quickly. And so that, you know, like then we have like locked something and that's great. But that's actually the moment where you really should stop. You really should stop and think and make sure that you really have included everything what you should. Because that's the main source for disappointments very early on, that there is something that you actually didn't think, or there is something that was missed or left out, and suddenly it's all coming to you when you're already supposed to be like entering to the deal closing, and then you face these things. So it's almost like, you know, when you go to a marathon, make sure that your shoes are properly fixed.
But you probably spent some time choosing your shoes before you go off and run the marathon.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. And one other thing is that I also sometimes have been thinking is that especially this deep tech, it's a very, very demanding field because we don't have like a proper common language between the founders or the tech team plus the investors, because the investors are not supposed to be the specialist in this very, very specific, very deep technology innovation. So you might have like the world's best specialists who know like more than like 10 other people in the world about their field. So how to solve that common language problem between the investors and the founders in order to avoid these disappointments in the future?
Yeah, I think that actually that's one of the skills that we all need to work harder on. Maybe not you, but for the rest of us, we need to work hard on being able to communicate in order to put together what the company does in a package that's easy to understand, that your mother's old friend also understands. It has to be at that level where you actually put it together like that. And it's something that everybody understands quite quickly. And if they're interested, they'll start to ask you questions. And of course, you know all the answers to all the questions, but somehow that first packaging and how to communicate clearly and concisely, that's awfully important. And if you don't have that skill in your team, get it. Okay?
Yeah. Yeah, and I also believe that it's like an investor's responsibility as well to really like ask these questions. It's not like embarrassing or kind of like somehow like losing face or something. If you ask like, please explain to me one more time in common man's terms, what do you really have achieved in here? Because the team really needs to be able to do that. And if we think from the founder's perspective, that's our responsibility to really like serve that already before the asking. But if we just somehow forget about that, or somehow like we didn't understand that even that part needed like a clearer explanations, it is really the investor's duty to really go and ask very, very detailed questions, like however naive they might sound. But this is kind of like a barrier that we all need to overcome, so that we know that somebody is a specialist in something and another one is specialist in something else. And we really need to find this common ground.
But it's also true that investors have learned from Warren Buffett and Charlie Munger not to invest in anything they don't understand.
But is it really possible to understand it like deeply and thoroughly if you invest in space technology or like a deep...
This is one of the challenges with deep tech. It means that with deep tech, you have to be extra good at explaining what you do and why it's necessary.
Yeah. But this is clearly something that I also have... I have to say that I have been very surprised, like recently when I have been like seeing all kinds of people around the world and seeing that, you know, like there are also people, who, kind of like VCs who have invested in certain companies, and then the company is doing X, and I say like, okay, but you invested in them, so what did it like? Didn't you know this in advance? And so like, oh, we didn't do anything. I mean, we just, there was like a good syndicate that we just followed that. We didn't do like any. We didn't ask any questions. We just liked the story, and that was it. So what do you think about that approach?
I think that that's changed, unfortunately or fortunately, that the money is a lot harder to find this year than it was last. And so the investors that had a lot of extra money last year do not have that extra money this year. A lot of stocks have gone, and crypto and stocks have gone down 50, 60, 70%. The people are feeling poor, and they're not going to invest happily in something they don't understand and that is kind of cool. They're probably going to think a bit harder about it.
Yeah. So what do you think, like how much the CEO and the founder should spend time for fundraising, and how big portion of time should that actually take, let's say, from a CEO's schedule?
I think that a CEO, when not fundraising, should spend about 20% of their time, around 1 day a week, just talking to investors.
Yep.
New ones.
Yep.
A fair amount of the time is also spent on talking to your old investors, because I hope they're actually very helpful, and ask and talk with them and discuss them with them and see if you're doing the right thing and could they help you with. But 20% on the new ones.
Yep. And this is something what I also agree very much with. So we seem to be agreeing on everything. So sorry for that. But like, I mean, when I closed this seed funding round on Friday evening, like the names were in the papers and so on, the first thing on Monday morning at 9 a.m. was a meeting with a new investor, because I had already agreed on that like earlier. So it's like, sorry guys, you know, but we're not yet fundraising because we just 2 days ago, we just like a closed our seed round. But I really see that it's not at all opportunistic to be like meeting the investors early on. It's not about like kind of like that you're somehow like securing something already. It's more just kind of like being very open, being very transparent, like forming the relationships and kind of be yourself. Just to kind of like form these relationships early on, and kind of also give the other party a time to digest that. Okay, now I know that what this team is doing, and I know what to follow, and then when we meet next time, you kind of like, you already come as old friends. It's not like something that you would need to spend a lot of time on, just forming the basic relationship.
That actually helps on deciding how much money to raise as well, because then you have discussed with your investor how much money, what needs to be done to come to the next level of company, right? If you have that list, and we have to get to that point to be really one step up, well, how much time and money will that take to get there? And then add some margin. That's how much money you need. And that actually, the amount of money you need has something to do then with your valuation, because you're looking at around a 20, 25, 30% dilution. for that money. So if you want 10 million and you want then your pre-money is 30 million and your post-money is 40 million. It is that simple, okay? And you have to know exactly why you need 10 million. All these are lessons that I learned much too late. I've made so many mistakes. I'm thinking about it. Oh, gosh. So if you've made these mistakes, it's okay. You'll survive, probably.
Yeah.
Right. So term sheets. Any things that you really saw, anything that you saw that you really didn't like at some point?
Yeah, I mean, of course, like what I said earlier, like, you know, like what I didn't like is that you're like rushing too early onto something that you didn't really like fully thoroughly think of. But at the same time, I really think that, you know, like when the term sheet is done right and you know what you're up to and so on, it kind of like it gives you even though it takes sometimes it takes quite a long time still before the whole round is closed, but it kind of like gives you the kind of like a steady cornerstone that you can rely on. But these all come together, you know, like you need to find the lead investor. You need to know exactly what are you raising and why. You need to communicate about your clear offering, your right offering. You need to be like very open with that, very transparent with that, and you need to write everything on the term sheet so that you can get like this peace of mind and like a piece of work to finalize everything around what you're supposed to do. So it's there's a lot of elements that all come together. But Jane, do you have like any experience when these expectations between founders and investors didn't go so well?
Yeah, company I've been mentoring very recently. She was raised money first from angels in Sweden and the UK, and then went over to the States and met Andreas and Horowitz and Sequoia and all the others. And it turns out that the ones with these great brand names, they were asking for participating preference shares, either once or twice, which means that the first they get the money back that they invested, sometimes once, sometimes twice, and then they get to have their percentage of the company. Okay? She was pretty upset about that, and I think she had a right to be.
Yeah. So if I can continue that with a great example, because sometimes, you know, like even the odds are not on our right, so then sometimes you even like end up with something really great when the expectations are really met. This is a really funny story, but I got an introduction for a certain VC through somebody that we both knew very well, and like apparently somebody who we both had like a very high trust on. So then I met this investor. It happened to be a closed down coffee shop, so it was like you know even the environment was a horrible one. What I had to tell them is that I don't have a company, I don't have a technology, but if you're interested in this, maybe I could get both. So that's just the thing, because I was in the middle of the spin-out process. I clearly didn't have a business ID. I didn't have yet the technology transfer license. So that was just unfortunately the case. And then I was like so natural and I was so transparent because I didn't have any other choice. I was just telling about me. I was telling about the case. I was telling what we are planning, what we are doing. And the investors are like, I'm in.
Fantastic.
And then, which is like, I totally understood that, of course, it's always like everything is so dependent on everything, what is happening in the future and what are the next steps and so on. But then clearly I informed them about every step. I was like, okay, I want to work with you. I trust you. Let's work together. So then I kind of like every like week or so, I informed them about the next steps, what is happening. Eventually, when time was right, I brought them to the same table with this technology license giver. So, okay, now if you give the money and you give the technology, I will make the company. So that was kind of like the thing. But it was like, I really feel that, you know, it was so like open and transparent. So it was like, if I would have like started to hide something and kind of like play roles and something like that, it wouldn't have been possible.
Right. So we're out of that high note of being able to get a whole bunch of money without a company, without technology, and basically nothing. I think that's a great thing to end with. We're out of time anyway.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
I will introduce. All right. Thank you, Janne and Maya. That was the end of the How to Raise Money session. And now I'd like to welcome Aline Santa Isabel back to the stage for the next set of showcases. Give her a hand.
Okay, so we had a great session with 2 female entrepreneurs, and now we'll be bringing 2 startups, which are also female-led. So let's first welcome on stage Algorithm with Sabrina Maniscalco. Welcome, Sabrina.
Thank you. Great to be here. And I think I'll be soon ready to begin. I'll be talking about Algorithmic. Algorithmic is a quantum software company with a focus on life sciences. We will be the first company to prove useful quantum advantage, that is the superiority on any quantum software with respect to classical software on an industrially relevant use case. As you know, pharma companies are currently experiencing a major R&D challenge. The yearly spend has been increasing, a tenfold increase over the years, but the number of new molecular entities that are approved over the years remains approximately constant. What's the problem for that? The problem is that the current approaches are oversimplifying the relevant cell biology, and we need to find a solution for that. Algorithmic has a multi-scale, complex system approach. We start from the data-driven part that allows the identification of the relevant cell biology, and this is the framework that we call quantum network medicine. Then we model the protein structures, and in particular the pockets, and finally the truly quantum part that is describing on quantum computers how small molecules bind to the pocket. And this is necessary in a number of cases and impossible to do on any quantum computer. This is precisely a quantum problem that therefore requires a quantum solution. And to understand how we do, we need to make a distinction between so-called near-term quantum computers and the fault-tolerant, ideal, error-corrected quantum computers. The second class will be available only maybe 10, 15 years from now. A lot of progress has to be made. But what we have now already available are small quantum computers that are already useful. And in particular, we can use optimized algorithms like those that we are developing in order to make them work as well as ideal quantum computers, of course, on specific cases. The key enabler for algorithmic is the so-called informationally complete data. What is this? This is an interface. It's really the readout of the quantum computer that is done in a specific manner, allowing in this way to achieve 1.4 billion times faster runtime of the algorithms, say for 1,000 qubits. In turn, this also allows to reduce the cost of running quantum algorithms. Again, we have a 2.4 billion times reduction in the cost for 1,000 qubit devices. And finally, we are able to improve the accuracy of these machines that are prone to error. And in particular, we have demonstrated on IBM quantum computers a reduction in error of 10 million times. This is basically reaching numerical precision for quantum chemistry simulations. We are building a platform, Aurora, that is hardware agnostic. It means it runs on different types of hardware platform for quantum computers, and this consists of 4 modules: the quantum chemistry module, the noise mitigation module, the quantum network medicine module, and the protein folding one. And all combined allow to achieve quantum chemistry simulation for drug development and discovery. We are deploying Aurora by partnering with the leading quantum hardware provider. We have already signed the partnership. This will give us access to the best quantum computers available today, and we are very soon announcing the partnership. The quantum drug development and discovery pipeline starts with use cases and data that currently are provided by our collaboration with Harvard Medical School and the Lawrence Livermore National Laboratory. In the future, these will be life science partners like CRO, pharma, and biotech. This enters the quantum in silico medicine part that contains our platform running on the hardware, and commercial outcome are large-scale de novo lists of new molecules, new molecular compounds that exhibit low toxicities and high potencies, and therefore they are successful in clinical trials, and eventually new patented drug. To do this, we've assembled a fantastic team that consists of over 20 PhDs in quantum computing, machine learning, AI, quantum medicine, and so on and so forth. And we have lead investors, seed round investors that include the CEO and founders of Dawn Capital, Unity, Arena, Tiger Global, and so on. We are raising now a Series A round to achieve these milestones, so continue to expand our world-class team, useful quantum advantage, and life science partnerships. So if you are interested to hear more about our Series A round, contact me after this talk. Thanks for listening.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Sabrina. Great presentation of a very interesting technology and applications. What is your expectations on this event? Who are you interested in meeting today?
Well, of course, it's fantastic to be here, and I'm happy to talk with anyone who is interested in quantum software and hardware, and of course with investors, but also with people who are curious about these new and groundbreaking technologies.
Okay, thank you very much again.
Thank you.
Yes, you can leave it in the table. Okay, then let's bring on stage the next startup that is coming all the way from Sweden and in health. So 1928 Diagnostic with Christina Lagerstelt. Welcome, Christina. Welcome.
A clicker. Hi, everyone.
There, by the table.
Here it is. Great to be here. I'm Christina Lagerstedt, and I am one of the co-founders and the CEO of 1928 Diagnostics. Anyone here remember COVID-19 pandemic? I'm 100% sure that all of you here know it was caused by a virus. But have you heard about the silent pandemic that has been going on for many, many years? Anyone? The silent pandemic is caused by bacteria, antibiotic-resistant bacteria, causing infections. Pandemics and infectious disease causes millions of lives. It takes millions of lives. We started 1928 Diagnostics with a very clear vision: to save the power of antibiotics and to outsmart superbugs causing infections. 1928 is a software company. We offer laboratories and hospitals the 1928 platform. It's a cloud-based software that identifies, profiles, and tracks superbugs to stop outbreaks and support treatment decisions. Our customers digitalize the genetic code of superbugs in their laboratories, and then we analyze the DNA data. Together, we create impact and save lives. Whoops. Superbugs are pathogens which are resistant to treatment and very good at spreading. They actually travel together with us, their hosts, and causes infections, starting outbreaks, which can ultimately become epidemics or pandemics. That's why we need to take control, both locally at hospitals as well as globally. But what happened in 1928? Well, you have it here behind me. In 1928, Alexander Fleming discovered penicillin, and since then, the lifespan of man has increased by 10 years. He received the Nobel Prize in 1945, and already in his Nobel speech in Stockholm, he mentioned the risk of bacteria becoming resistant to antibiotics due to wrongly used drugs. This is where we are today. Antibiotic resistance and superbugs is a huge and emerging problem. But there is a solution, part of the solution, and that's why we started in 1928. It's about using DNA to track down and treat superbugs in the right way. And now I'll give you a little bit of a background. Don't look too much at that. Look at me instead now. So going back to 2012, when I was at an after work with my friend and research collaborator, Eric Christiansen, and Eric is a professor in bioinformatics at Chalmers University of Technology. Bioinformaticians, they crunch big data to get relevant clinical information out of that and use it. By that time, I was still a cancer scientist, and I was working with children with leukemia. In Sweden, 90% of these children survive, which is fantastic. But 10% die, and they do not die from cancer, but from infections very often that they catch at the hospitals. That's a problem. So we were sitting there thinking about to get an idea of how we can do something about this, because we were working with a technology called DNA sequencing, which was already at some hospitals in that time, 2012. But there weren't any data analytics tools to take care of the big data that was generated. So that was a bottleneck. But guess what? Eric, he had databases of antibiotic resistance and algorithms from his research. So we thought, if we could package this, put it in the cloud, then we could enable the use of DNA sequencing for hospitals all around the globe, only using an internet connection to connecting to automated analysis. This will not only benefit patients from cancer, but all patients suffering from infections. So based on an after-work idea, we started 1928. And since then, a lot of product development has been going on in Gothenburg, Sweden, where we're based. But 2019, we launched the 1928 platform, analyzing almost all bacteria. But then COVID hit. That was very stressful for our customers indeed, clinical laboratories, and also for us. But the long-term effects were very positive. Since it became clear the power and benefits of DNA sequencing in microbiology, since, as many of you may know, it was used to detect variants of COVID-19. Today, we serve laboratories in more than 10 countries and 3 continents. We have 2 offers. The automated platform, where our customers, now we go back here, upload data from their labs, and in minutes they get back a result. And then the second offer is the 1928 Expert, where we use our internal expertise to support customers with genomics and bioinformatics questions. So we had a kind of a slow start during the pandemic, since microbiology labs were really, really busy. But now we're experiencing a rapid growth of interest from customers in Europe and North America. The future is here, and actually a tsunami of DNA data from superbugs is generated for all over the globe. And we are there to handle it, not only for hospitals, but for related segments such as food safety and pharma. So, if you want to be part of this journey, now is a great opportunity, since we're soon to start our next fundraising and looking for investors. Joining 1928 is joining a true impact startup that offers deep tech solutions in genomics to a global market. Thank you very much for your attention.
Yeah. Thank you, Christina. for the very interesting presentation and technology fighting superbugs.
Yeah.
What is next for 1928 Diagnostics? And besides investors, who else would you like to meet today? What do you want to take from this event?
I mean, this is so great. I think it's still fantastic to be out here after COVID and meeting people. We're always looking for great people to join the team, not only investors, of course, but great tech people, salespeople who has knowledge from selling to hospitals and international network. We are an international team of 15 people and growing, between 15 and 20 people, depending how you count.
And based in Sweden, right?
Yes, we're based in Sweden. We are based in Gothenburg, but we're, like I said, we're in many countries.
Great, thank you, Christine, again.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Yes, and now let's continue with the next track. I would like to welcome on stage Richard Janik.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And yes, let's make a little rearrangement here, and we're going to welcome on board on the stage our next panelist. It is going to be Reetta Heiskanen, Anton Adamovich, and Vishal Chartach. Okay, let's have a round of applause for the new panelists. It's going to be Reetta, Anton, and Vishal.
Good afternoon, Nordic DTEP Business Summit. Really exciting to be here today, and I have some brilliant panelists joining me today. My name is Reetta Heiskanen. I'm from Maki VC, a Nordic seed stage fund investing in deep tech and brand-driven companies. Currently investing from Fund 2 of 100 million euros. We're based in Helsinki, but really active also in the Nordics and Europe and globally. So today I'm joined by two panelists. We have Anton Adamovich. You are the CEO and co-founder of a biotech, Conellum, and you also work at the Commercialization Reactor Fund. Could you share us a bit what's new with Conellum and a short intro?
Again, yes. Hi, everybody. Thanks for having me here. Conellum Biotech, this is my one hat. So I'm an entrepreneur in deep tech. So that's my startup. We do rapid quantitative microbiological diagnostics, basically throwing Petri plates into the past. Because for microbiological diagnostics, for getting understanding of your production line, if you're a food producer, beverage producer, chemical, raw materials, whatsoever, it takes you 48 hours using Petri plates. The technology has been there for 140 years, and we aim to substitute it with our innovation, which is combining fluorescence biolabeling test. So we have a test, we have a robot microscope, and we have AI that combined allows you to create a 3D image, sort of Google Earth for germs in the sample. That's what we do, and it reduces waiting time from 48 hours to just 2 hours. So this is regarding Conellum.
Thank you. And the second panelist is Vishal Chatra. Welcome. And you're the CEO and co-founder of Quantrolox, a really exciting company, a new startup that was spun out of actually Oxford University. And you want to use machine learning to control qubits inside of quantum computers. Could you share a bit like what is the stage of the company and how are you doing?
Yeah, so we spun out last year. And we are very fortunate that my co-founders, they are all academics from the University of Oxford. And they had started to research this area of using machine learning for qubit control about 8 years ago. And we started to see success over the last 3 years where quite a few of academic labs around the world started to use the results from the lab. And now the challenge was to productize it and scale it. We were very fortunate that among the cohort of our seed VCs included Voima Ventures from Finland. And hence, that was also a precursor for us to move our headquarters from Oxford to actually Finland. And why is it hard? So a good way to think about it is that when you're trying to control qubits, qubits are essentially a manifestation of some quantum effect. Our focus is mainly on superconducting and spin qubits. And as you get smaller in size of things, and you can't get smaller than, well, you can get smaller than electrons, but really what we control, they get affected by all sorts of effects inside the environment, everything from cosmic radiation to people speaking, temperature, and so on and so forth. So the kind of equivalent, the way you want to think about it in the real world, is thinking about basically ping pong balls on a beach where you're trying to keep them at 1 meter off the ground at a certain spin, and there's a massive tropical storm kind of going out. And now you've got 1 million of them. And the way to do it would be to have some sort of air jets with some compressor connected to them that holds them there, taking into account all the kind of buffeting that's going on in the environment. So we essentially control ping pong balls, which are really electrons getting buffeted with everything that's happening around the world. So that's why it's hard.
So with both of you, we'll focus today on how to build a strong team culture at a startup from day one, especially at a deep tech company. So I would like to kick off by asking, like, how do you build a strong culture in a deep tech company where a lot of the team is early on focused on the scientific solution? Are there any hot takes, and what are your experiences on this?
Yeah, thanks a lot. So I think what really kind of differentiates a deep tech company from a typical company is because we are much closer to the science kind of part of it, or at the science stage. So that means by its very definition, each day when you're working, more things will not work than will work. And every now and then you will have a massive eureka moment. And in the beginning, there'll be few and far between. And over a period of time, they will increase. But by definition, by deep tech, you will have more kind of a not so good days and a few good days. Now, the important is that how do you kind of sustain yourself? So I think that's where the whole idea of having a common set of values comes. And the common set of values creates a common set of cultural behaviors that really glue the team together. So the first thing that we did as a company was, among our founders, apart from agree on the cap table, which you have to, we agreed on a common set of values, of which the key value was how do we enable human flourishing as a part of the key aspect of building the organization. And that involves everything from the happiness of the employees, their motivation levels, giving them a positive outlook, and how to maintain the positive outlook, because a happy employee is a productive employee.
So my take on this question would be, well, first of all, giving a perspective of my second hat, which is co-director of startup creation at Commercialization Reactor. So this is actually an organization where we focus on separating science and entrepreneurship into two strong verticals. So, and answering your question, can you please repeat the final 3 words there?
Yeah, at a deep tech, when people are so focused on the scientific solution, from early on, so how do you start building culture?
The thing is that in order to do something about it, you need to find people who are not focused on science at all, who are focused on business, and this being their primary vector. So what we do at Commercialization Reactor is we scout for world-class scientists who focus on science, who are willing to stay scientists and do this as their career. And we search for entrepreneurs who are willing to pursue, actually non-technical entrepreneurs, so non-academic entrepreneurs who are willing to create something unique, remarkable, and join efforts with scientists to co-create a startup. So, and we bring them together via specific event and training cycle to work together and co-found companies, and both being founders. So entrepreneur doesn't care about science at all. He cares about applying this science somewhere. So, and that's his full-time job, looking for resources, building the culture of, let's say, pursuing the goals of creating value out of academic excellence.
That's a really good point in bringing like the business skills into the company quite early on. Would you say that that would even be your first hire in the company?
I think that's a very important part that that is there. So I think from our perspective, when we started to look at our first hires beyond the founders, the 2 people I reached out, who I knew from before, was our CTO, who I've worked with for a long time in the various startups, and also a CFO. And I think this is almost like kind of counterintuitive. Why do you need a CFO? Why? Because as deep tech companies, we rely quite heavily on the various grants and the kind of non-dilutive funding that comes from EU and, of course, from Business Finland. Now, it's a full-time job. Now, as an entrepreneur and as the CEO, I need to focus on the kind of a long-term, kind of vision, and I can't get lost in all these, kind of details of trying to do all the grant management, fund management, and so on and so forth. And I think, therefore, it's very good to have good senior hires in the beginning, because they will really act as the basis. And these are people who've been there, kind of done that, and are not faced by the ups and downs of everyday, kind of startup life.
In our case, and this is already, we have exposure of over a decade and creating more than 70 invested companies via this method. The approach is that, and again, entrepreneurship is full-time job and science is full-time job. And those two worlds, so let's say, I want to refer a bit to the word a hire. So it's not really, in our case, a hire, it's partnership. It's establishing a company together. So there was no understanding of business whatsoever. There is, let's say, spark of willingness to create value in business matters from both sides, but as well as you need technical expertise, scientific, you need entrepreneurial one, and entrepreneurial leadership. So that's very important to understand roles, responsibilities, and what differentiates deep tech from different types of startups. It's about rewards being much further away. So everybody has to be aligned that this is not something that will generate you money in 6 months or maybe 12 months. You need to be ready for the long run. So this is also finding mission-driven, cultured people. So in both entrepreneurship and science, and especially in particular with all this competition, I'm speaking about competition between deep tech, fintech, whatsoever, lifestyle businesses. Deep tech, it's much more complex in terms of pivoting, in terms of setting team motivation. So let's say, asking a question, when is it important to take care about the culture? You need to take care about the culture before the startup forms. So, and understand those risks, rewards, and objectives, and mission-driven principles of creating and forming and running a deep tech startup.
Yeah, and I would just kind of pick up one keyword that you mentioned there was the motivation of the people. And I think that's a key aspect, because the spectrum of personalities among scientists is the same as a spectrum you would have anywhere else. I mean, in terms of the diversity of the spectrum, right? So same as in a single family, you have all sorts of personalities. In academia and in science, you have all sorts of personalities. That means their motivations are very different. And when you fuse that with the people coming from, say, like the software side, business development, so you get a very wide spectrum. And to avoid a situation where you have these cultural issues, it's very important to understand the core motivations that actually drives these people. And the process is not as simple as asking them, what is your motivation? Because depending upon the time and who they're answering to, you will get answers that in terms of any sort of accuracy will be between 0 and 100 and anything in between. And how do you go and try and normalize that? So a key tool I discovered during my sort of a Cambridge days when I had my second startup there was a thing called the motivational map. And we had an independent consultant come from outside. And every year, 18 months, we would run this entire motivational map exercise through the entire organization. So we had a normalized view and we had a common language around which we could speak to each other. So for example, I and my sort of immediate reports, we have our motivational maps in between. We talk openly, what motivates us. And you'll be surprised how different things motivate each other. But the fact that we are open, that also allows us to understand each other's behaviors and not get offended by it.
It's a great example. Yeah. You mentioned a few, but are there any other cultural challenges regarding the team culture that concerns especially deep tech?
Other cultural aspects. So, you mean cultural aspects?
Yeah, that's regarding the team culture.
I would say that you need to understand the core of person's behavior. Why does he do things that he does? So, going back again, also combining this with motivation. So what is motivation of scientists to do what he does in terms of science? They do this because they love to learn the beauties of the world, the universe, its complexity through a prism of intellectual instruments. So this is art form, a very specific art form where your intellect is an instrument, like a brush for a painter. So when people do this, they love doing this. So it's important for a person to be in their place. So if scientist is willing to do science, not ask him to do anything else. Try to make the better culture of, adding other people who are willing to compensate on other aspects, such as, for example, entrepreneurship. And all of those things are extremely important to consider and a perfect match now between scientist and entrepreneur, where entrepreneur is a person that is driven by the willingness to make things happen. So he doesn't care about specific narrow discipline. He wants to aggregate, put it into a vector and see the results and try to create value. So he needs to be an aggregator of various competences. And for this, actually, you don't necessarily need to be a scientist. You need to understand at all times that you're not the smartest person in the room, but there's always somewhere, maybe on that side of the screen and LinkedIn, somebody very smart that you could ask industrial expertise, advice from. So, culture is about understanding roles and responsibilities. It's extremely important.
I think it's an important point. And also, I think one thing we have to be aware of that the motivations of people will change over time. And hence the reason why we do this motivational map, once a year. And I'll give you practical examples. In my previous company, we hired academics. And you would think that, okay, these guys are academics, right? So you'll put them in some, remote corner and then they will do their stuff. But very soon, there were some specific people who got very, very interested in customer interaction because that was the first time they ever kind of did it. And because I, as the CEO, just saw them in action, and I felt that they had the kind of capability of kind of for it. Some of these academics have now become customer facing, and similarly, we hired people who had finished their master's degree, joined our company to do their part-time PhD, and they joined us because they wanted to be in the industry and not be in academia. But in the 3 years they were with us in my previous company, they kind of published such outstanding research. They went back into academia to become lecturers at UCL and Imperial College in the UK. So I think motivations will kind of adapt, and the culture of the organization should support that, right? Because people who are smart and clever, they are seekers, right? And because they're in this constant journey to seek, they don't know what they don't know. And you don't know, one fine morning, they will wake up and they find something, and that will be their calling for the next few years or for the next few months. And you must kind of give that, because you want to fire up that full kind of motivation to go forward. Because if you try to hold it back, you actually drop their kind of efficiency.
So Vishal, you mentioned the motivational map, and Anton, you mentioned that the culture needs to start from the very beginning of the company when it's actually getting formed. What other tips, concrete tips, would you have for the founders, for example, in the audience on the building blocks of the company? What could a founder do in those early days?
I think the first thing that the founders need to do is do what they say, so their behavior has to correlate very strongly with that. So you can't have both things. For example, you can't have a hierarchical organizational structure and at the same time say that you have a flat kind of hierarchy or you have a flat structure, right? So the flat structure kind of inherently means that there is no node of decision making inside the organization, right? So a key example of that is that in my previous company, when we had our office manager, and she was employee number 18, and from the time we grew to about 120 staff, I never decided where I sat inside the office, because the office was not optimized for my comfort. The office was optimized for the organizational efficiency. And of course, me being a business development guy always got the worst place. And there was a kind of reason for that, because I said that I should have the least comfortable place inside the organization. so that nobody else can complain that the office is not comfortable enough, right? If it's comfortable enough for me, then everybody else should be in a better place. And I think these sort of behaviors really basically mandate, because ultimately the role of the CEO is to be a coach, right? And I think that's a key element in this modern day organizations where information is open and people, especially in deep tech, are very, very smart and very, very, kind of a talented people. So you're not a boss, you're a coach. Yeah.
So my take on this would be that it's extremely important culturally to set up the environment where you have always, let's call it double validation. So that whatever you are saying, that whatever you show as a vector of development for the company, you have a very strong basis of why you go there, and somebody that can validate this from the industry, for example. So apart from consistency and just showing up and doing things that are important, it's very important because, especially working in an environment with scientists, people always seek for a second opinion. So like when I was speaking with doctors, it's impossible to believe just one doctor. So you need to be sure that this is on a daily basis as a culture in a company. You have this, let's say, basically searching for alternative that would validate your hypothesis. So enhancing your team with competences that would more significant than any of yours. For example, I'm speaking about now scientists and entrepreneurs, where scientists usually think that they know where the direction of the business should go. And you as an entrepreneur who have never experienced in this field and don't have industrial expertise, you have to search for somebody else as industrial expert who will be able to persuade the scientists that you are on the right journey. So ultimately you're managing expectations, leadership, etc., all this, but it has to be as part of culture.
What are your experiences on then actually implementing culture across the organization? So let's say that you've led your company for 2 years, and then you realize that you need to implement the culture to a bigger audience in the actual organization. So what would be your tip to actually do that? How do you lead culture?
Should I start?
Yeah, go ahead.
So I think one thing is that culture takes time to embed, and the culture should be owned by the organization and not by the founders. And the culture will evolve as you bring in people, because you want them to be part of it. One way we do it is that we have our quarterly planning sessions. But obviously, if you grow too fast, you bring in too many staff, there'll be like a tension between. So I think in that, the way to kind of reduce it at the point of hiring is that have the discussion about the values of the company a key part of the interview process. So even now, it's our CFO, who's also the head of the HR. She does a separate values interview, right? So we always try to make sure people are very much aligned with our values, and that's make sure that the kind of a culture will not, there won't be too much of a clash. But then you have to be careful in the end that for short-term gain, that means trying to grow the company too fast, are you putting in problems for the long term? And I think many times there is too much pressure to grow the companies too fast and teams too fast, which I think I would always kind of push back against. And I can see it from first experience. So I have grown companies slow and I've grown companies fast. And in retrospective, in every team that have grown fast, I would just do one thing differently. I would do it slower. Even this morning, I was having a session with some entrepreneurs, and I was asked, "How do you scale fast?" And after kind of understanding the business, my advice was, "Don't scale fast."
Yeah, I mean, I can only
Especially
agree
deep
with
tech.
Yeah, with this particular thing, I can only agree. Just like putting emphasis on the early stage culture development, because old things cast long shadows, which means that you really have to take care of a very early stage culture. And then, I mean, you articulated it pretty well. I don't know what to add.
Have you followed some order when hiring? You mentioned that the business hires definitely should be hired quite early, but any other tips on who to hire and in what order?
I guess having started from the world of corporate, I always found it very strange that they used to first build an org chart and then start hiring people. So it was, to me, sort of a counterintuitive, because first you know what you want to do, then you decide what people you need, and then you think about the organization, right? Like that's what you would do in the army, right? You wouldn't first send an army, then figure out what is the end mission. So I think what I've done in my teams, both in corporate and outside, is I've always tried to build this kind of a functional map of what needs to be done, right? And many times that things needs to be done don't fall into any concrete block from Harvard kind of business university school of job definitions. That's just complete nonsense. So because what you really want to do, you kind of step back, and when you bring in good people, and all good people are, sort of multi-talented, and you say, I have all those things to do. Which of these do you think you can help with? And you'll be surprised, they pick up stuff that belongs to 3 or 5 different job definitions. And I think that's what we sort of try to hire and kind of organically. So always start with a functional map of things to do rather than job roles.
Yeah, understanding the picture, the big picture, it's exactly the most important thing. And you can only get it by speaking with people who are smarter than yourself. In this regards, in particular in deep tech entrepreneurship, I'm talking about people who have worked in industry for decades and are not necessarily scientists. I mean, they're not scientists. Not scientists as scientists are when they have this as daily job doing research. And they're not entrepreneurs, so they're working in some corporate environment. So basically, we're speaking about, before even thinking about hiring, make sure that this person is in your team, because afterwards you will know much better whom to hire. So it's also the, let's say, cultural way and attitude towards hiring. But yeah, mapping first, but you can only map it when you do this very first, let's call it hire, but it's not really a hire. It's looking for a teammate in a very broad manner. And it's important to motivate them, so they're not, because it's very early stage of the startup. You can't pay this person enough money to satisfy him as he, according to his quality of salaries that he received. But if you have a good culture, if you show him that he will earn from success, and he understands that everything that is going to be done, as we discussed a little bit earlier, then that's probably the first most important hire, and then it's going to go so much more organically, and you wouldn't probably need to care about it. You would need to care about the things you just mentioned about scaling fast.
My final question, is there anything you would do differently on the culture side if you would now start over? Time for some self-reflection.
So I think this is my 4th startup, so my 3rd kind of deep tech startup. So I try to make kind of less mistakes in the past. So I think the biggest learning was grow slower, which I'm doing with this startup, and get a CFO right in the beginning, which I'm doing now. And our CFO also manages operations, risk, kind of HR. And this is, again, one of those kind of classic things. So the CFO box is too small for what she does. And she's incredibly talented at what she is, of all the things that she does. Yeah.
Let's say the times 10 years ago, 5 years ago, and now are extremely different. So, of course, I would change so many things just because at least the environment was different. So I didn't know the stuff I knew back in the day. But I would probably wrap it up by saying that it's extremely important to have a lot of open discussions and not to keep it in yourself as founder. You have to discuss things. You have to have trusted people with whom you could reflect on your thoughts. And you have to have those conversations, as many as possible.
Final tip, I still have 1 more minute. So is there any books or lectures that you could recommend to the founders here on culture?
Yeah, so of all the kind of leadership, team planning videos I have seen, I think my favorite one is from Supercell. So Ilkka Paranen has this fantastic videos online where he talks about the work culture on Supercell and how he founded the company. I don't know Ilkka, personally well, and neither he's not an investor, so I'm not biased in any way. It's just for me purely as a person with the right values who has created an amazing company. I think the Supercell model is a fantastic model for kind of a deep tech companies of kind of distributed decision making inside companies.
Well, I would say that I mentioned about what we do in Commercialization Reactor with a decade worth of knowledge and wisdom from creating more than 100 teams, out of which more than 70 got invested. So we actually look for a lot of those, let's say, cultural influencers, etc. And also, from broad speakers such as, Steve Blank, Bob Dorf, etc. But we actually aggregate it into our course, which is actually for free and sponsored by European Union. So everybody who is willing to understand how to transform your mindset into a deep tech entrepreneur, you should check it out, I believe. Yeah, that's sort of a promo, but of a free thing that is free for everybody. So very welcome.
Good tips. This was absolutely a pleasure. Thank you, Vishal and Anton. The program continues here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Reta, Vishal, and Anton. Let's get a huge round of applause. Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you.
And the next on stage, I would like to invite Katarina Gianelli and Anne Badan. They're going to tell us about creating an environment for growth.
Put myself in? Perfect, whatever. Okay, perfect. That seems to work. Hi, everyone, and great to be here today. My name is Katarina Gianelli. I'm a partner of a Nordic VC firm called INVENTION. We are an early stage investor, have been around for over 10 years, currently investing from our FOSS fund. It's a 150 million euro fund focusing on technology and focusing exclusively on the early stages. So we typically work with companies when they're very early in their journey, and that's why we're also very much involved in shaping the teams and building the cultures within these companies. And today I'm lucky to be joined by Anne Badan, who is a good friend of mine and also founding partner of the X Search, an executive search firm focused on tech hires and mostly in the Nordics. Anne has been in the tech space for over 25 years in various roles, out of them 16 years as an entrepreneur herself, recently running Shortcut as a CEO. So Anne would know the space inside out. So big thanks for joining us today, Anne. Thank you for having us. Maybe we'll start with a short intro to the X Search, and then I know you work with a lot of deep tech startups, so maybe you can tell us a little bit more about the type of work that you do.
Sure. Yes. Thank you for the floor. The X Search is an executive search company which is actually specialized in technology and digital-led type of high-growth businesses. We started a year ago, and in 1 year we've seen impressive achievements already. Typically, I think the executive search space is quite traditional, is run with similar type of people, and here, I'm very proud to say that after 1 year, we've had already 55% of our placement that are executive female. And I don't know that anybody in the executive search can say that. And then 25% of our placement has also been non-Finns, which is also quite important here in terms of the international scene and then bringing the talent, having the right skills to scale businesses to high growth.
And what kind of companies are they typically? Are they early stage, as in teams of 2 to 10 people, or are they typically slightly later?
Well, we have a bit of all. We have typically have had startups that are maybe 10, 15 people trying to shape up or restructure the way they want to go next. And then they need help to find their new CEO or executive board members as well is one possibility as well. But then we have mostly the ones that are in a scaling phase, i.e. getting with
Series A, B, C, D rounds, and then typically are extremely ambitious, and therefore they need to have the right talent to bring them to the goals. So that's typically, I would say, sweet spot of 100 people already, but can go all the way to 300 to 800 and more.
So given again that you work with very different stages or growth stages of the company, what are the typical hires that you are involved in, especially when it comes to the earlier stages, if we're talking about smaller teams of 5 to 10 people?
Yeah, 5 to 10, that's not the majority of our assignments, but in general, I mean, outside of the founding team, the most important person that will come after you is somebody who's not like you. So often, especially in the deep tech environment, you would think academic researcher or scientist or innovators are maybe more from the technical side, and they would potentially require someone with a commercial background, and not just potentially, most likely. I think that this is where the company can break if you do not have out of the lab your innovation ready. You need to productize it, you need to produce it, and if you don't have anyone to sell it, then whatever you're doing here is not going to bring you any successful milestone. So often the most important hire is going to be after the founder, and it's someone who's not like them. And then mostly on the business side, so I would say commercial lead or chief commercial officer, someone who takes care of business development and sales, looking at the growth path. And then also somebody who is able to translate, the values of the product and then talk to, in layman's terms sometimes, because when you're talking to customers or, partners and so on, you need to be also able to convey what your product is going to do and what impact it's going to have, and then being able to lock meetings and deals and partnerships.
Exactly.
So that's one, but we have also many other roles that are super crucial, that are often kind of overlooked or not thought as so important. But CFO is a very recurring role, especially at different stages. You need different types of people. If you have not thought very well about how you want to grow your team, you may have a right person for just right now, but not for the next 18 to 24 months. And this is often a mistake, by the way, because you need to have flexibility with the talent you have, in the sense that 18 months down the line, you might need other skills, or you have shifted a little bit your business model or whatever. And then if you had actually hired somebody who had a very narrow type of profile and might not be able to adapt, then you might have lost already resources, time, and money here by that mistake. So it is quite important to look at the CFO role as someone who can take you there if you can, and that requires, of course, a lot of ways of attracting the right talent for you. But this is one of the roles that is also important.
And overall, I think when you mention thinking about scaling your team, one of the mistakes that we as investors typically see is that founders don't spend enough time thinking about hiring, or founders are not necessarily involved enough in hiring and just thinking that it will be, priority number 5.
Yeah.
So in your view, how much time do founders, or CEO at least, needs to spend on that? As in, how much time to spend on hiring and building the culture?
How much time means, as a short answer, a lot of time. So because first off, you are the spokesperson of your product and your company, and you're the one who is going to convince the right people to join your bus, like the title of our talk today. But I think that what is important is to know that ultimately it's very company specific, but you're going to have to be involved in the process. Then as your team grows, if your leadership has the capabilities, can also take quite a lot of the load later on. But I think that what is interesting when you look at surveys that have been done, and one in particular that strikes me from the BCG group, Boston Consulting Group, they have made a survey for the deep tech companies that there are like 4 or 5 topics that are super important to focus on and that they see as a challenge. But when you look at what the deep tech companies want and what the investors want, there's a gap, there's something that is not matching. And so, for example, you look at first ensuring funding, then you want to have a lead investor, but then the investor wants you to actually scale your operations and manufacturing and operation. And then for that, for the deep tech company, it is coming like position number 5 or even 6, you know, so it's a different order of priorities. And I think there are different expectations. And therefore, the companies should also think that if the investor wants you to scale, you can't do it without the right people. So talent is your priority, should become your priority number 1 after the money. And especially when you got the money, you have high expectation to deliver. So,
and I cannot agree more. I think when we invest in companies, of course, for us, the company is only as good as your first, 5 hires, right? Or 5 to 10 hires. And if you get them wrong, then it's very difficult to change it going forward. Also, one other thing that I hear from our portfolio, from the entrepreneurs that we work with that are a little bit further ahead, I think almost all of them regret that they haven't hired a head of talent or a similar kind of role very early. What's your view on that? As in, like, when is the good time to bring one on board?
Well, it all depends on the company. It's really very much related to specificity of the company and also at the stage at which, at the speed at which.
But is it like 5 people, 10 people, 15, 50?
Well,
I can tell you, in my view, if you bring one when it's 50, it's way too late.
It's way too late.
We would rather see
for
it in
sure.
the first 10 hires.
No, but like it also depends on who you are as the founding team, and if you have on your leadership the capabilities of doing the hiring and then attracting the talent. Because I think the important element is when you start, whoever you grab or you manage to attract is going to be also your spokesperson to attract other talent. And so if you have that superstar in your team, then you might have already like a joker in your sleeve. But other than that, it's a lot of work. It is really something that one needs to pay attention to. And to do it well, it requires to put already from very early stage your efforts in that.
And maybe to make it also very practical, as in if there's anyone in the audience who is ready to hire a head of talent, how do they find one? What kind of profile is it typically?
Well, the profile will again depend, I guess, on your product, your business. But I think in general, what is interesting, or maybe some mistakes or pitfalls in which people tend to fall, is that, like I said earlier, you need to already think down the line. What are you going to, who are you going to hire? How much are you going to hire? From which industry are you going to hire? And so a talent person is very different from an HR person. So again, we have to also separate. If you're looking purely at acquiring talent, I think that's often your criteria are very narrow, or you're like, I want this and I want that because, you know, it's like matching exactly my product and then this and this and that. But like I said, often, you know, you may change the course of your business, and you need to have someone who has a broader view on what talent acquisition means. It doesn't hurt to have somebody who has an HR background as well, even though it's 2 different types of role. But HR meaning that you will have somebody who has also the understanding of how to build HR processes along the way. And in order for you to not break when you scale, you need to really think about it at a certain point. When you have already 10 employees, you might have to, you know, manage your people and the culture of your company. And then as you grow, you will realize also that you have different types of groups of teams and mindsets, and some are very homogeneous. Some in the deep tech come a lot from the research side, so they are more, you know, they're very good with the tech side, maybe less with the social side. And then, so you need to find somebody who understands all these complexities of how do you run a team to effectiveness and being the best team you can get on board.
Makes sense. Makes sense. Maybe then moving to the topic of talent and finding the right talent for your company. So, of course, today we are seeing huge wars for talent all over the place, as in both globally as well as here in the region. It's very difficult to get people. So in context of that, how does one actually do it? As in, what's the best way to start? How do you find good candidates for your company?
Well, there are industry tricks, of course, but I think that in general, if you are co-founding team looking for team members, I imagine that the first thing one is tending to do is to look into their own vicinities and their networks and the people and the colleagues they know, connecting, going to events like this one and trying to mingle, find people within the industry that you might actually, have synergies is also very simple type of networking and access to people. Of course, from our side, from the executive search business, it's more also from a research perspective. It's also understanding the landscape. What are the industry? Who are the industry players? What is the competition doing? The kind of people that you could find from certain companies that have parallels with your business. Not automatically always from within your industry, but that has translation and bridges that you could make. And I think one is, for example, interesting as an example, if you're looking for a CEO for an airport, for example, and it's a real case, you tend to go to the competition or look at somebody who's been running the airport in another country, when in fact, who says that the guy who is running a hospital could not be the right match as well. So it's sometimes about how do you have transferable skills that could also be super interesting for your own industry with a new mindset and a new eye. So I would say that it's looking at all these aspects, and then of course it's a lot to do with access and knowledge. So if you have a board as well that has a lot of access to different types of people, might also be super important. Your investors know definitely also people that you should consider.
Exactly. I was just thinking that a lot of founders also come to us and ask us how do they know what is a good level, right? So when they need to hire a good CEO, what's good? What would be your advice to that? As in, how to develop a sense for what is a good CEO?
That's an interesting question that I would actually be interested to turn to you, because often...
So I think, of course, in my view, the best way to find it out is to hang out with people who are in the companies that are a little bit further ahead. As in, if I was the one searching for head of product, I would try to identify all the head of products in the industry, approach them and try to get to know them and get their tips or get some candidates from them or referred by them. Mm-hmm. That's probably the quickest way, but I don't know if there are any other tips from you.
Well, I think that what does best look like is very subjective in many ways. It's also depending on the company and who are the people who are already there, because what you want is not the best, but the best fit, in the sense that who do you not have on your team, for example, might be the best then that you need. Also, I think, especially when we look at the deep tech industry, or you're thinking of B2B, it's often innovation that needs to be commercialized. You need partners, you need people who, most of the time, your biggest customers are going to be corporates. And then also here, it's important to see what is the parallel with what you're doing and who you need on your team. So often the ones that are really versed in what they do, they're already very well paid in super good jobs, often with corporate or bigger structures. And then these guys are often overlooked because you think, oh, they're too expensive, they're too this, they're too that. How am I going to, convince them to join me? When in fact they could be the best that you may want, because often startups are thinking, "Ooh, I need someone, hands-on, scruffy, who can do things, and then kind of jack of all trades."
That takes me to the next topic, maybe on the incentives. As in, if you are to hire this top talent, how do you incentivize them, and what's your view on the ESOP programs, for example, so employer share ownership program? Does everyone have to be part of it? What's the right way of thinking about it, etc.?
So when thinking of attracting talent, because there are different levels, of course, that you need to look into your talent, is first step is how you're going to attract them. And indeed, the SOPs are practices that are getting more and more popular here in Europe, whether it's from traditional startups, deep tech startups. Deep techs are eventually taking way longer than other consumer products, for instance. So you need people who are patient, people who are motivated, that are ambitious, who will connect with your mission, or have a deep understanding of what you're trying to achieve here. And then with the ambition and the culture of the leadership team, the culture of the business, you can attract really the right people just with that. And then you have to look at the soft values. And here we're not talking about smoothie bars and board games with your team, but more looking at what is the driver behind the product, and are the people really excited about the future and the impact of what you can bring to the industry. But then what is also important is like how you're going to retain them in your team. And so the ESOP is a very good way of making sure that you can retain the talent. Because often if you offer it to the leadership team or even lower, there are some other companies that offer it to everyone, but with vested period.
Do you think that's already the market standard?
Excuse me?
Do you think that's the market standard already,
No,
as in offering it to everyone?
No, it's not the market standard, but there are some companies that are putting it to everyone because they have
I think in my view, it is already the market standard, or about to become the market standard.
Actually, the talent is hoping and expecting it because they've seen really interesting exit from VCs, so they want to be on the same train, and so they are willing to go down on their salary base in order to get that plan. But I think it also depends on, as a founder, you don't want to dilute your equity, of course, So the investors want you to do it because they want you to be highly ambitious, go faster to the end, of the tunnel for them. So they are pushing often the founders to do that. But I think for an employee, it's interesting in a sense that it also allows them to be more faithful and committed to the task, and they have stakes in the company, so they're going to probably work their ass off.
I personally think it's a must nowadays.
Yeah.
But just thinking we're running out of time, maybe a couple of key takeaways for the audience.
I had so many, and I actually wrote them down. I've got 10 of them, but they're probably too many. So I think if I can just summarize them to 3, I think talent is priority number 2. Right after funding, you need to really invest in that. And if you don't, it's very costly to have a mishiring, especially at the very beginning. And as you scale, this is even more important because it's attracting the right talent. It is also retaining the right people in your company. It is making sure that you are delivering what the investors are expecting. And then I think that in general, this is one of the top topic that is now in the forefront. Money is not anymore an issue, especially with the European tech startup that I built. There's a lot of money out there, but talent and the war for talent is the biggest issue.
I guess we have to wrap up now, unfortunately, as we're out of time. But thank you so much, Anne, for joining us today.
Thank you for the chat.
Thank you very much, ladies. And we will continue in a minute with after a short break. Just a second. Okay, and I would like to welcome on the stage now Lotta Partanen from VTT. Welcome on stage. Just a round applause, please. Stage is yours. Rock and roll.
Is it? Good afternoon, everyone. Now you can hear me. How wonderful to have you all here. It's a great honor to bring the VTT spin-off candidates on this magnificent stage here in Dipoli today at the Nordic Deep Tech Business Summit. I thought I'd first introduce VTT and then what Launchpad is, and then we can dive into the pitches and hear our teams out. So a few words about VTT. VTT is a research and development partner that is owned by Finnish state. There's about 2,000 employees working at VTT, and about 1/3 of us hold a doctorate. We were founded in 1942, and currently we're quite international in our operations. So VTT's purpose is to bring together people, business, science, and technology to solve world's great problems, and hence, of course, create sustainable growth and well-being. Here's a brief timeline of VTT. Founded in 1942, you can imagine there were quite a few troubles in the world at the time. And VTT focused at solving the national challenges. Now, if you look then to today, our focus is very much in global challenges. And so 2 years ago, we published a vision paper on the path of exponential hope. And there we outlined 5 technologies that we believed would make a great difference in the world. And if we look at this then, and reflect a little bit on what our incubator has already in its 3.5 years of existence achieved, we have spun off 3 teams in new proteins or in protein production. And if we then look at the lineup that is going to be on stage today, we will find quantum computing there, chemical recycling of plastics, as well as new material or novel material use. So why we're here and why we're doing this is because in order to make the greatest impact of change is by spinning off startups. In addition to VTT Launchpad, which is our internal incubator, we also host the Nordic node of the Food Accelerator Network, EIT. So diving into then VTT Launchpad, as an incubator, we were founded in 2019 in the spring, so we are now 3.5 years of age. Now, historically, of course, VTT has been spinning off companies over the decades. So in that sense, not totally brand new to us. However, we renewed the ways of working. So what is VTT Launchpad? It's an incubator that is committed to develop high-quality, fundable spin-off companies with great impact, aiming for global impact, and they are based on VTT-owned IPR. So VTT creates value out of the IPR that it invests in the growth companies. And VTT success is measured, among other measures, by the owners through the amount of capital investments invested into our past spin-offs each year. So last year, VTT spin-offs attracted approximately 104 million euros of capital investments. What I like to always bring out is that there are 2 significantly and fundamentally different ways for us to commercialize IPR. And one is our bread and butter, the everyday work that we do. And that is the contract research that we do with our corporate partners. And there we license and sell IPR, and we prefer to grant the licensees with non-exclusive deals. And of course, it's priced at market value. Now where we operate with the startups is the orange box, preferably, where we can actually carve out the IPR. It's clearly specified. And then we invested in kind into startups. So these are two very different ways of handling IPR in commercialization. So then, just a brief slide on definition of a VTT spin-off currently. It is a company that VTT has invested its IPR into in kind in exchange for preferred shares alongside with capital investors with equal terms. The IPR has been clearly specified and valued by a third party before the investment. And our target is typically the maximum of 10% of the startup. And we're really aiming for a great growth path for the company. So here's a team slide. Picture needs to be updated. We have a new member, Mio Silvenonen, joined us in the spring, working on business analytics. I'm Lotta Partanen. I lead incubation and acceleration. I always forget to introduce myself. Apologies. Pia-Maria Terhunen, a long-term VTTer, researcher by background, doctor of technology, is a manager of the incubator program. You can find her over there, actually standing, waving her hand. And then Antti Pirnes is responsible for the IPR investment. Good. So I thought I'd give a kind of a quick slide on what the incubator program on a higher level offers and what our criteria are. And then without diving much further into that, like I said, we have a long track record of spinning off companies in the past. So there's a kind of a quick glance at the logos, at least, of the companies that we have been spinning off. And the top line are the ones that have graduated from the incubator itself. If I highlight something out of this slide is something, as a professional who's worked in innovation in technology companies all my career, I must say that many of our teams are exceptionally customer-centric, as they've worked with different kinds of industry partners all their careers at VTT. So they understand the industry challenges and they're well networked in that. And I think, what is also worthwhile noting is that the IPR is quite solid, that, it's a clear asset that our teams is of value for our teams. How you might participate if you wanted to kind of get in touch, work with us ahead of time or earlier than just in the investment phase. There are ways of kind of collaborating with the teams, mentoring them, and sometimes there's opportunities in steering research and business projects, for example. Good. So, like I said, in the 3.5 years of existence of VTT Launchpad, we have spun off 4 teams, and I think at least 2 of them are here today and tomorrow on stage. So we saw Maija Itkonen, I think she was on stage earlier today from Onego Bio. And I believe Ture Parviainen from Volare team also will be here tomorrow on the stage. Great. So to learn more about our teams, I welcome you to visit our website. You can find our contact information there also. So do reach out if you want to kind of get in contact with the incubator team. Also, you find all the startups there lined up and more information about them if you click on the icon and enter the page. Good. So I welcome you once again to meet and greet our teams. And I'll be working as your host today. So the way we work today is that we have, I think, 8 teams pitching. And then we have a panel of investors seated here in the front row. We have Jane Valerud from Valerud Ventures. Welcome. We have Pontus Torman from Voima Ventures. Thank you for participating. And then finally, Kim Group, is it? Thank you. From First Fellow Partners. So instead of opening the floor for anyone to pose questions, we thought that it would be a more fluent afternoon if we have a panel who poses the questions to our teams. And then you can meet, if you have further questions, please pull on our team sleeves and talk to them afterwards. Great. Welcome, everyone. And I'm very happy to invite to the stage Team Granarium that is developing electricity storage everywhere. Welcome.
Hi all, I'm Paula from Granarium. Our vision is to change the way electricity is stored. We use nanocellulose to build 100% renewable electricity storage. Our mission is sustainable and safe solutions where the instant high peak power is needed. According to the GTK study, nearly 38,000 terawatt hours extra power is needed to completely phase out fossil fuels. This means that new solutions to store electricity are needed quickly to cover the increasing demand and need for the transition to renewables. The current battery solutions will not cover this massive need alone, and they consume non-sustainable, scarce and unethical resources. Now we studied whether it would be possible to build an electricity storage by using only renewable materials. Supercapacitor is very interesting technology as it uses carbon-based materials to store electricity. However, it uses also synthetic binders like electrolytes and that are not environmental friendly. And we realized that we'll have one technology that uses only renewable materials, and we can build new type of supercapacitor. High consistency nanocellulose can bind different types of biocarbons that can act as an electricity storage. High consistency nanocellulose is a unique material component that has a range of different material sources: wood pulp, textile fibers, agro-residuals. And these are all affordable materials. And we want to make sustainable material choices. Like activated carbon, all are 100% renewable. Supercapacitor, well, it's super fast and efficient in charging and discharging. The power density, it's very high, and from seconds to minutes. And therefore, we are concentrating into the use cases where the high specific power is needed. It has very long life cycle compared to the batteries, and therefore it's almost service-free. And it can survive well in demanding conditions. To sum up, we can build 100% renewable electricity storage, supercapacitor. We'll have infinite supply of materials that enables also local, responsible, and self-sufficient production. The characteristics of the material enables design freedom and makes our solution easy to integrate. The production is simple and low cost, which makes larger size supercapacitors very capex effective and scalable. The solution is super fast, from seconds to minutes, so where that type of operating power is needed. And finally, it's safe and secure. We do not need any harmful chemicals nor safety facilities in the production. Our first commercial application would be electricity grid stabilizer. Now, transition to new renewable energy solutions has raised new type of challenges. The current power grid network is not designed to support and secure stable distribution of renewables. This is globally recognized challenge. There are two leading needs. The new renewable energy production systems require solutions to stabilize the production interruptions and voltage fluctuations. Also, they need backup power to cover the supply fails of windmills and solar power plants. And secondly, the old mechanical energy systems like water power plants, they are slow. And they are in danger to be removed from the energy reserve markets. And that would be quite a waste. So we can provide small-scale, fast reserve for both of these cases. Our solution is cost-efficient, scalable, and safe, and that would free the scarce lithium reserves into more efficient use cases. We have built a simple model to explain the business logic. With 20 million investment, we would produce 30 electricity storages size of sea container. The capacity of one sea container size electricity storage would be 100 kilowatt hours. As a direct comparison, there would be water power plant backup storage using similar capacity and using traditional supercapacitor. So the use case is already in action. And so basically we can provide enough time or power to quick and secure the production interruptions and fluctuations or superfast charging. The spin-off milestones, we'll have now research to business process ongoing until February 2023. By then we are aiming to reach the spin-off readiness as well as our larger size functional demo is ready. After that, we will build, test, and optimize the commercial pilot production, as well as the pilot cases in a real environment. Once we'll have validated results, we will build the industrial scale pilot plant. These are the most critical milestones to ensure the scale, continuum, and pathway for the new innovations, like utilizing the design freedom and building a new product concept. This is our core team. I'll have 20 plus years from leadership, startups, innovation, and product making, while Otto Ville has broad experience of developing new high-value use cases of cellulose-based materials, and production methods. We are looking for 2 million seed funding to ramp up the pilot production, accelerating the product development, building the winning team, and finally releasing the first commercial-sized pilots. Thank you. Otto Ville, please join. This is the team.
Thank you, Paula. Excellent pitch. Can you say something about technology readiness level? So you're building a pilot plant next year, but how well have you got it to function in the VTT laboratories?
Well, we have tested the functionality in the laboratory level, and currently we are building a functional prototype. So we are aiming for a technology readiness level around 5 or 6 during this year.
And continuing on that unit economics, have you gained an understanding of how you would be in unit economics compared to existing supercapacitors?
We have made some extensive calculations on how expensive the production would be, how expensive the materials would be. And we know for quite certain that we are going to be a lot cheaper.
So thank you for the presentation. So now having the co-founders on the stage,
Yes.
what kind of domain expertise do you see yourself lacking in order to successfully validate the pilot line phase and also kind of start on production level and then, thinking ahead for the commercialization? What would be the, let's say, the top 3 critical recruits you would like to bring on board?
Good question.
Well, we definitely will need someone who has experience in developing manufacturing lines. And this person we have already identified, and he has agreed to join us if we secure the funding. Then we need a system integrator, someone who knows what it takes to bring this type of devices to actual use cases in the grid level. And probably we also need an electrochemist to make the device even more powerful. Do you agree?
And the first pilot production we are going to do in the facilities of our partners. So where we are already discussing about the equipment.
It's often a wonderful way to scale if you can get off-take agreements with your customers. So that if you can possibly get a contract with God El in Swedish or anything in Finland, whatever, that says that they will buy 20 of these per year or 20 of these if they meet the following specifications. And if you do meet the specifications, they have to pay you anyway, whether or not you deliver, okay? That kind of contract will unlock an amazing amount of investment for you. They are well known. They're called off-take agreements. Please take a look at them, okay? I would suggest that first, I suppose. And the next thing I would suggest is that if you really are at lab scale now, what risks do you see between here and the first pilot? And how do you mitigate them, each one of them? Okay, because that's your next level, right?
Yes.
And what might go wrong on the way there, and how are you going to make sure that doesn't go wrong?
Do you want to go first?
Yeah. Well, we actually have now the parts ready for the real pile scale device, which we are building at the moment. So we are moving from centimeter scale to 1 meter scale. But after that, of course, when we move from 1 meter to real sea container size scale, that's something that we just need to do with our selected partners. So we are teaming with the manufacturers who know to upscale.
Okay, so one risk is scaling from 1 meter to 4 meters. I can imagine another, or 10 meters, another risk might be that the two of you don't get along. Another risk is you don't actually get to spin out. Another one is that you don't actually get the off-take agreements. And that's just me sitting here thinking wildly. There must be others.
Luckily, we get along quite well. So.
Can you see this? Love.
Yes, it's where we have spent the last 14 months working really tightly together. So at this point, I can for certainly say that we probably get along better than, for example, me and my wife at the moment. So.
Oops.
But just in a professional way.
And seriously, we have been discussing tough things. Who we are and what does it make to build a startup? I have that experience from background, and it's not easy. And it takes quite a bit of a guts and really like a thickening your back. But nonetheless, this is such a unique innovation that makes my heart to pump. So.
Yeah, we share the similar values, the sustainability and the will to not mess up with our world anymore. So
one more. You said you're going to be cheaper than your competition. That's not a good idea. How about more expensive?
Sorry, I need to intervene. We need to move on with the program. Perhaps you can continue the discussion in a moment.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for the team. Thanks for the active and interesting questions for the panel. Very good. So next, coming up, we have Team Carbonade that has developed carbon dioxide as an ingredient in creating CO2 negative concrete. Welcome.
So hello, my name is Tapio Vemas and I'm here to present Team Carbonade. So the Carbonade is providing technology for concrete manufacturers to use and store CO2 into concrete. The concrete itself is a little bit of a problem because it causes 6 to 7% of the global CO2 emissions. And there are no realistic alternatives for concrete because we consume 10 billion cubic meters of concrete per year. The big carbon footprint comes from the production of cement, that is a binder material in concrete. And producing cement, it causes close to 1-to-1 CO2 emissions per ton. So there are no industrially feasible solutions to decrease the carbon footprint of concrete. But the legislation is tightening. In 25, we have a new construction law applied in Finland. That will set an emission limit for the housing, so something needs to be done. On the other hand, we have seen more and more carbon capture projects coming in place. But when you capture the CO2, you have to do something with it. You can use it to make some short-term materials, like synthetic fuels, plastics, use it as food products and things like that. Or you can store it permanently, meaning that you transport it somewhere and put it on the geological deposits. There are not that many industrially feasible technologies that can provide both aspects. And these kind of technologies that can provide value for CO2, but at the same time store it away, will have a special value. And our technology is one of those technologies. So we provide carbonation that is beneficial in concrete manufacturing. Typically, carbonation is seen as a harmful degradation mechanism in concrete, but when you apply it during the curing, that reverses. So we can use CO2 as a cement replacement material in concrete. So it has a special use, but at the same time, it mineralizes as carbonates and it's stored permanently in the system. With our technology, we can halve the CO2 emissions from the traditional concrete manufacturing, meaning that we can use less cement and then the rest part we can provide carbonates in the system. If we combine our technology with blended cements that have a smaller footprint than normal cement, we can get close to zero CO2 emissions. And when we use non-Portland cement binders, just as blast furnace slag or things like that, we can get negative emissions for the concrete. Globally, this means that our target is to reduce CO2 emissions of the concrete industry by 500 megatons per year in 2050. A single production line can mineralize CO2 from 1 ton to 20 tons, depending on the size of their unit. And then they can save cement that will also cause further CO2 reduction. And if this is fully extended to whole element industry in the world, the total emissions capacity is 1.5 gigatons per year. What we do so good, what is our special thing, is that this carbonation depends a lot how we can impregnate the CO2 into concrete. And we have created technology that enables high penetration of CO2 into concrete in atmospheric pressures. We use atmospheric pressures because then we can combine this technology to the existing concrete production lines. So it's easily scalable in different applications. And of course, we have applied patent for this. So we have a pilot unit. It has been there for 1 year, and it situates in Hollola near Lahti. And with this unit, we have tested our technology. We have treated different concrete products with it and see how it goes. Theoretically, we can treat 2 to 3 cubic meters of concrete in this unit. In reality, it's much less because we can't load the container so full that we could carbonate that much. But this is the technology scale up, and our technology readiness level with this pilot unit is 6 at this moment. The global markets of concrete are of course big, and there are 2 main sectors where we can apply it. It is the precast concrete products, that is worth $40 billion, and then there is the concrete element markets that are $93 billion per year. our business model is that we provide these kind of units for concrete manufacturers, and then we sell the CO2 for them. There are no available low-quality CO2 at the markets at this moment, and we will provide this CO2 for them. And of course, we can offset this CO2. So if the concrete manufacturer does not decrease the carbon footprint of their concrete products, we can sell the mineralized CO2 as an offset. And here is our plan. So our plan is that the Lahti unit, where we have now the pilot unit, is converted to the 1/5 scale full operational system in the beginning of the next year. And during the next year, we will expand the unit, and at the end of the next year, the whole Lahti production plant is under this technology. In 2024, we will do first our commercial unit, and in 2025-2026, Vantaa Energia will provide a large amount of CO2 for us, and it means that we need 10 to 15 concrete production lines under this technology by then. But I have seen that there is a big market interest for this, so it's quite realistic to get that one. Yes, thank you.
I think it's evident about the emission reduction possibility and the regulation that will play a role there. Can you open up a bit on the total cost of ownership? So what is the comparable price for a construction company and similar if they would engage with you?
So we can replace cement with CO2. That causes a cost reduction. They have to, of course, pay something for the CO2. So the price level is equal to the current technology level, or it is lower. If you want to get much cheaper products, you can replace cement with other binders that are reactive carbon dioxide. And you can use material sources that no one else is using. And that will cost a huge cost reduction for your production.
Have you been able to run any numbers? I mean, I understand it's simulation, but you talked about technology readiness. Obviously, access to some of these alternative materials, it may be a higher cost. Have you looked into that? What is the cost model for the various options?
Yeah, we have developed this kind of cost model. The big thing is that where the CO2 comes from. And we have now a letter of intent with Vantaa Energia that they will sell the CO2 for us at the price that it is affordable for the whole production chain.
So I'm co-founding a startup which is kind of similar, so I'm not going to talk a lot. But one of the problems with new kinds of concrete is getting regulation so that they are accepted for different applications. Right? There is a company called Mixtristing in Austria, together with the Technical University of Vienna, that do AI testing of different concrete mixes, and they can get your concrete certified in EU in about 6 months. It's probably worth doing. Mixtristing.
Okay. Yeah, so the standardization is something that is affecting a lot of construction industry. Luckily, our process is a post-treatment process that is not typically controlled in the standards. So if we just can provide the fact that we don't change that much of the composition, we should not have problems with the standards.
All right, because that was going to be my question also. Do you think it will be easy to sell to consumers this kind of a concrete or people who are in charge of building projects that it will be as tolerable as your Portland cement?
Yeah, actually we go to the nearer thermodynamic equilibrium. So typically, the surface of the concrete carbonates during the first years, like few millimeters on the top of it. And that makes it less soluble for water. So it's not difficult to sell this because these kind of things are already known by the industry. And at this moment, there is a great need for this kind of products. So actually, they are already willing to take some risks with the products. Of course, not in the structural members of the things, but like pavements, it's something that they are willing to. It can cost more, and it can be like that. There is a need for these things. That's for sure.
That's for sure. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tapio. Great. So moving on from concrete to a revolution that is making plastic fully circular. Please, Olefai.
Thank you. I'm Matti Nieminen from Olefai Technologies, and I introduce our technology to you. We really believe that Olefai can make plastic really circular, which is not the whole truth today. We see that it is the first technology which can make which can be seen as a really circular recycling technology. And this is based on a few facts. In the fact, our technology is based on not 2-3 years development. We have developed gasification technology already more than 40 years. Personally, I have developed 42 years. And so it is really based on long experience, also in industrial scale. And this happened at VTT. We have even made commercial several technologies. Until now, we have 8 patents pending, everyone related to our Olefai technology. And so we try to protect so that there is no one else who is doing similar technology today in the globe, in the world. And what is a characteristic for Olefai? It's a one-step process. We are not basing our technology for different process steps because every step has a conversion factor. And finally, you have to multiply all of these factors together in order to see that what is the overall yield from plastic waste to olefins, for example. We have only one step. And this helps us a lot because the yield from our Olefai process, and yield means that how much recycled olefins we can produce from 1 ton of plastics, it is the highest what we have seen with any other technology. In optimal conditions, we have detected even 61% production of olefins from plastic waste. Of course, it was in optimal conditions, but it tells something. Even from naphtha, for example, which is a normal way to do nowadays, typically ethylene production is 30 to 33%, and some 10-15% for propylene, so that the overall yield is less than 50%. We can make more than 61. In addition to that, we have even 11% aromatics, recycled, chemically recycled, virgin-grade aromatics, which are also valuable products for our process. And the rest, roughly 28%, this is used for energy production in the process, so that we don't need any external energy. We are self-sufficient from energy point of view. And this is also a benefit. And if you look at CO2 emissions or greenhouse gas emissions, we have estimated, we can't make the detailed estimate now because we have to know the site to which we compare. But we have estimated 50 to even 66% reduction of CO2 emissions compared to traditional naphtha cracker. And our product is recycled. So if I compare to other technologies, we have even more than 50% higher yield in some cases. So this is really important issue from economic point of view. We can also accept rather low quality plastic waste for our feed so that it can contain contaminants. And our products, they are equal to virgin grade plastics, olefins. But what makes Olefai then economically feasible? This is from our pilot plant. If we first look, this is a conventional naphtha cracker. So that this is used nowadays to produce polyolefins, plastic pack material, for example. So it's a huge industrial plant and very expensive. A greenfield investment up to $6 billion US dollars to invest on such. It's absolutely too much for us. Olefy does not have such kind of money. We are not even dreaming that, no. Our idea is, and this is one part of our innovation, we will integrate our facilities to the steam cracker because the product from our process, it's a mixture of gases. And the most expensive part of the process is how to separate different fractions. And we are now utilizing the existing cryogenic distillation system, which exists at each steam cracker in the world. And this makes, we can save even billions, to be honest. And this is very essential for us. We can have there several, and the target is to have several Olefy modules together. Another issue having very essential impact for us is that the price value of the product is 2 to 4 times higher compared to naphtha-made polyolefins. This makes good for us. And the available market in roughly 450, 500 steam crackers in the world, each of them has several furnaces, and each furnace can be replaced by several Olefy reactors. So we have a potential for thousands of reactors. And briefly said, Olefy Technologies, it's a spin-off company from VTT, and we are now commercializing this technology. VTT has committed to transfer IPR in exchange to the equity. And now we are looking for investors, primary investors, but also strategic partners. We are negotiating, and we have negotiated already more than 2 years with technology providers, steam cracker operators, also global brand owners. And so we are really ready to go ahead. We have already the 3 persons in our team. Of course, technology is very much based on VTT technology. Patrice Arnes, my colleague, is also here. And then finally, what are the numbers we are looking for now? The first 2 years, during the period, we will make the detailed design of the demo plant. We make a feed study for the demonstration plant. We make the feasibility studies. And after 2 years, we have a complete readiness for investment decision on the demo plant. Why we do it so carefully is that the investment on the demo plant, it's about 100 million euros. This is not any small-scale activity. We are talking about heavy petrochemical industry, and that's why it's rather expensive. We have negotiated with many of the operators, and they see that this is completely okay. And now we are looking for this seed investment for this 50 million euros. And our mission is that we see that Olefy saves the planet for our children and grandchildren, but very important, economically attractive way. Thank you.
Thank you, convincing pitch. How much of today's plastic waste in percentage could you push through your process at the moment?
Excellent question. 63%. This is based on the fact, I can explain. This is based on the fact that 63%, 2019, 63% of all plastics produced in the world, it was polyethylene, polypropylene. In principle, all of that can be recycled based on Olefy-like technology. Okay, this is only in theory, but in theory, 63%.
If you look ahead 5 years, 10 years, what do you see as the main business? Is it to, be a key partner also building up the, similar, let's say, waste production facilities or cleaning facilities, or is it more licensing to different companies?
If you mean our business.
Your business.
Yeah. We are not aiming to own the plants. We are not aiming to construct any hardware by Olefy company. We are licensing. And that's why we have been negotiating already a couple of years with technology providers, so that we work together. We know that from investor point of view, it would be much better to have the complete freedom, but without technology provider, we are very, very small. So we need the technology provider. And finally, of course, we also need the petrochemical operator. And then we need also different kind of actors. But most important is technology provider as well as the petrochemical operator.
Really exciting if we can actually use our plastic waste. It's just wonderful. Okay. If we can actually use our plastic waste, that's great. That's wonderful. Okay. you're asking for a fair amount of money. And that's a reasonable amount of money. It's just a lot for me, and I think for Pontus. Don't know about you. Maybe you have an extra 100 million euros to play with. Because it's so much money, you probably need to get the petrochemical company involved.
Yes.
And you also probably need to get an extremely good storyteller involved. Because this is all about storytelling. And I would suggest the people doing ocean cleanup.
No, yeah. I agree that the amount for as a seed funding it's large. I agree. But on the other hand, we are talking about heavy industry.
No. I'm not saying you're asking for too much money.
Sorry.
I'm just saying you undoubtedly need that amount of money. But that means you have to look at an investor profile, which is different from the one sitting here.
Yeah.
We don't have 100 million euros.
No.
Okay? We just don't.
No.
Okay? But given that, then in order to get that kind of investment, then maybe you could get the cracker companies to invest in you.
Yeah.
They're making a lot of money right now. Okay?
Yep.
The other thing you can need to do is have a storytelling around it, because that will make it possible to get European funding. Okay? I would suggest then one of the best storytellers is this guy doing ocean cleanup from the Netherlands.
Yep.
You need somebody to say, we're taking the Pacific garbage patch and turning it into raw virgin materials, or something, something that just makes people stand up and cheer.
Yeah.
Because 100 million euros, you need to cheer.
Yep. To be honest, our target has been all the time that steam cracker operator will be the main investor to the demo plant. Yes, exactly. But we have prepared to collect also about 30 million euros from Olefai point of view, because we need access to the results from the demo plant. If we are not an investor, we have difficulties in that. And that's why we already have negotiated with the national funding, public funding, as well as we are targeting to commission innovation fund in order to get some funding to have some share of the demo plant. This is our target.
Wonderful. And find a storyteller. You can do it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I fully agree with Jane. So I guess, we need this. So good luck.
Thank you. And I will be there also after this, so please come.
Thank you, Matti. Next, coming up, we have the Of You team that outshines visual experiences. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Teemu Ruotsalainen, and I'm here to pitch about Of You. We provide an optical solution for multiple applications. Our core team composes from 4 different persons. We have an R&D background, but we have also a lot of experience in startups and entrepreneurship, sales and marketing. We have strengthened our team with collaboration of industrial designer and marketing and sales professional. Here is our product portfolio. Let's start with active privacy filters. With our technology, you can protect your screen from visual hacking and shoulder surfing. This privacy filter can be turned on and off with the push of a button. And currently, there is 2 other type of active filters in market, but they only work in LCD displays, and they have a lot to improve in user experience. Our technology works on all different type of electronic displays, and it doesn't affect on the user experience. It can be also used broadly in laptops, desktop, ATM, kiosk, tablets, and cell phones. We are currently having a discussion with 2 major computer brands. And here is our product demo video. It doesn't, it's on. So with the push of a button, you can protect your screen and protect the side view from visual hacking. And it doesn't affect on the user experience. So user has a crystal clear view. Our second product is smart windows. We provide smart windows which have one-way transparent properties, and that's unique. All the other smart windows block the view on both sides. Our system can be used in office booths, public-private buildings, and households, so basically everywhere where there is windows. Our system can be also retrofitted, and currently we are having a negotiation with the booth manufacturer. And here is product demo, 10 by 10 centimeters of a smart window. Here it is in off states. And here you can see our window in on states. On the left-hand side, you can see the view from inside to outside. And from right-hand side, you can see picture from outside to inside. So this is truly one-way transparent window. And here is artist's illustration how our windows could be used in households. So you can have your privacy and view at the same time. Our third product is transparent design, lighting elements, and decorative surfaces. So same technology with a little bit alternation can be also used in illuminating surfaces. And here is an example of illuminating wall. And our fourth product is signages. So where there is need of delicate light, we can have it, for example, in museums and so on. And let's go to the global market size. So currently, high-end lighting market is $15.5 billion. Smart window market size a little bit more than $1 billion. And a privacy protector market size, $700 million. Our business model bases on product sales and licensing. And with this business model, after 4 operative years, we will have 10 million euro revenue and 5 million euro profit. We have strong IPR and knowledge. We have 3 patents and more patents to become. We have also a lot of know-how, and we have been recognized by Launchpad, Business Finland, and last year we won an innovation competition called Start Me Up. Until this point, we have spent 750,000 euros in technology development. And currently, we are looking for $1.5 million seed funding with a 3.8 million euro pre-money valuation. We have already one handshake for investors, and we are looking for more. Money will be spent on product launches together with customer, productization, brand, IPR, and we will also grow through our team and need premises. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Every startup needs someone who's really enthusiastic about the technology, someone who's really screaming that they need one. So you had a bit of a few routes to market with a couple of different products. So can you tell us, where do you find that closest product market fit where you are at the moment? So who is going to be your first customer, and how can you be certain that they are sort of screaming for this kind of a product?
Well, with computer manufacturers, we have a discussion for a long time already. And now we are delivering them a technology demonstrator on their own laptops, and they are really interested on that. So we see this as a good lead. And also this office booth manufacturer, we just made a demo for them, and we got good comments about it, and now we are discussing it further.
Your different market segments, I don't know, but it seems likely that they are rather different. Okay? That you'll have a different production volume, you'll have a different sales cycle, the people you're talking to will be different people. And that means it might be difficult to do all 3 or 4 at once to start with. And I guess that's the same question that Pontus asked. So which one of them, if you had to choose one, I would suggest choosing the one where they're actually asking you to produce more immediately, if there is one like that. I mean, at the moment, you're still at the stage of you have 4 and we'll see which one it is, but the instant one of them starts to pull, please focus on that, okay? And employ salespeople that know that industry. So for instance, there is a VC here called Node.vc, N-O-D-E. They come from a company called Tobii, it's Swedish, most of them. And they have done huge technology integrations with laptop manufacturers. So if you want that kind of focus, then I would suggest talking to Morten Skogul, who's here. Yeah?
Yeah.
I was wondering as well how much you can actually produce. How big a surface can you produce at the moment? Where are you in TRL?
Can you repeat it? I didn't.
So that was just the whole market thing. Okay. The next thing is how big a surface can you produce at the moment, and what's your scale-up plan?
So in displays, we have our demo is 15.6 inches, so it's laptop size, and now we are doing a little bit bigger. We have also made a 41 inches monitor, this working demo. And what comes to Windows is that we need to upscale it. Our demonstrator was 40 centimeters times 70 centimeters, so that's really small for Windows size, but it can be upscaled.
There's a company also here called PFAL, Solar Technologies. There's another company here, another startup, that when I met them, they could make maybe 3-4 centimeters square. And now they're up to maybe a piece of paper. And that what they're doing now is selling very small pieces. They're a solar cell thing. And they sell to shelving, right? So if you can think of something where what you produce now is good enough, where you can produce more at the size you are, and they actually want it. I mean, you're at that stage, sort of what can you do with what you have now? Because investing in making huge window size things without a real market pull, that's hard.
Perhaps just to continue on that thread of thought, I mean, obviously there are different kind of application opportunities, different kind of markets with different kind of setups. So my question, without understanding this market at all, is it a kind of a 3 different products trying to find a market, or is there always already kind of a must-have need out there? And in addition to that, do you know what the cost would be and how more affordable it could eventually be, or on par with the other similar solutions, taking into account the benefits?
Yeah. So we started with smart windows, and then we noticed that this technology can be used also in displays. We have a privacy protector, and it was really interesting. So we focus on these 2 ones, and then we found out that also different kind of illuminated surfaces would be nice. But we are not focusing on them at this moment, so we have demonstrated that it works, and that will be later when we have time and muscle power to do that. Now we are focusing on these 2 products, smart windows and displays.
Probably next step good to try to figure out what are the unit economics and what kind of gross margin, what would be the cost as well.
Sorry, I didn't get it.
I was just making probably the next step, besides trying to find out who would be the best buyer and kind of the application, would to understand truly what is the nature of the unit economics, what is the cost of production, what kind of gross margin, what would the reasonable price point be for a purchaser?
Yep, we have a calculation on that. So our displays and regarding our displays and smart windows, so we are really competitive on those.
All right, Lotta is already standing there, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Teemu.
Thank you.
Great. 4 more to go. Coming up, we have the warming surfaces company that wants to provide us with the simplicity of control of warmth at the simplicity of controlling light. Welcome.
All right. Hello, everyone. My name is Jani-Mikael Kuusisto. Our company name hopefully says what we're all about. But I'll talk about a very basic need, which is warmth. And all of a sudden, with the skyrocketing energy prices, it's also becoming a luxury of sorts. Warming is a factor that has been actually overlooked for quite some time. Yes, we have the heat pumps. Yes, we as homeowners have always been a little bit concerned about the energy costs when we heat our buildings, our homes in the winter. But of course, this year in particular, it's become very crucial. But from a global perspective and a sustainability perspective, this has been a problem for a long time. 63% of all the energy consumed in residential buildings in the EU go to warming up the spaces that we live in. Talk about global warming. 63%. Over 20% of the CO2 emissions in the EU come from heating buildings. And in North America, 48% of all the energy consumed go to heating. And the reason for that is that we still heat the buildings in a similar fashion as our ancestors did living in the caves. We light a fire, and then we expect the heat to spread to us through the air. We're warming the air. But if there are any architects in the room right now, one of the first things you learn when you start studying architecture is the reason we feel cold is because the surfaces around us are sucking heat from us. So you're standing in a room, those cold surfaces are drawing energy from you, and thereby you feel cold. So our solution is to bring warmth to surfaces, energy efficiently, and in a manner that uses much less resources than what we've used resources up until now. This is a technology that is entering a conservative space. We know there's a lot of built infrastructure. Our claim is not that you go and destroy all your heating systems that are already there. Our claim is go and reduce your temperature levels. We've all finally started to learn this. Even the Minister of Trade is now telling us, reduce your heating by 1 Celsius and you'll save 5% in energy costs. What we're saying is you can retrofit these warming surfaces very easily. They're very rapid to control, and we can quickly provide over 20% energy savings in your total energy bill. Our vision is to control heating or warmth like you control lighting. By bringing these heated surfaces, pixelated heating surfaces, into our living environments. Not only does it save energy, but it provides individual heat and warmth. And the next speaker will tell you more about why that is very critical. The technology to integrate heaters into different interior surfaces is proven in industrial scale at VTT. This is a real execution of how we bring the heaters onto paper that are then pressed into high-pressure laminates that are used in floors, walls, doors, IKEA furniture. The heating is controlled digitally, so it's digital warmth, very fast response, low operating voltages. And we use significantly less materials to produce these heaters than any other conventional heating form. Next month, the world population will be 8 billion. 2050, the world population will be 10 billion. The UN has said that we need to build 13,000 new buildings per day if we're going to house all the people in the planet. We cannot continue to build like we conventionally did. And that applies also to heating. We cannot have bulky, heavy radiators. We need to have thin surfaces. The metal that we apply is either aluminum or copper, vastly available, fully recyclable, and we apply them at ultra-thin layers, 200 micron layers. You know floor heating. I'm just going to say one quick thing. Now when you have your floor heating below the floor, this is an insulating material. 80% of that heat wants to go down, and it's very slow to come up. We bring it to the top surface. So talk about deep tech. This is very superficial technology. The heating is right there. And it's not only laminates, but also textiles and many different materials. And I just want to give some perspective on the market opportunity. 3.6 billion square meters of flooring materials are installed every year in North America. Most of those go into old buildings. Meanwhile, floor heating is not installed into old buildings because you need thick layers of material. Ours requires 200 microns. That's 0.2 millimeters. We have go-to-market partners. We're launching our first product next May. You see from their factory that it is already being applied in large area. These will go into hotel room walls. Many other areas where we can apply the heaters, our focus is interior surfaces. 3 middle-aged men starting this company, 20 years of experience, all of us in this printed electronics. And we're looking for a seed round of financing to be raised next spring. We just closed our pre-seed and are starting the company this month. And it would be great to see more investors join us. Thank you.
Thank you. So very good pitch. Who loves this product and why? I mean, you said that you are now scaling with an industrial partner. So
Yes.
can you open up that partner and a bit sort of the use case that they envision?
Yes, I have to be a little bit careful not to disclose too much, but I can say that they're not Finnish companies. We live in a country where we have had and still have relatively cheap energy, and we heat the environment all the time. The real hunger for this technology is in markets like California, UK, I heard today south of China, Portugal, Spain, where you actually feel really cold in the winter because A, energy has always been expensive and the heating systems are not in place. So you have a Teams call to Portugal, they'll wear their winter coats and you're in Finland sitting with your t-shirt on. The ones that want our technology first are in these countries where they feel cold inside in the winter.
Really interesting, novel product. If you think about from, let's say, the construction company or the go-to-market partners in the future, do they see this as a complementary solution for them as well, or is it eventually down the road, will it be kind of replacing other heating solutions? What is the kind of the vision from your perspective and together with the partners?
Yeah, so when we calculate that there is a $250 million addressable market within 5 years, that calculation is based on two assumptions. One is in old buildings and retrofitting them with new heating systems. Again, not replacing what's in place, reducing that power consumption and having a secondary source where we can quickly control the comfort temperature. That's one segment. The other is modular building. So we are working with a construction company, non-Finnish, that is in the area of modular buildings. And they love the fact that they can install these heaters in their factory. They're ultra light and thin, so they can be shipped to the location and they can build, say, a hotel in 2 weeks. So these are the two leading perspectives. Retrofitting with thin new heaters, and then these modular building, which will be the way to deliver those 13,000 new buildings per day.
And also we assume it's quite inexpensive to develop.
Yes, we don't base our pricing based on square meters like the construction industry would like, but what we're doing is we're collecting data on the total cost of ownership in terms of installation cost, energy consumption through its lifetime, as well as materials. And like I said, we use far less materials than any heating system that you can install today.
I would imagine that given Europe will not have enough energy for not this winter, not next winter, and probably not the winter after that, that there is a fair amount of interest in the European Investment Fund and European Investment Bank in making sure that this technology, as fast as you can scale it, gets into people's homes in Central Europe.
Yes, the time is now. I only hope we were in a bit more advanced state. But like I said, next May, we're launching the first product. And assuming it's successful, this is a technology that it can scale. Again, perspective, addressable market size, $250 million in next 5 years, requires 10 of those machines that you saw in the picture. Not more than 10 machines. So we can produce.
Right. I think you need to talk to the European Investment Bank. Honest.
I was told that earlier today, so I guess I do need to do so. All right.
All right.
Thank you very much. Stay warm.
So moving from the environmental heat to there we go. Understanding what is the optimal heat for a human being. So we have the team C by Human Thermal Solutions and non-invasive thermal monitoring, real time, all the time. Welcome.
Thanks. So good afternoon, everybody. My name is Pekka Tuomaala, and together with the co-founder Harri Lehti, we have founded a startup company, HTM Solutions, and we have developed a brand new deep tech solution we want you to see. C is a new paradigm for monitoring thermal status of an individual. The cold fact behind all this is that over 70,000 people died during heat waves in Europe in year 2003. And this year has been estimated to be even worse. According to International Labour Organization, they have estimated that economic losses because of heat stress is huge. It's $2.4 billion. In a little bit different numbers, this heat loss during heat stress is corresponding to 80 million jobs. So obviously something needs to be done. Solving these challenges, first of all, requires something from policymakers. We can bring something technical investment possible to this, and naturally behavioral changes are needed. And actually what C is all about, it's a platform making invisible to visible. If I ask you guys, how do you feel from thermal sensation point of view, it's hard to even describe, but we make it visible. And actually, we are doing something that has not been feasible earlier. There are a number of companies who has put quite a bit of money and effort to solve and tackle this problem, but we are able, for the very first time, monitor this thermal satisfaction of a person real time and in non-invasive manner. And by the way, this non-invasive manner makes that no scratches are made to skin, no penetration to human body. It's like monitoring your heart rate by your smartwatch. Purpose for this whole effort is that we save lives for the workers working in hostile conditions. We also bring peace of mind to both workers and their superiors. And we bring new tools to manage the risk in these hostile conditions. Actually, we have already developed a working product being up and run on mobile phone, and we have validated this methodology by comparing the results which we have obtained by this software-based application to real actual measurements. There are some military tests, some emergency services, Academy Finland tests with fire students, and probably one worth mentioning is also in Doha in year 2019. A 50K walker in World Championship, they ingested a telemetric pill, which was measuring the core temperature of these athletes during this awful 4.5-hour walking competition. And when we compare our results to those results, we are more than pleased. It's good enough. Our product makes this thermal sensation and hazards visual, as I told you earlier. We can monitor the thermal status of these firefighters, for example. This data can be delivered wirelessly to supervisor, and also it can be stored for log and reports. And above all, because it's online, real-time, it can give you warnings, alerts, and estimate the safe operating time left. There are other business segments, naturally, mining, construction, and much more. For example, those citizens which died during these heat waves. We have estimated that the market size, the future market size of this application is huge. In occupational health, in consumer business, in healthcare, it's multi-billion. And our share, we have estimated it's hundreds of millions of euros a year. So we are visualizing and bringing the peace of mind for the workers. And here is our plan for the future. We have this application up and running, and we intend to raise funding, seed funding, in order to take those necessary next steps. And naturally, we would use this investment by doing collaboration with different disciplines, doing, measuring, and learning what we have achieved in this pilot phase. We have listed a number of partners because we simply can't do this by ourselves. Technical partners, distribution partners, and ecosystem partners. Here is our team. This whole package has been, the core of this package has been developed at VTT, and we have also partners which have been developing this very first app. And at the moment, we are looking for 800,000 investment as a seed fund, and we would like to find such investors who could share our vision of this technology, bring not only money, but also the connections and networks, and being willing to commit to this application for the long period of time. Earlier today, actually, one famous person on this very stage mentioned something about this. We are not doing something ordinary and ask why. We really dream of things that never were, and we ask why not? So thank you very much. I'll do my best to answer the questions. And later on, please contact Harry and me. There's a booth over there. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Pekka. Good pitch. So once again, you have a few customer segments. I can understand they're all pretty similar. So you could very well tackle all of them. But who of them is like most eagerly awaiting for your product to get out there on the market?
Simple answer. Firefighters. Because actually, they are fighting for their life. At the moment, there simply are no any services available for those guys doing this very, very valuable job. Same thing in construction business. We all know that 6,500 construction workers have died in Doha when building those football competition facilities. So the most meaningful business areas at the starting point would be these extreme condition workers. But my guess is that the biggest impact this whole technology will make in healthcare segment, in hospitals. It's hard to reach, so that's why we need to pay attention for these lowest hanging fruits and convince ourselves, our partners, and then move on to consumer business eventually in 5 years' time, for example, to this healthcare business.
But what sort of level is the technology? I mean, how fast could you get like a complete system to a couple of Finnish firefighter units and really gain sort of usage information and feedback? And because I think that building on the story, it would be so great to hear also from actual usage in the field. So maybe you already have, but if you don't, how much more effort, money, time would you need to get this into a couple of firefighter units?
Yeah. I start where we are at the moment. We have an app being able to calculate a single person's thermal status. And I would estimate that something between 1.5 years, we are able to launch this kind of program and service to firefighters. And actually, in this Emergency Academy Finland in Kuopio, they have already asked us, why on earth couldn't you generate something valuable for us? Because actually, they are at the moment measuring the core temperature of these firefighter students by an ingestible pill. And by the way, the cost level is 70 euros a piece, and it's disposable.
Hey, I was still wondering, what is the actual product? I mean, do you have a separate, your own hardware, or how do you do the invasive measuring? Are you using the existing functionality of your smartphone, and just so the innovation is on the app layer, application layer, and how you do the analytics, or somehow kind of bring the information in a reasonable fashion to the user?
Yeah. First, the first part. Our focus is on software. We are world's best in solving thermal status of a human being. So we focus on software. Hardware, never. We bring all the stuff from hardware point of view from the current market. And when doing this job, we really want to use as one kind of role model for ourselves is FirstBeat. FirstBeat is not measuring not producing any gadgets. And the second part, what we need as an input data in order to carry out these studies is, first of all, your individual body composition. That's personalized analysis. That needs to be given once. That's static parameters, which we call. And later on, we need to have your heart rate, temperature of the environment, and level of clothing insulation. So based on these three sets of parameters, we can estimate your core temperature, your sweating rate, physiological strain index ranging from 0 to 10, and many, many other things. So the core input data is your heart rate, because it tells you your activity level, the amount of oxygen you are consuming, and finally, the amount of heat what your muscles are generating.
So onboarding for this for a firefighter, they would download your app, they would connect their Apple Watch or something to give the heart rate.
Yeah.
And then they would input a fair amount of personal information and then start.
Yeah, that's it.
Unfortunately, one of the things I've done that's not gone very well was a personal thing that measured heartbeat and a bunch of other stuff. And we found it was very difficult to get people, before they understood how good it was, get them to actually input, how tall they were and how much they weighed and how much they exercised.
Yeah.
That's a barrier. You need to. How are you going to get past that?
We are planning to collaborate with the end users. We are not telling what are their ultimate needs. We just bring something new on the table. It's a new paradigm. We offer something new. So we really want to collaborate with clothing manufacturers. Can those sensors be integrated to a t-shirt, for example? And other stuff like that. But it's a challenge. We need time and seed money to do that.
All right, thank you very much.
Thanks.
Thank you, Pekka. 2 more teams to go. Moving from the comfort of heat to accelerating computing. So the following 2 teams are offering solutions of bringing tremendously faster computing onto the market. Coming up first is flow computing that brings truly parallel computing, accelerating CPU by 100-fold. Welcome on stage.
All right, thank you, Lotta. Hey, good to see you all here. So Timo Valtonen from Flow Computing. Let's talk about us. Now the slides are there. Good. So overall, what we basically see in the world, so there's talks about Moore's law being dead. So let me go into more detail what's that could be about. So some examples on that one. The current CPUs really do have problems with their processing capability, and that's because of coherency issues and synchronization issues are not optimal. The traditional way to handle with this has been adding cores, adding hardware. You're not really diving in deep into the problem where the performance lag is coming from. Yet again, so there would be places where you really need high performance. So there's sort of emerging applications, autonomous vehicles, real-time 3D, AI, and others that are really requiring a lot of more processing capability that currently is available. And then quantum computing, even though there's sort of a lot of hype, a lot of activity around the quantum computing, it's not there yet. So it will take some years, it could take some decades. Practical applications are still limited, so it's not going to save us short or medium term. Let's dive deeper into the autonomous vehicles and how does the computer challenge present itself in the autonomous vehicles. Level 4 to level 5 autonomous vehicles. Level 4 means mind off, level 5 means totally automated driving. So each of car will have something like 60 or 60 plus sensors that will be required in a car to drive in a self-driving way. What it does, it generates 4,000 gigabytes of data, each and every day that's going to drive. When it gets more interesting, is more like what kind of a processing power you actually need to run this system and run this. So each car basically requires computer power that would be 1 petaflops. So 1 petaflops is quadrillion operations per second. Quadrillion is a number that has 15 zeros in it. Just to take that into perspective, so the latest and greatest AIM processors by Apple, that's on iPhone 14, so they can do something like 0.002 petaflops. So you would basically need the
oomph of 500 Apple iPhones to be able to support the self-driving car requirements. Or then taking a look at the supercomputer, the Fugaku in Kobe University in Japan. So used to be the fastest and most powerful supercomputer a couple of years back. So that does something like plus 400 petaflops. So that doesn't really do. So this is not going to work. So what we've done, so we've created the world's most advanced CPU accelerator. So we can accelerate the CPU performance by 100 times faster. How do we do that? So how does it really work? So we have 5 essential patent families that are based on several years of research on the topic. And really the secret is this tick control flow technology that we have patented. So what it does, it basically combines the computations flowing through the same control plane into multiple synchronous data paths under a single control. That probably sounds like a gibberish to you, but let me explain it in a more concrete example. So basically on here, so you have multiple synchronous, heating is synchronous data flows that are going under single control. It means that it's lightning fast. That's how our technology operates. On the other side, you basically have asynchronous data paths, and they are all going through the same, again, underlying the word same control path. What does it mean? So you get stuck. So this is caused by synchronization, coherency issues, so it doesn't really flow that well. So how does it really work in practice? How do you sort of implement this? So take a CPU from company X, so Intel and so on. So basically it will act as a front end of this constellation, and it will take care of the optimized low latency serial processing of the computation. What do we do? So then we combine our CPU accelerator as a backend, which will be handling the parallel processing of the constellation, and it will be optimized for extremely high throughput. So it really brings the oomph on the table. And how do we handle this true synchronous memory? So we have patented special technologies that we can really implement the synchronous memory. That is the big bottleneck on the current technology. And again, so additional bonus, so we get 5 times less code in our code base when you're utilizing our accelerator, because we can eliminate the loop, you can eliminate the blocking, you can eliminate the sort of a need to get rid of these synchronizations that are killing the performance. So that will be done as well. So we believe basically that we are a shortcut to next generation computing power. So flow computing will be based on kind of simple migration path, so it's easy to configure to work with your current CPU. When you do that, so it will be totally compatible, so it will work backwards compatible, all the existing software, all the existing applications that are out there, everything is guaranteed to work. You can also construct or compile it to a sort of a cost-efficient way, so perhaps using a little bit less core, so it means that you will have less size, less energy consumption, less cost. And again, so productivity increases there, so you can do much easier programming because you don't need to have so many code lines in your codes. So where do you really need this? So who would benefit from 100 times faster computing? Autonomous vehicles we already talked about. So let's talk about metaverse, so real-time 3D. This is what we heard from our friends in Vario. So okay, what it does, so it basically would make the future metaverse not only look like real world, but behave like real world and feel like the real world. Another solution basically where you use this would be an artificial intelligence and machine learning. So this would make machine learning in the core, in the edge fast enough for serious IoT solutions, for example, in transportation, energy, manufacturing, and so on. So there will be tons of use cases for it. Of course, you could use it in telecom, defense, cloud computing, and who wouldn't be happy to have much faster personal computers, personal devices, and faster photoshopping, so that would be working as well. So what is our vision? So basically, what we want to be the arm of high-performance parallel processing. How do we get there? So what is the next step? So we want to do the proof of concept, where the real target is that we will convince a tier 1 processor company, that means Intel, Qualcomm, NVIDIA, or AMD, to be starting using our technology. This phase will be based on our seed round, and we will get the first licensable product concepts out there, architectural license and HDL software. The next step would be the actual CPU accelerator that will be working together with these partners, existing CPUs, and this is the time when the significant licensing revenue will start to come in. And probably a strategic investor like Intel Capital would join in as an investor as well. And where we ultimately want to be is that there would be a next generation GPU that would be based on our technology and on our architecture. This would be really cash flow positive and potential IPO time of our company. What are we asking? So what we basically would like to have in the seed round is 2.5 to 3 million seed, which will be used for hiring the key persons in software development, in API development, hardware design flows, and so on. And we are targeting it to do it around during the first quarter of next year. So, and again, so to finalize, here's our amazing team. So I've been planning our moonshot for a while, and then Martti Forsell here in the middle has been the key innovator, CTO, chief architect for this flow computing technology, studying and patenting this for several years, and Jussi Roivainen has been designing it for several years as well, together with Martti. And we have now been joined by a couple of advisors. So Jussi Mäkinen from Varjo has been advising us to get the branding, marketing a bit right. And in order to tackle what ARM has been doing, so we are now in serious discussion with an really senior person from ARM who could help us with the licensing business model, open up the gates to the right places, to the right companies, and help us to get the productization right. So thank you for this, and open for questions. So go ahead.
Just questions.
Yeah, Martti can help, so if there will be deep technical questions. So.
Oh, no, sorry. This is, I don't quite understand. You said that you could do the same thing with much less software, many fewer code lines, but that means you'd have to rewrite all the software. That's a big barrier. But then you said it's backwards compatible. What's actually the truth? Can you put this in now and use the existing software, or do you have to rewrite everything to take advantage of 100 times?
The existing software and application will work. So what you do, you modify some instruction level set code so it will fit together. So you basically do some modification in order to get us to work together with the existing CPU. But all application, all software that has been written, for example, to Intel processor would not need to be redone. It would already work. But of course, we need to do some software work to get us fit together.
So if you think about the application of the new generation smart cars, what have you done, or what do you know differently that allows you to truly kind of have a unfair competitive advantage towards, or if you compare yourself to other companies providing edge computing alternatives, low, getting the right latency and still the right battery consumption, let's say in the automotive application area. What's different with your approach, and how have you been able to prove that already?
I think what we have done differently, so the parallel processing has been there, and parallel programming has been there for decades. Nobody has so far cracked this tough question about how do you do synchronization, how do you do coherency. But we have sort of done that so in a way that can be actually implemented, and you get rid of these problems that it previously has been providing. So there hasn't been the performance improvement so far, hasn't been available. It had been sort of difficult to get in touch. But Martti can sort of elaborate a bit more.
Yeah, I would say that all existing commercial processors have the same problem that we are speaking about here. That there are a lot of cases, parallel patterns that they don't execute efficiently, and actually programmers are so used to it, and then they just take it as a given, so that we can say with 100 processors, we can achieve speed up of 10, and we are happy about it. So this is the case nowadays, and we can provide full speed up and 100x speed up.
And do you know what the energy consumption would be in that kind of case? I mean,
energy consumption is basically a parameter that you can play with. So if you take all the performance improvement that you can get from us, so that you can use it for performance totally. But of course, what you can do, so you don't have to take the full performance out of us. So you could basically start reducing the number of cores. You can start reducing sort of the number of cooling devices that you would have there. So you basically don't have to use it as energy consuming way as you do currently. So you can optimize it in a different way.
Yeah, there can be trade-offs between performance and energy consumption. And it means that if you don't need 100x faster, you can make have energy savings instead of that. Keep the same performance.
No, I think this really sounds fascinating, and I mean, continuing on Moore's law at these times would be so great. But what do you still need in order to have like a set demo that you have like this system up and running, and you can show that you are able to deliver with this technology what you have visioned?
We're already working on it, so we basically have a working demonstrator in place. So we have a HDL solution implemented on our backend. Now we are working on FPGA proof of concept. So we are getting quite a lot of sort of both simulation and hardware in place and software that is convincing. But I think the next step, so what we're trying to do with the proof of concept is that it would be starting to run a bit more commercial instruction sets like ARM instruction set or RISC-V or x86.
Yeah, and then also do commercial configuration. So our current proof of concept is scaled down version. It is not having the full resources of a big design.
So 100 times faster, up to, but rewrite all your software or take a big hits, okay? A lot of us use a lot of software that already exists. It's a kind of a big hit not to be able to use that. You'd have to have an entirely novel application, no more Linux, or you have, what if you're just running regular software that all of us know about, what kind of speed up can you do with that? The current software base.
It's a bit difficult to hear your question, but what we do, so it's 100 times faster. You don't need to rewrite the software. All the compatibility will be there, so it's backwards compatible with the existing application or software. What you need to do in order to implement it, for example, against Intel, so you need to modify the Intel APIs to work with us. So you need some software work. You don't need to work with all the application software, but basically you need to fit, because we would be the back end, so the Intel processor would be the front end. You need to do some software to work to fit them together. So
okay, that sounds like the exact thing you need to get done so that people like me don't get worried. How long does it take to get your Intel API working? That seems to be the next necessary.
Yeah, that depends when they will open up. So that's a question and discussion we're having. So they would need to open up their APIs to us and work together. So that's exactly the convincing part that we are doing. And these companies we are talking, they are hard companies to find the right person. So we have booked now meetings with the sort of not Intel, but one of the competitors to meet sort of an chief architects of the CPU design. When you start to speak about the right terms, we haven't really found that person or those persons in Intel, because we need to sort of get into that level So that's exactly as you could say, go-to-market is easy and really, really difficult. The easy part is that we exactly know who we want to target. So we target Intel, AMD, Qualcomm, and NVIDIA, and Apple actually, because they are doing the system on chips as well. So we target 5 companies. The difficult part is that they are really damn big and complicated hardware companies. How do we find the chief architects? How do we find the people who actually making the decision what kind of architectures they are doing and will be willing to open up the APIs to us? And that's also why we are talking now and getting this ARM help on board. So because that will help us to identify the right persons to talk to. So
Usually, the way to do that is instead of pushing from you into Intel, is to find the car manufacturer or the end user who says that you absolutely want that. And they are a big enough customer of Intel that Intel will then feel more forced to open up to you. You can't do it by yourself. You've got to go to the customer beyond Intel.
That basically is a bit like sort of a tieto every part or vario part. So you'd have this that, okay, we would need to have it in our classes. We would need to have it in order to do the IoT. So that's a kind of a working as well.
If you haven't looked into it, I mean, as an example, Intel, they have Intel Ignite, their accelerator startup program. So, I mean, ARM and others, I assume they have similar. So it should be quite easy to reach out to them.
We have been talking with them when we have an open invitation basically to join into Intel Accelerator program anytime we want. So they are hungry to get us in. To sort of, but that's something we don't know exactly if we want to do that. We don't get too attached to the ecosystem because it might be against some of the other players, but we'll see.
Well, good luck. I mean, we need this on the market, so we all keep our fingers crossed.
All right. Hey, thanks for your support.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, team. That was an active discussion. We have the last pitch to come from the team that has just joined the incubator and is coming up for the first time in this event. Processor chips for quantum computers. The stage is yours.
Thank you, Lotta. Thank you, Lotta. Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. Very happy to be here. As you can see, I'm going to talk about processors or chips, as you know, but a different kind. And as Lotta said, we are the newest kid in the block on quantum tech, and it's really exciting. Before I go into my pitch about what we do, let me tell you a story. Sorry about the grainy image, but the story is very personal. So why do I care about quantum tech? Why do I care about quantum computing?
Oh, no.
So this is a path of a hurricane that hit the eastern part of India a few years ago. And you can imagine the panic when you see this kind of a plot with a cone which shows that it's going to hit somewhere in 72 hours. And in that cone, there are 350 million people living there. So the cone is not good enough. This cone needs to get better. And this is my personal expectation from quantum computing. No computers now, even the supercomputers, can compute it in such a way that you can predict where the hurricane is going to hit. I hope someday quantum computing is going to do that. And this is my expectation, personal expectation. So this is how I see quantum computing. But then going forward, I would share another grainy image. If you understand this image, if I can explain this to image, this is half of my pitch. You see the two logos, right? And you understand from the previous pitch what processors are. And Intel is a processor maker. But then you see the brand. Then you see Apple. You see Mr. Jobs taking it from Mr. Ottolini, the chip. And why is it important? I think we all understand now with the chip crisis why it is important. Because it is a very, very important part of the value chain. If you don't have processors, you don't have good iPhones. You have nothing. So you need the processors. And that's what the heart of all computing devices are. And this is the pitch. So this is what we are trying to do. But we are trying to do it from the quantum perspective. And from that point of view, if we look at the present, this is how it looks like now. So IBM's quantum computer has 433 qubits. I'm not going into the technical details of what qubits are, but please accept my point that qubits are the ones that make quantum computing possible. And 433 is what it is. It's very good. Trust me, it's very good. But the cone that I showed before, it just gets a bit narrower. It doesn't get into a line. It doesn't tell me where it's going to hit. So we need a bit more. And it's the experts who say that it needs to be more. It's not me who personally says. So we are looking at quantum computing from an era where we are talking about tens and hundreds of qubits and looking into the million qubit era. And we have a long, long way to go. And this is the journey that we need to take. It's a marathon, but we need to take it now if we want to get there at some point. And this is how we see it from our perspective. So 2016, when the whole thing started, there were 5 qubits. In 2025, we will have 1,000 qubits. But then we are going into the million qubits. Is it a linear progress? No, it's not. It's very, very hard. And this is where all the challenges lie. Where do we get the scalability from? How do we make sure that the 1,000 qubits become a million qubits? If you take the 1,000 qubit machines now and you say it's going to be million, you have to take it with a pinch of salt. There are a lot of challenges there. And just to make sure what you understand, we are not talking about this quantum science. We are talking about the engineering. It's a hardcore engineering problem. Who gets there first wins the race. And that's why timing is extremely crucial for this purpose. So whoever has the capacity and potential to do the engineering will get there faster and will be the winner. And this is what we are hoping for with our team. And then let's take a step back with the semiconductors again. And if you know the story of computers, classical computers, if you have been to the Quantum Computer History Museum ever, you will know how that came. And it's the scalability of semiconductors which make these processors work. That it can scale from where it was 20 years ago or even 40 years ago and where it is now. So this is what makes things work. And this is the uniqueness of semiconductors which make it possible. Our question is, why aren't we using that to make quantum chips as well? Why are we trying to find a different solution? Why don't we fall back to the semiconductor which we know it works? We know it has a scalability. We can make it work. And this is our core sort of question that we ask as a team. And this is what we do. And when I say what we do, I'm not really exaggerating, and I will show you in a minute why I'm not, but we are going for the best semiconductor quantum chips in the world. And I choose the word carefully here, saying we are the best semiconductor quantum chips, because that's our first step. Eventually, we would like to become the best quantum chips in the world. But one step at a time, right? So this is our first ambition. And the reason I can make this claim is because of the team. And here you can see some of the achievements that we have in the team. We are not taking things just out of thin air. We have proved it. This is 20 years of hardcore research which has gone into this. And now we are confident enough to say we can get there. And then looking at competition, obviously there is competition. We are not the only one in the world thinking about this. And you can see some obvious names there. And the reason I put it there is to tell you what the difference is between us and Intel. So if I tell you a bit in a rudimentary way, Intel is having a fantastic sort of program going. What they are trying to do is take their fantastic processor that you have in your phones and put it in a cryogenic or a low temperature process and make it work as a quantum. We don't do that. We don't take that processor and put it there. We start from materials and devices which we know works at low temperature, and we scale it up from there. So the approach is a bit different, but we know there is a scalability, so we can make it work. So that is why we are still competitive to Intel's idea. And then there are other competitors coming from different parts of the world, and we are keeping an eye on that, and we know what they are going for. So we are aware of the competition. So this is the question. This is the question we ask ourselves. This is the question I pose to, or put it in front of you, that whoever wins this scalability race will be the eventual winner. With that, I come to an end. I put some numbers here just for you to know that where we are going for and what we are going for. 20% of that business is already quite lucrative. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, and congratulations on the world records. That's excellent. How stable is your technology at the moment? So when you said it's an engineering task, do you have like a working qubit at the moment that is stable enough for long computations, or?
Correct. That's a fantastic question. Yes. So we have tested the coherence times and whatever the parameters that key performance indexes are. And we believe that they are there, to be scaled up, let's say. We are not trying to optimize the science. So we are not trying to make the qubits as perfect as possible. We are trying to make them a workhorse so that they work as good as possible towards the scalability. So yes, we have that.
Really impressive and kind of a bold vision that I think most of us are kind of fascinated if you could pull it off, and really encourage that. What is your background, and can you shed some light on the teams? And if I may also add a second question, I assume you're raising funding. I mean, how will you use that, and what are the kind of the milestone that your team yourself have set up to achieve with that funding? So twofold question: the team, yourself, and the funding.
Fantastic question. I'm sorry I didn't introduce myself in the beginning, just to keep it time. So I'm the program manager for quantum technologies at VTT. So I lead the quantum programs in VTT. As a background, I have a PhD in applied physics, and that was a long time ago, but I have been involved in innovation management since early 2000s. So that's my background. And the team, I'm the small player there. The team is, I cannot disclose them because we haven't come out in public, but they are very well-recognized global experts in this field. So let's put it this way. So if you Google VTT quantum semiconducting quantum cube technology, you will find them. And so they are there. And the next question is about the funding, right? So yeah, we are very cost conscious about time. We want to go now because the competition is heating up. We think that it's extremely important that we start as soon as possible. So we are trying to close a round as soon as we can. And we want to get the lift off so that we can have a runway for 2 years so that we can prove what we are trying to do. And beyond that, we will see. We want to prove it first, and then we go big.
So just to kind of clarify, I mean, how much are you looking to raise, and what are the kind of the internal milestones that you could, look yourself in the mirror, or the team look yourself in the mirror and say, hey, now we convinced, or we reached these let's say milestones or kind of targets?
Yes, excellent point. I should have clarified that. From a milestone perspective, we are looking at patents. That's the first couple of years. We are going to go all in on patents. The second point is developing the process so that we can show the scale. So we would start with 2 qubits, but we intend to go to 10 qubits in 2 years. And again, I should ask you not to put too much attention to the numbers. It's the scalability promise that comes with it that is key. And for the first couple of years, we believe we can have a good start if we reach or if we have 2 million in the pocket to be relaxed to go there. But we are not only focusing on VC funding, we are looking for public funding as well, just to make sure that we have sufficient critical mass when we go forward.
How do you see the funding landscape within quantum? Now there's a huge excitement and on overall, not just about you, sort of. What do you think will be the next breakthroughs in quantum that will keep up this sort of excitement about this new technology?
Excellent question. Well, first of all, Europe has vetted on this quantum flagship from a public funding perspective, and that is a 1 billion promise for 10 years. And that program has been running, and it's a fantastic opportunity for startups to come and create companies there. Going forward, I think we need to have what I mentioned, scalability, because quantum computing, we have demonstrated, companies have demonstrated it works. Now it's about what's next. How far can you go? Because with the quantum computers that we have right now, you can use it in a way so that you can accelerate some of the classical computing. So we call it the quantum accelerator. But to do real quantum computing, you need to get to a point where you can have a full-scale quantum computer. So that would be the question coming up. That where are you?
But that full-scale quantum computer will probably not be anywhere near in the near future. So will there be like some commercial wins that you believe could sort of keep up the enthusiasm?
Absolutely, absolutely. First of all, we have to show the scalability. That's the first thing. And within that, what we will do, and every other quantum computing company will do, is go into this quantum accelerator model. So work with supercomputers and other computer structures to build the accelerator so that you can reduce the computation time to a certain extent using quantum processes. And then the other thing for us is, as you probably realized, we are not a full-stack quantum computing company. We are focusing on processes because we think that is hard enough. So we will be partnering with system integrators. And that is where the interesting bits will happen, because system integrators are also getting their devices and systems better. So it's a parallel process. So we improve, they improve, and the whole thing then goes forward in a very scalable way. So this is critical, that the partnerships are built and the market are then addressing or getting addressed by those partnerships from the processes side.
Excellent, thank you. I don't know if we have any more questions, but we're really hoping to see this on the market.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your encouragement.
Thank you very much. So that was the last pitch. Fantastic. Thank you very much for all the questions. I guess it's time for the closing words.
Yeah. Well, first I want to thank Lotta and VTT for this awesome session you guys just ran, very interactive. Also, thank you to the jury, Kim, Janne, and Pontus for presenting all those questions. So yeah, it's been a full jam-packed day of information, panels within investors and startups and corporates and service providers, providing information on legal side, everything. Now it's time to just relax and go into the after-work mingling. So now we can just, move over to the back of the room. In 5 minutes, we're going to be closing off this area. Without further ado, we'll just close up this first day of NORDEEP Summit. Thank you, everyone. Thank you to the audience.
Thank you.
Thank you.
See you at the drinks.
See ya.